The Dead and the Countess by Gertrude Atherton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. The Dead and the Countess. It was an old cemetery, and they had been long dead. Those who died nowadays were put in the new burying place on the hill, close to the Bois d'Amour, and within sound of the bells that called the living to mass. But the little church where the mass was celebrated stood faithfully beside the older dead. A new church, indeed, had not been built in that forgotten corner of Finistère for centuries, not since the Calvary on its pile of stones had been raised in the tiny square, surrounded then, as now, perhaps by grey naked cottages, not since the castle with its round tower down on the river had been erected for the Counts of Croissac. But the stone walls enclosing that ancient cemetery had been kept in good repair, and there were no weeds within, nor toppling headstones. It looked cold and grey and desolate, like all the cemeteries of Brittany, but it was made hideous neither by tawdry gewgaws nor the license of time. And sometimes it was close to a picture of beauty. When the village celebrated its yearly Pardon, a great procession came out of the church, priests in glittering robes, young men in their gala costume of black and silver, holding flashing standards aloft, and many maidens in flapping white headdress and collar, black frocks and aprons flaunting with ribbons and lace. They marched, chanting, down the road beside the wall of the cemetery, where lay the generations that in their day had held the banners and chanted the service of the Pardon. For the dead were peasants and priests. The Croissacs had their burying place in a hollow of the hills behind the castle, old men and women who had wept and died for the fishermen that had gone to the Grande Pêche and returned no more, and now and again a child slept there. Those who walked past the dead at the Pardon or after the marriage ceremony, or took part in any one of the minor religious festivals with which the Catholic village enlivens its existence, all young and old, look grave and sad. For the women from the childhood know that their lot is to wait and dread and weep, and the men that the ocean is treacherous and cruel, but that bread can be wrung from no other master. Therefore the living have little sympathy for the dead who have laid down their crushing burden, and the dead under their stones slumber contentedly enough. There is no envy among them, for the young who wander at evening and pledge their troth in the Bois d'Amour, only pity for the groups of women who wash their linen in the creek that flows to the river. They look like pictures in the green quiet book of nature, these women in their glistening white headgear and deep collars. But the dead know better than to envy them, and the women and the lovers know better than to pity the dead. The dead lay at rest in their boxes, and thanked God they were quiet and had found everlasting peace. And one day even this, for which they had patiently endured life, was taken from them. The village was picturesque, and there was none quite like it, even in Finistère. Artists discovered it and made it famous, and the artists followed the tourists, and the old creaking diligence became an absurdity. Brittany was the fashion for 3 months of the year, and wherever there is fashion there is at least one railway. The one built to satisfy the thousands who wished to visit the wild, sad beauties of the west of France was laid along the road beside the little cemetery of this tale. It takes a long while to awaken the dead. These heard neither the voluble working men nor even the first snort of the engine, and of course they neither heard nor knew of the pleadings of the old priest that the lines should be laid elsewhere. One night he came out into the old cemetery and sat on a grave and wept, for he loved his dead, and felt it to be a tragic pity that the greed of money, and the fever of travel, and the petty ambitions of men whose place was in the great cities where such ambitions were born, should shatter forever the holy calm of those who had suffered so much on earth. He had known many of them in life, for he was old, and although he believed, like all good Catholics, in heaven and purgatory and hell, yet he always saw his friends as he had buried them, peacefully asleep in their coffins, the souls lying with folded hands, like the bodies that held them, patiently awaiting the final call. He would never have told you, this good old priest, that he believed heaven to be a great echoing palace in which God and the archangels dwelt alone, waiting for that great day when the elected dead should rise and enter the presence together, for he was a simple old man who had read and thought little. But he had a zigzag of fancy in his humble mind, and he saw his friends and his ancestors' friends, as I have related to you, soul and body, in the deep undreaming sleep of death. But sleep, not a rotted body deserted by its affrighted mate, and to all who sleep there comes, sooner or later, the time of awakening. He knew that they slept through the wild storms that raged on the coast of Finistère, when ships are flung on the rocks and trees crash down in the Bois d'Amour. He knew that the soft, slow chantings of the pactons never struck a chord in those frozen memories, meagre and monotonous as their store had been, nor the bagpipes down in the open village hall, a mere roof and poles, where the bride and her friends danced for 3 days without a smile on their sad brown faces. All this the dead had known in life, and it could not disturb nor interest them now. But that hideous intruder from modern civilization, a train of cars with a screeching engine that would shake the earth which held them and rend the peaceful air with such discordant sounds that neither dead nor living could sleep. His life had been one long unbroken sacrifice, and he sought in vain to imagine one greater, which he would cheerfully assume could this disaster be spared his dead. But the railway was built, and the first night the train went screaming by, shaking the earth and rattling the windows of the church, he went out and sprinkled every grave with holy water. And thereafter, twice a day, at dawn and at night, as the train tore a noisy tunnel in the quiet air, like the plebeian upstart it was, he sprinkled every grave, rising sometimes from a bed of pain, at other times defying wind and rain and hail. And for a while he believed that his holy device had deepened the sleep of his dead, locked them beyond the power of man to awake. But one night he heard them muttering. It was late. There were but a few stars in the black sky. Not a breath of wind came over the lonely plains beyond or from the sea. There would be no wrecks tonight, and all the world seemed at peace. The lights were out in the village. One burned in the tower of Croissac, where the young wife of the Count lay ill. The priest had been with her when the train thundered by, and she had whispered to him, "Would that I were on it! Oh, this lonely, lonely land! This cold, echoing chateau, with no one to speak day after day. If it kills me, mon père, make him lay me in the cemetery by the road, that twice a day I may hear the trains go by, the trains that go to Paris. If they put me down there over the hill, I will shriek in my coffin every night." The priest had ministered as best he could to the ailing soul of the young noblewoman, with whose like he seldom dealt, and hastened back to his dead. He mused, as he toiled along the dark road with rheumatic legs, on the fact that the woman should have the same fancy as himself. "If she is really sincere, poor young thing," he thought aloud, "I will forbear to sprinkle holy water on her grave. For those who suffer while alive should have all they desire after death, and I am afraid the Count neglects her. But I pray God that my dead have not heard that monster tonight." And he tucked his gown under his arm and hurriedly told his rosary. But when he went about among the graves with the holy water, he heard the dead muttering. "Jean-Marie," said a voice, fumbling among its unused tones for forgotten notes, "art thou ready? Surely that is the last call."
"Nay, nay,"
rumbled another voice.
"that is not the sound of a trumpet, Francois. That will be sudden and loud and sharp, like the great blasts of the north when they come plunging over the sea from out the awful gorges of Iceland. Dost thou remember them, Francois? Thank the good God they spared us to die in our beds with our grandchildren about us, and only the little wind sighing in the Bois d'Amour. Ah, the poor comrades that died in their manhood, that went to the Grande Pêche once too often, Dost thou remember when the great wave curled round Aeneas like his poor wife's arms, and we saw him no more? We clasped each other's hands, for we believed that we should follow, but we lived and went again and again to the Grande Pêche and died in our beds. Grâce à Dieu.
Why dost thou think of that now, here in the grave where it matters not even to the living?
I know not, but it was of that night when Aeneas went down that I thought as the living breath went out of me. Of what didst thou think as thou layest dying?
Of the money I owed to Dominique and could not pay. I sought to ask my son to pay it, but death had come suddenly and I couldn't speak. God knows how they treat my name today in the village of Saint-Hilaire. Thou art forgotten,
murmured another voice.
I died 40 years after thee, and men remember not long in Finistère. But thy son was my friend, and I remember that he paid the money. And my son, what of him? Is he too here?
Ay, he lies deep in the northern sea. It was his second voyage, and he had returned with a purse for the young wife the first time. But he returned no more, and she washed in the river for the Dame of Croissac, and by she died. I would have married her, but she said it was enough to lose one husband. I married another, and she grew 10 years in every 3 that I went to the Grande Pêche. Alas for Brittany, she has no youth.
And thou, wert thou an old man when thou camest here?
60. My wife came first, like many wives. She lies here. Jean.
Is thy voice my husband, not the Lord Jesus Christ? What miracle is this? I thought that terrible sound was a trump of doom.
It could not be, old Jean, for we are still in our graves. When the trump sounds, we shall have wings and robes of light, and fly straight up to heaven. Hast thou slept well?
Aye, but why are we awakened? Is it time for purgatory, or have we been there?
The good God knows. I remember nothing. Art frightened? Would that I could hold thy hand, as when thou didst slip from life into that long sleep thou didst fear, yet welcome.
I am frightened, my husband, but it is sweet to hear thy voice, hoarse and hollow as it is from the mould of the grave. Thank the good God thou didst bury me with the rosary in my hands.
And she began telling the beads rapidly.
If God is good,
cried Francois harshly, and his voice came plainly to the priest's ears, as if the lid of the coffin had rotted.
Why are we awakened before our time? What foul fiend was it that thundered and screamed through the frozen avenues of my brain? Has God perchance been vanquished, and does the evil one reign in his stead?
Tut, tut, thou blasphemest. God reigns now and always. It is but a punishment he has laid upon us for the sins of earth.
Truly, we were punished enough before we descended to the peace of this narrow house. Ah, but it is dark and cold. Shall we lie like this for an eternity, perhaps? On earth we long for death, but feared the grave. I would that I were alive again, poor and old and alone and in pain. It were better than this. Curse the foul fiend that woke us.
Curse not my son, said a soft voice, and the priest stood up and uncovered and crossed himself, for it was the voice of his aged predecessor. I cannot tell thee what this is that has rudely shaken us in our graves and freed our spirits of their blessed thraldom, and I like not the consciousness of this narrow house, this load of earth on my tired heart. But it is right, it must be right, or it would not be at all. Ah me! For a baby cried softly, hopelessly, and from a grave beyond came a mother's anguished attempt to still it.
Ah, the good God!" she cried. "I too thought it was the great call, and that in a moment I should rise and find my child and go to my Inyas whose bones lie white on the floor of the sea. Will he find them, my father, when the dead shall rise again? To lie here and doubt, that were worse than life." "Yes, yes," said the priest, "all will be well, my daughter." "But all is not well, my father, for my baby cries and is alone in a little box in the ground. If I could claw my way to her with my hands, but my old mother lies between us." "Tell your beads," commanded the priest sternly. "Tell your beads, all of you. All ye that have not your beads, say the Hail Mary 100 times. Immediately a rapid, monotonous muttering arose from every lonely chamber of that desecrated ground. All obeyed but the baby, who still moaned with the hopeless grief of the deserted children. The living priest knew that they would talk no more that night, and went into the church to pray till dawn. He was sick with horror and terror, but not for himself. When the sky was pink and the air full of the sweet scents of morning, and a piercing scream tore a rent in the early silences, he hastened out and sprinkled his graves with a double allowance of holy water. The train rattled by with two short derisive shrieks, and before the earth had ceased to tremble the priest laid his ear to the ground. Alas, they were still awake. "The fiend is on the wing again," said Jean-Marie. "But as he passed I felt as if the finger of God touched my brow. It can do us no harm." "I too felt that heavenly caress," exclaimed the old priest. "And I, and I, and I," came from every grave but the baby's. The priest of earth, deeply thankful that his simple device had comforted them, went rapidly down the road to the castle. He forgot that he had not broken his fast nor slept. The Count was one of the directors of the railroad, and to him he would make a final appeal. It was early, but no one slept at Croissac. The young Countess was dead. A great bishop had arrived in the night and administered extreme unction. The priest hopefully asked if he might venture into the presence of the bishop. After a long wait in the kitchen, he was told that he could speak with Monsieur l'Evêque. He followed the servant up the wide spiral stair of the tower, and from its 28th step entered a room hung with purple cloth, stamped with the golden fleur-de-lis. The bishop lay 6 feet above the floor, on one of the splendid carved cabinet beds that are built against the walls in Brittany. Heavy curtains shaded his cold white face. The priest, who was small and bowed, felt immeasurably below that august presence, and sought for words. "What is it, my son?" asked the bishop in his cold, weary voice. "Is the matter so pressing? I am very tired." Brokenly, nervously, the priest told his story, and as he strove to convey the tragedy of the tormented dead, he not only felt the poverty of his expression, for he was little used to narrative, but the torturing thought assailed him that what he said sounded wild and unnatural, real as it was to him, but he was not prepared for its effect on the bishop. He was standing in the middle of the room, whose gloom was softened and gilded by the waxen lights of a huge candelabra. His eyes, which had wandered unseeingly from one massive piece of carved furniture to another, suddenly lit on the bed, and he stopped abruptly, his tongue rolling out. The bishop was sitting up, livid with wrath. "And this was thy matter of life and death, thou prating madman!" he thundered. "For this string of foolish lies I am kept from my rest, as if I were another lunatic like thyself. Thou art not fit to be a priest and have the care of souls. Tomorrow—" But the priest had fled, wringing his hands. As he stumbled down the winding stair, he ran straight into the arms of the Count. Monsieur de Croissac had just closed the door behind them. He opened it, and leading the priest into the room, pointed to his dead Countess, who lay high up against the wall, her hands clasped, unmindful for evermore of the 6 feet of carved cupids and lilies that upheld her. On high pedestals at head and foot of her magnificent couch, the pale flames rose from tarnished golden candlesticks. The blue hangings of the room, with their white fleurs-de-lis, were faded,
like the rugs on the old dim floor, for the splendor of the Croissarts had departed with the Bourbons. The Count lived in the old chateau because he must, but he reflected bitterly tonight that if he had made the mistake of bringing a young girl to it, there were several things he might have done to save her from despair and death. "Pray for her," he said to the priest, "and you will bury her in the old cemetery. It was her last request." He went out, and the priest sank on his knees and mumbled his prayers for the dead. But his eyes wandered to the high narrow windows through which the Countess had stared for hours and days, stared at the fishermen sailing north for the Grande Pêche, followed along the shore of the rivers by wives and mothers until their boats were caught in the great waves of the ocean beyond. Often at naught more animate than the dark flood, the wooded banks, the ruins, the rain driving like needles through the water. The priest had eaten nothing since his meagre breakfast at 12 the day before, and his imagination was active. He wondered if the soul up there rejoiced in the death of the beautiful, restless body, the passionate, brooding mind. He could not see her face from where he knelt, only the waxen hands clasping a crucifix. He wondered if the face were peaceful in death, or peevish and angry as when he had seen it last. If the great change had smoothed and sealed it, then perhaps the soul would sink deep under the dark waters, grateful for oblivion, and that cursed train could not awaken it for years to come. Curiosity succeeded wonder. He cut his prayers short, got to his weary, swollen feet, and pushed a chair to the bed. He mounted it, and his face was close to the dead woman's. Alas, it was not peaceful. It was stamped with the tragedy of a bitter renunciation. After all, she had been young, and at the last had died unwillingly. There was still a fierce tenseness about the nostrils, and her upper lip was curled as if her last word had been an imprecation. But she was very beautiful, despite the emaciation of her features. Her black hair nearly covered the bed, and her lashes looked too heavy for the sunken cheeks. Pauvre petite, thought the priest. No, she will not rest, nor would she wish to. I will not sprinkle holy water on her grave. It is wondrous that monster can give comfort to anyone, but if he can, so be it. He went to the little oratory adjoining the bedroom and prayed more fervently. But when the watchers came an hour later, they found him in a stupor, huddled at the foot of the altar. When he awoke, he was in his own bed, in his little house beside the church. But it was 4 days before they would let him rise to go about his duties, and by that time the Countess was in her grave. The old housekeeper left him to take care of himself. He waited eagerly for the night. It was raining thinly, a grey quiet rain that blurred the landscape and soaked the ground in the Bois d'Amour. It was wet about the graves, too, but the priest had given little heed to the elements in his long life of crucified self, and as he heard the remote echo of the evening train, he hastened out with his holy water and had sprinkled every grave but one when the train sped by. Then he knelt and listened eagerly. It was 5 days since he had knelt there last. Perhaps they had sunk again to rest. In a moment he wrung his hands and raised them to heaven. All the earth beneath him was filled with lamentation. They wailed for mercy, for peace, for rest. They cursed the foul fiend who had shattered the locks of death, and among the voices of men and children the priest distinguished the quavering notes of his aged predecessor, not cursing, but praying with bitter entreaty. The baby was screaming with the accents of mortal terror, and its mother was too frantic to care.
Alas,
cried the voice of Jean-Marie,
that they never told us what purgatory was like. What do the priests know? When we were threatened with punishment for our sins, not a hint did we have of this. To sleep for a few hours haunted with the moment of awakening, then a cruel insult from the earth that is tired of us, and the orchestra of hell, again and again and again. Oh God, how long, how long?
The priest stumbled to his feet and ran over graves and paths to the mound above the Countess. There he would hear a voice praising the monster of night and dawn, a note of content in this terrible chorus of despair which he believed would drive him mad. He vowed that on the morrow he would move his dead if he had to unbury them with his own hands and carry them up the hill to graves of his own making. For a moment he heard no sound. He knelt and laid his ear to the grave, then pressed it more closely, and held his breath. A long, rumbling moan reached it, then another and another, but there were no words. Is she moaning in sympathy with my poor friends, he thought, or have they terrified her? Why does she not speak to them? Perhaps they would forget their plight were she to tell them of the world they had left so long. But it was not their world. Perhaps that it is which distresses her. For she will be lonelier here than on earth. Ah! A sharp, horrified cry pierced to his ears, then a gasping shriek and another, all dying away in a dreadful smothered rumble. The priest rose and wrung his hands, looking to the wet skies for inspiration. Alas, he sobbed, she is not content. She has made a terrible mistake. She would rest in the deep, sweet peace of death, and that monster of iron and fire and the frantic dead about her are tormenting a soul so tormented in life. There may be rest for her in the vault behind the castle, but not here. I know, and I shall do my duty, now, at once. He gathered his robes about him and ran as fast as his old legs and rheumatic feet would take him towards the chateau, whose lights gleamed through the rain. On the bank of the river he met a fisherman and begged him to be taken by boat. The fisherman wondered, but picked the priest up in his strong arms, lowered him into the boat, and rowed swiftly towards the chateau. When they landed, he made fast. "I will wait for you in the kitchen, my father," he said, and the priest blessed him and hurried up to the castle. Once more he entered through the door of the great kitchen, with its blue tiles, its glittering brass and bronze warming pans, which had comforted nobles and monarchs in the days of Croissac splendor. He sank into a chair beside the stove while a maid hastened to the Count. She returned while the priest was still shivering, and announced that her master would see his holy visitor in the library. It was a dreary room, where the Count sat waiting for the priest, and it smelled of musty calf, for the books on the shelves were old. A few novels and newspapers lay on the heavy table. A fire burned on the andirons, but the paper on the wall was very dark, and the fleurs-de-lis were tarnished and dull. The Count, when at home, divided his time between this library and the water, when he could not chase the boar or the stag in the forests, but he often went to Paris, where he could afford the life of a bachelor in a wing of his great hotel. He had known too much of the extravagance of women to give his wife the key of the faded salon. He had loved the beautiful girl when he married her, but her repinings and bitter discontent had alienated him, and during the past year he had held himself aloof from her in sullen resentment. Too late he understood, and dreamed passionately of atonement. She had been a high-spirited, brilliant, eager creature, and her unsatisfied mind had dwelt constantly on the world she had vividly enjoyed for 1 year, and he had given her so little in return. He rose as the priest entered, and bowed low. The visit bored him, but the good old priest commanded his respect. Moreover, he had performed many offices and rites in his family. He moved a chair towards his guest, but the old man shook his head and nervously twisted his hands together. "Alas, Monsieur le Comte," he said, "it may be that you too will tell me that I am an old lunatic, as did Monsieur l'Evêque. Yet I must speak, even if you tell your servants to fling me out of the chateau." The Count had started slightly. He recalled certain acid comments of the bishop, followed by a statement that a young curé should be sent gently to supersede the old priest, who was in his dotage, but he replied suavely, "You know, my father, that no one in this castle will ever show you disrespect. Say what you wish, have no fear. But will you not sit down? I am very tired." The priest took the chair and fixed his eyes appealingly on the Count. "It is this, monsieur." He spoke rapidly, lest his courage should go. "That terrible train, with its brute of iron and live coals and foul smoke and screeching throat, has awakened my dead. I guarded them with holy water, and they heard it not, until one night when I missed. I was with Madame, as the train shrieked by shaking the nails out of the coffins. I hurried back, but the mischief was done and the dead were awake. The dear sleep of eternity was shattered. They thought it was the last trump and wondered why they still were in their graves. But they talked together, and it was not so bad at the first. But now they are frantic. They are in hell, and I have come to beseech you to see that they are moved far up on the hill. Ah, think, monsieur, what it is to have the last long sleep of the grave so rudely disturbed, the sleep for which we live and endure so patiently." He stopped abruptly and caught his breath. The Count had listened without change of countenance, convinced that he was facing a madman. But the farce wearied him, and involuntarily his hand had moved toward a bell on the table. "Ah, monsieur, not yet, not yet," panted the priest. "It is of the Countess I came to speak. I had forgotten. She told me she wished to lie there and listen to the train go by to Paris, so I sprinkled no holy water on her grave. But she too is wretched and horror-stricken, monsieur. She moans and screams. Her coffin is new and strong, and I cannot hear her words. But I have heard those frightful sounds from her grave tonight, monsieur. I swear it on the cross. Ah, monsieur, thou dost believe me at last." For the Count, as white as the woman, had been in her coffin, and shaking from head to foot, had staggered from his chair and was staring at the priest as if he saw the ghost of his Countess. "You heard?" he gasped. "She is not at peace, monsieur. She moans and shrieks in a terrible smothered way, as if her hand were on her mouth." But he had uttered the last of his words. The Count had suddenly recovered himself and dashed from the room. The priest passed his hand across his forehead and sank slowly to the floor. "He will see that I spoke the truth," he thought, as he fell asleep, "and tomorrow he will intercede for my poor friends." The priest lies high on the hill, where no train will ever disturb him, and his old comrades of the violated cemetery are close about him. For the Count and Countess of Croissac, who adore his memory, hasten to give him in death what he most had desired in the last of his life. And with them all things are well, for a man too may be born again, and without descending into the grave. End of Dead and the Countess by Gertrude Atherton, read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama.
Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Graham Longworth. The Lift by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Flight Commander Stangate should have been happy. He had come safely through the war without a hurt and with a good name in the most heroic of services. He had only just turned 30, and a great career seemed to lie ahead of him. Above all, beautiful Mary McLean was working by his side, and he had her promise that she was there for life. What could a young man ask for more? And yet there was a heavy load upon his heart. He could not explain it himself, and endeavoured to reason himself out of it. There was the blue sky above him, the blue sea in front, the beautiful gardens with their throngs of happy pleasure-seekers around. Above all, there was that sweet face turned upon him with questioning concern. Why could he not raise himself to so joyful an environment? He made effort after effort, but they were not convincing enough to deceive the quick instinct of a loving woman. "What is it, Tom?" she asked anxiously. "I can see that something is clouding you. Do tell me if I can help you in any way." He laughed in shamefaced fashion. "It is such a sin to spoil our little outing," he said. "I could kick myself around these gardens when I think of it. Don't worry, my darling. for I know the cloud will roll off. I suppose I am a creature of nerves, though I should have got past that by now. The flying service is supposed either to break you or to warrant you for life. It is nothing definite, then? No, it's nothing definite. That's the worst of it. You could fight it off more easily if it was. It's just a dead, heavy depression here in my chest and across my forehead. But do forgive me, dear girl. What a brute I am to shadow you like this. But I love to share even the smallest trouble. Well, it's gone, vamoosed, vanished. We will talk about it no more. She gave him a swift, penetrating glance. No, no, Tom, your brow shows as well as feels. Tell me, dear, have you often felt like this? You really look very ill. Sit here, dear, in the shade, and tell me of it. They sat together in the shadow of the great latticed tower, which reared itself 600 feet high beside them. I have an absurd facility, he said. I don't know that I have ever mentioned it to any one before, but when imminent danger is threatening me, I get these strange forebodings. Of course, it is absurd today in these peaceful surroundings. It only shows how queerly these things work. But it is the first time that it has deceived me. When had you it before? When I was a lad, it seized me one morning. I nearly drowned that afternoon. I had it when the burglar came to Morton Hall, and I got a bullet through my coat. Then, twice in the war, when I was overmatched and escaped by a miracle, I had this strange feeling before I ever climbed into my machine. Then it lifts suddenly, like a mist in the sunshine. Why, it is lifting now. Look at me. Can't you see that it is so? She could indeed. He had turned in a minute from a haggard man to a laughing boy. She found herself laughing in sympathy. A rush of high spirits and energy had swept away his strange foreboding and filled his whole soul with the vivid, dancing joy of youth. "Thank goodness!" he cried. "I think it is your dear eyes that have done it. I could not stand that wistful look in them. What a silly, foolish nightmare it all has been. There's an end for ever in my belief in presentiments. Now, dear girl, we have just time for one good turn before luncheon. After that, the gardens get so crowded that it is hopeless to do anything. Shall we have a sideshow, or the great wheel, or the flying boat, or what?" "What about the tower?" she asked, glancing up. "Surely that glorious air and the view from the top could drive the last wisps of cloud out of your mind." He looked at his watch. "Well, it's past 12, and I suppose we could do it all in an hour. But it doesn't seem to be working. What about it, conductor?" The man shook his head and pointed to a little knot of people who assembled at the entrance. "They've all been waiting, sir. It's hung up, but the gear is being overhauled, and I expect the signal every minute. If you join the others, I promise it won't be long." They had hardly reached the group when the steel face of the lift rolled aside, a sign that there was hope in the future. The motley crowd drifted through the opening and waited expectantly upon the wooden platform. They were not numerous, for the gardens are not crowded until the afternoon. but they were fair samples of the kindly, good-humoured North Country folk who take their annual holiday at Northam. Their faces were all upturned now, and they were watching with keen interest a man who was descending the steel framework. It seemed a dangerous, precarious business, but he came as swiftly as an ordinary mortal upon a staircase. "My word," said the conductor, glancing up, "Jim has got a move on this morning." "Who is he?" asked Commander Stangate. "That's Jim Barnes, sir, the best workman that ever went on a scaffold. He fair lives up there. Every bolt and rivet are under his care. He is a wonder, is Jim." "But don't argue religion with him," said one of the group. The attendant laughed. "Ah, you know him then?" said he. "No, don't argue religion with him." "Why not?" asked the officer. "Well, he takes it very hard, he does. He's the shining light of his sect." "It ain't hard to be that," said the knowing one. "I've heard there are only 6 folk in the fold. He's one of those who picture heaven as the exact size of their own back street conventicle, and every one else left outside it." "Better not tell him so while he's got that hammer in his hand," said the conductor in a hurried whisper. "Hello, Jim. How goes it this morning?" The man slid slowly down the last 30 feet, and then balanced himself on a crossbar while he looked at the little group in the lift. As he stood there, clad in a leather suit, with his pliers and other tools dangling from his brown belt, he was a figure to please the eye of an artist. The man was very tall and gaunt, with great straggling limbs and every appearance of giant strength. His face was a remarkable one, noble and yet sinister, with dark eyes and hair, a prominent hook nose, and a beard that flowed over his chest. He steadied himself with one knotted hand, while the other held a steel hammer dangling by his knee. "It's all ready aloft," said he. "I'll go up with you if I may." He sprang down from his perch and joined the others in the lift. "I suppose you're always watching it," said the young lady. "That is what I am engaged for, miss. From morning till night, and often from night till morning, I am up here. There are times when I feel as if I were not a man at all, but a fowl of the air. They fly round me, the creatures, as I lie out on the girders, and they cry to me until I find myself crying back to the poor soulless things." "It's a great charge," said the commander, glancing up at the wonderful tracery of steel outlined against the deep blue sky. "Aye, sir, and there's not a nut nor a screw that is riot in my keeping. Here's my hammer to ring them true, and my spanner to wrench them tight. As the Lord over the earth, so am I, even I, over the tower, with power of life and power of death, I of death and of life." The hydraulic machinery began to work, and the lift slowly ascended. As it mounted, the glorious panorama of the coast and bay gradually unfolded itself. So engrossing was the view that the passengers hardly noticed it when the platform stopped abruptly between stages at the 500-foot level. Barnes, the workman, muttered that something must be amiss, and springing like a cat across the gap which separated them from the trellis work of metal, he clambered out of sight. The motley little party, suspended in mid-air, lost something of their British shyness under such unwonted conditions, and began to compare notes with each other. One couple, who addressed each other as Dolly and Billy, announced to the company that they were the particular stars of the Hippodrome bill, and kept their neighbours tittering with their rather obvious wit. A buxom mother, her precocious son, and 2 married couples upon holiday formed an appreciative audience. "You'd like to be a sailor, would you?" said Billy the comedian, in answer to some remark of the boy. "Look here, my nipper, you'll end up as a blooming corse if you ain't careful. See, I'm standing on the edge. At this hour in the morning I can't bear to watch it." "What's the hour got to do with it?" asked the stout commercial traveller. "My nerves ain't worth nothing before midday. Why, looking down there and seeing them folks like dots puts me all in a twitter. My family is all alike in the morning." "I expect," said Dolly, a high-coloured young woman, "that they're all alike the evening before." There was a general laugh, which was led by the comedian. "You got it across that time, Dolly. It's K.O. for Battling Billy, still scentless when last heard of. If my family is laughed at, I'll leave the room." "It's about time we did," said the commercial traveller, who was a red-faced, choleric person. "It's a disgrace the way they hold us up. I'll write to the company." "Where's the bell push?" said Billy. "I'm going to ring." "What for? The waiter?" asked the lady. "For the conductor, the chauffeur, whoever it is that drives the old bus up and down. Have they run out of petrol, or broke the mainspring, or what?" "We have a fine view, anyhow," said the commander. "Well, I've had that," remarked Billy. "I'm done with it, and I'm for getting on." "I'm getting nervous," cried the stout mother. "I do hope there's nothing wrong with the lift." "I say, hold on to the slack of my coat, Dolly. I'm going to look over and chance it. Oh, Lord, it makes me sick and giddy. There's a horse down under, and it ain't bigger than a mouse. I don't see anyone looking after us. Where's old Isaiah the prophet, who came up with us? He shinnied out of it mighty quick when he thought trouble was coming." "Look here," said Dolly, looking very perturbed. "This is a nice thing, I don't think. Here we are 500 foot up and stuck for the day as like as not. I'm due for the matinee at the Hippodrome. I'm sorry for the company if they don't get me down in time for that. I'm billed all over the town for a new song." "A new one? What's that, Dolly?" "A real pot of ginger, I tell you. It's called 'On the Road to Ascot.' I've got a hat 4 foot across to sing it in. Come on, Dolly, let's have a rehearsal while we wait." No, the young lady here wouldn't understand." "I'd be very glad to hear it," cried Mary McLean. "Please don't let me prevent you." The words were written to the hat. Couldn't sing the verses without the hat, and there's a nailing good chorus to it. "If you want a little mascot when you're on the way to Ascot, try the lady with the cartwheel hat." She had a tuneful voice and a sense of rhythm that set every one nodding. "Try it now, all together," she cried, and the strange little haphazard company sang it with all their lungs. "I say," said Billy, "that ought to wake somebody up. What? Let's try a shout all together." It was a fine effort, but there was no response. It was clear that the management down below was quite ignorant or impotent. No sound came back to them. The passengers became alarmed. The commercial traveller was rather less rubicund. Billy still tried to joke, but his efforts were not well received. The officer in his blue uniform at once took his place as rightful leader in a crisis. They all looked to him and appealed to him. "What would you advise, sir? You don't think there's any danger of it coming down, do you?" Not the least. But it's awkward to be stuck here all the same. I think I could jump across onto that girder. Then perhaps I could see what is wrong." "No, no, Tom, for goodness sake, don't leave us." "Some people have a nerve," said Billy. "Fancy jumping across a 500-foot drop. I dare say the gentleman did worse things in the war. Well, I wouldn't do it myself, not if they starred me in the bills. It's all very well for old Isaiah. It's his job. I wouldn't do him out of it." 3 sides of the lift were shut in with wooden partitions, pierced with windows for the view. The 4th side, facing the sea, was clear. Stangate leaned as far as he could and looked upwards. As he did so, there came from above him a peculiar, sonorous, metallic twang, as if a mighty harp string had been struck. Some distance up, 100 feet perhaps, he could see a long, brown, corded arm, which was working furiously among the wire cordage above. The form was beyond his view, but he was fascinated by this bare, sinewy arm that tugged and pulled and sagged and stabbed. "It's all right," he said, and a general sigh of relief broke from his strange comrades at his words. "There is someone above us setting things right." "It's old Isaiah," said Billy, stretching his neck around the corner. "I can't see him, but it's his arm for $1. What's he got in his hand? Looks like a screwdriver or something. No, by George, it's a file." As he spoke, there came another sonorous twang from above. There was a troubled frown upon the officer's brow. "I say, dash it all, that's the very sound our steel hawser made when it parted, strand by strand, at Dick's Mewed. What the deuce is the fellow about? Hey there, what are you trying to do?" The man had ceased his work, was now slowly descending the iron trellis. "All right, he's coming," said Stangate to his startled companions. "It's all right, Mary. Don't be frightened, any of you. It's absurd to suppose he would really weaken the cord that holds us." A pair of high boots appeared from above. Then came the leathern breeches, the belt with its dangling tools, the muscular form, and finally the fierce, swarthy, eagle face of the workman. His coat was off and his shirt open, showing the hairy chest. As he appeared, there came another sharp, snapping vibration from above. The man made his way down in leisurely fashion, and then, balancing himself upon the cross girder and leaning against the side-piece, he stood with folded arms, looking from under his heavy black brows at the huddled passengers upon the platform. "Hello," said Stangate. "What's the matter?" The man stood impassive and silent, with something indescribably menacing in his fixed, unwinking stare. The flying officer grew angry. "Hello, are you deaf?" he cried. "How long do you mean to have us stuck here?" The man stood silent. There was something devilish in his appearance. "I'll complain of you, my lad," said Billy in a quavering voice. "This won't stop here, I can promise you." "Look here," cried the officer. "We have ladies here and you are alarming them. Why are we stuck here? Has the machinery gone wrong?" "You are here," said the man, "because I have put a wedge against the hawser above you." "You fouled the line? How dared you do such a thing? What right have you to frighten the women and put us all to this inconvenience? Take that wedge out this instant, or it will be the worse for you." The man was silent. "Do you hear what I say? Why the devil don't you answer? Is this a joke or what? We've had about enough of it, I tell you." Mary McLean gripped her lover by the arm in agony of sudden panic. "Oh, Tom," she cried, "look in his eyes. Look at his horrible eyes. The man is a maniac." The workman stirred suddenly into sinister life. His dark face broke into writhing lines of passion, and his fierce eyes glowed like embers, while he shook one long arm in the air. "Behold," he cried, "those who are mad to the children of this world are in very truth the Lord's anointed and the dwellers of the inner temple. Lo, I am one who is prepared to testify even to the uttermost, for of a verity the day has now come when the humble will be exalted and the wicked will be cut off for their sins." "Mother, mother!" cried a little boy in terror. There, it's all right, Jack," said the buxom woman, and then, in a burst of womanly wrath, "what do you want to make the child cry for? You're a pretty man, you are. Better he should cry now than in the outer darkness. Let him seek safely while there is yet time." The officer measured the gap with a practised eye. It was a good 8 feet across, and the fellow could push him over before he could steady himself. It would be a desperate thing to attempt. He tried soothing words once more. "See here, my lad, you've carried this joke too far. Why should you wish to injure us? Just shin up and get that wedge out, and we will agree to say no more about it." Another rending snap came from above. "By George, the hawser is going!" cried Stangate. "Here, stand aside. I'm coming over to see to it." The workman had plucked the hammer from his belt and waved it furiously in the air. "Stand back, young man, stand back, or come, if you would hasten your end." "Tom, Tom, for God's sake, don't spring! Help, help!" The passengers all joined in the cry for aid. The man smiled malignantly as he watched them. "There is no one to help. They could not come if they would. You would be wiser to turn to your own souls, that ye be not cast to the burning. Lo, strand by strand the cable snaps which hold you. There is yet another, and with each that goes there is more strain upon the rest. 5 minutes of time and all eternity beyond." A moan of fear rose from the prisoners in the lift. Stangate felt a cold sweat upon his brow as he passed his arm around the shrinking girl. If this vindictive devil could only be coaxed away for an instant, he would spring across and take his chance in a hand-to-hand fight. "Look here, my friend, we give you best," he cried. "We can do nothing. Go up and cut the cable if you wish. Go on, do it now and get it over." "That you may come across unharmed, having set my hand to the work, I will not draw back from it." Fury seized the young officer. "You devil!" he cried. "What do you stand there grinning for? I'll give you something to grin about. Give me a stick, one of you." The man waved his hammer. "Come then, come to judgment," he howled. "He'll murder you, Tom. Oh, for God's sake, don't! If we must die, let us all die together." "I wouldn't try it, sir," cried Billy. "He'll strike you down before you get a footing. Hold up, Dolly, my dear. Fainting won't help us. You speak to him, miss. Maybe he'll listen to you." "Why should you wish to hurt us?" said Mary. "What have we ever done to you? Surely you'll be sorry afterwards if we are injured. Now do be kind and reasonable and help us get back to the ground." For a moment there may have been some softening in the man's fierce eyes as he looked at the sweet face which was upturned to him. Then his features set once more into the grim lines of malice. "My hand is set to the work, woman. It is not for the servant to look back from his task." "But why should it be your task?" "Because there is a voice within me which tells me so. In the night time I have heard it, and in the daytime too, when I have lain out alone upon the girders, and seen the wicked dotting the streets below me, each busy in his own evil intent. 'John Barnes, John Barnes,' said the voice, 'you are here that you may give a sign to a sinful generation, such a sign as shall show them that the Lord liveth, and that there be a judgment upon sin. Who am I that I should disobey the voice of the Lord?'" "The voice of the devil," said Stangate. "What is the sin of this lady, or of these others, that you should seek their lives? You are as the others, neither better nor worse. All day they pass me, load by load, with foolish cries and empty songs and vain babble of voices. Their thoughts are set upon the things of the flesh. Too long have I stood aside and watched and refused to testify. But now the day of wrath is come, and the sacrifice is ready. Think not that a woman's tongue can turn me from my task." "It is useless," Mary cried. "Useless. I read death in his eyes." Another cord snapped. "Repent, repent," cried the madman. "One more and it is over." Commander Stangate felt as if it were all some extraordinary dream, some monstrous nightmare. Could it be possible that he, after all his escapes of death in warfare, was now in the heart of peaceful England at the mercy of a homicidal lunatic, and that his dear girl, the one being whom he would shield from the very shadow of danger, was helpless before this horrible man? All his energy and manhood rose up in him for one last effort. "Here, we won't be killed like sheep in the shambles," he cried, throwing himself against the wooden wall of the lift and kicking with all his force. "Come on, boys, kick it, beat it. It's only matchboarding, and it is giving. Smash it down. Well done. Once more all together. There she goes. Now for the side. Out with it. Splendid." First the back and then the side of the little compartment had been knocked out, and the splinters dropped down into the abyss. Barnes danced upon his girder, his hammer in the air. "Strive not," he shrieked. "It avails not. The day is surely come." "It's not 2 feet from the side girder," cried the officer. "Get across. Quick, quick. All of you. I'll hold this devil off." He had seized a stout stick from the commercial traveller and faced the madman, daring him to spring across. "Your turn now, my friend," he hissed. "Come on, hammer and all. I'm ready for you." Above him he heard another snap, and the frail platform began to rock. Glancing over his shoulder, he saw that his companions were all safe upon the side girder. A strange line of terrified castaways they appeared as they clung in an ungainly row to the trellis work of steel, but their feet were on the iron support. With 2 quick steps and a spring he was at their side. At the same instant the murderer, hammer in hand, jumped the gap. They had one vision of him there, a vision which will haunt their dreams. The convulsed face, the blazing eyes, the wind-tossed raven locks. For a moment he balanced himself upon the swaying platform. The next, with a rending crash, he and it were gone. There was a long silence, and then, far down, the thud and clatter of a mighty fall. With white faces, the forlorn group clung to the cold steel bars and gazed down into the terrible abyss. It was the commander who broke the silence. "They'll send for us now. It's all safe," he cried, wiping his brow. But by Jove, it was a close call. End of The Lift. Recording by Graham Longworth.
The Engineer by Amelia B. Edwards. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matt Braemiller. Number 5 Branch Line. The Engineer by Amelia B. Edwards. His name, sir, was Matthew Price. Mine is Benjamin Hardy. We were born within a few days of each other, bred up in the same village, taught at the same school. I cannot remember the time when we were not close friends. Even as boys we never knew what it was to quarrel. We had not a thought, we had not a possession that was not in common. We would have stood by each other fearlessly to the death. It was such a friendship as one reads about sometimes in books, fast and firm as the great tors upon our native moorlands, true as the sun in the heavens. The name of our village was Chadley, lifted high above the pasture flats which stretched away at our feet like a measureless green lake and melted into mist on the furthest horizon. It nestled, a tiny stone-built hamlet, in a sheltered hollow about midway between the plain and the plateau. Above us, rising ridge beyond ridge, slope beyond slope, spread the mountainous moor country, bare and bleak for the most part, with here and there a patch of cultivated field or hardy plantation, and crowned highest of all with masses of huge grey crag, abrupt, isolated, hoary, and older than the deluge. These were the Tors, Druid's Tor, King's Tor, Castle Tor, and the like, sacred places, as I have heard, in the ancient time, where crownings, burnings, human sacrifices, and all kinds of bloody heathen rites were performed. Bones, too, have been found there, and arrowheads, and ornaments of gold and glass. I had a vague awe of the Tors in those boyish days, and would not have gone near them after dark for the heaviest bribe. I have said that we were born in the same village. He was the son of a small farmer named William Price, and the eldest of a family of 7. I was the only child of Ephraim Hardy, the Chadley blacksmith, a well-known man in those parts whose memory is not forgotten to this day. Just so far as a farmer is supposed to be a bigger man than a blacksmith, Matt's father might be said to have a better standing than mine. But William Price, with his small holding and his 7 boys, was, in fact, as poor as many a day labourer, whilst the blacksmith, well-to-do, bustling, popular, and open-handed, was a person of some importance in the place. All this, however, had nothing to do with Matt and myself. It never occurred to either of us that his jacket was out at the elbows, or that our mutual funds came altogether from my pocket. It was enough for us that we sat on the same school bench, conned our tasks from the same primer, fought each other's battles, screened each other's faults, fished, nutted, played truant, robbed orchards and birds' nests together, and spent every half-hour, authorized or stolen, in each other's society. It was a happy time, but it could not go on forever. My father, being prosperous, resolved to put me forward in the world. I must know more and do better than himself. The forge was not good enough, the little world of Chadley not wide enough for me. Thus it happened that I was still swinging the satchel when Mat was whistling at the plough, and that at last, when my future course was shaped out, we were separated, as it then seemed to us, for life. For blacksmith's son as I was, furnace and forge in some form or other pleased me best, and I chose to be a working engineer. So my father by and by apprenticed me to a Birmingham ironmaster, and having bidden farewell to Mat and Chadley and the grey old tors in the shadow of which I had spent all the days of my life, I turned my face northward and went over into the Black Country. I am not going to dwell on this part of my story, how I worked out the term of my apprenticeship, how when I had served my full time and become a skilled workman, I took Mat from the plough and brought him over to the Black Country, sharing with him lodging, wages, experience, all, in short, that I had to give, how he, naturally quick to learn and brimful of quiet energy, worked his way up a step at a time and came, by and by, to be a first hand in his own department, how, during all these years of change and trial and effort, the old boyish affection never wavered or weakened, but went on, growing with our growth and strengthening with our strength, are facts which I need do no more than outline in this place. About this time, it will be remembered that I speak of the days when Mat and I were on the bright side of 30. It happened that our firm contracted to supply 6 first-class locomotives to run on the new line, then in process of construction between Turin and Genoa. It was the first Italian order we had taken. We had had dealings with France, Holland, Belgium, Germany, but never with Italy. The connection, therefore, was new and valuable. All the more valuable because our Transalpine neighbors had but lately begun to lay down the iron roads, and would be safe to need more of our good English work as they went on. So the Birmingham firm set themselves to the contract with a will, lengthened our working hours, increased our wages, took on fresh hands, and determined, if energy and promptitude could do it, to place themselves at the head of the Italian labour market and stay there. They deserved and achieved success. The 6 locomotives were not only turned out to time, but were shipped, dispatched, and delivered with a promptitude that fairly amazed our Piedmontese consignee. I was not a little proud, you may be sure, when I found myself appointed to superintend the transport of the engines. Being allowed a couple of assistants, I contrived that Mat should be one of them, and thus we enjoyed together the first great holiday of our lives. It was a wonderful change for 2 Birmingham operatives, fresh from the Black Country. The fairy city, with its crescent background of Alps, the port crowded with strange shipping, the marvellous blue sky and the bluer sea, the painted houses on the quays, the quaint cathedral faced with black and white marble, the street of jewellers like an Arabian Nights' bazaar, the street of palaces with its Moorish courtyards, its fountains and orange trees, the women veiled like brides, the galley slaves chained 2 and 2, the processions of priests and friars, the everlasting clangor of bells, the babble of a strange tongue, the singular lightness and brightness of the climate, made, altogether, such a combination of wonders that we wandered about the first day in a kind of bewildered dream, like children at a fair. Before that week was ended, being tempted by the beauty of the place and the liberality of the pay, we had agreed to take service with the Turin and Genoa Railway Company, and to turn our backs upon Birmingham for ever. Then began a new life, a life so active and healthy, so steeped in fresh air and sunshine that we sometimes marvelled how we could have endured the gloom of the Black Country. We were constantly up and down the line, now at Genoa, now at Turin, taking trial trips with the locomotives and placing our old experiences at the services of our new employers. In the meanwhile we made Genoa our headquarters, and hired a couple of rooms over a small shop in a by-street sloping down to the quays. Such a busy little street, so steep and winding that no vehicles could pass through it, and so narrow that the sky looked like a mere strip of deep blue ribbon overhead. Every house in it, however, was a shop, where the goods encroached on the footway, or were piled about the door, or hung like tapestry from the balconies, and all day long, from dawn to dusk, an incessant stream of passers-by poured up and down between the port and the upper quarter of the city. Our landlady was the widow of a silver worker, and lived by the sale of filigree ornaments, cheap jewelry, combs, fans, and toys in ivory and jet. She had an only daughter named Gianetta, who served in the shop, and was simply the most beautiful woman I ever beheld. Looking back across this weary chasm of years, and bringing her image before me, as I can and do, with all the vividness of life, I am unable even now to detect a flaw in her beauty. I do not attempt to describe her. I do not believe there is a poet living who could find the words to do it, but I once saw a picture that was somewhat like her, not half so lovely, but still like her, and, for aught I know, that picture is still hanging where I last looked at it, upon the walls of the Louvre. It represented a woman with brown eyes and golden hair, looking over her shoulder into a circular mirror held by a bearded man in the background. In this man, as I then understood, the artist had painted his own portrait, in her the portrait of the woman he loved. No picture that I ever saw was half so beautiful, and yet it was not worthy to be named in the same breath with Gianetta Coniglia. You may be certain the widow's shop did not want for customers. All Genoa knew how fair a face was to be seen behind that dingy little counter, and Gianetta, flirt as she was, had more lovers than she cared to remember even by name. Gentle and simple, rich and poor, from the red-capped sailor buying his earrings or his amulet, to the nobleman carelessly purchasing half the filigrees in the window, she treated them all alike, encouraged them, laughed at them, led them on, and turned them off at her pleasure. She had no more heart than a marble statue, as Mat and I discovered by and by, to our bitter cost. I cannot tell to this day how it came about, or what first led me to suspect how things were going with us both. But long before the waning of that autumn, a coldness had sprung up between my friend and myself. It was nothing that could have been put into words. It was nothing that either of us could have explained or justified to save his life. We lodged together, ate together, worked together, exactly as before. We even took our long evening's walk together, when the day's labor was ended, and except, perhaps, that we were more silent than of old, no mere looker-on could have detected a shadow of change. Yet there it was, silent and subtle, widening the gulf between us every day. It was not his fault. He was too true and gentle-hearted to have willingly brought about such a state of things between us. Neither do I believe, fiery as my nature is, that it was mine. It was all hers, hers from first to last, the sin and the shame and the sorrow. If she had shown a fair and open preference for either of us, no real harm could have come of it. I would have put any constraint upon myself, and heaven knows, have borne any suffering to see Mat really happy. I know that he would have done the same, and more if he could, for me. But Gianetta cared not one sou for either. She never meant to choose between us. It gratified her vanity to divide us. It amused her to play with us. It would pass my power to tell how, by 1,000 imperceptible shades of coquetry, by the lingering of a glance, the substitution of a word, the flitting of a smile, she contrived to turn our heads and torture our hearts and lead us on to love her. She deceived us both. She buoyed us up with hope. She maddened us with jealousy. She crushed us with despair. For my part, when I seemed to wake to a sudden sense of the ruin that was about our path, and I saw how the truest friendship that ever bound two lives together was drifting on to wreck and ruin, I asked myself whether any woman in the world was worth what Mat had been to me and I to him. But this was not often. I was readier to shut my eyes upon the truth than to face it, and so lived on, wilfully, in a dream. Thus the autumn passed away, and winter came, the strange, treacherous Genoese winter, green with olive and ilex, brilliant with sunshine and bitter with storm. Still, rivals at heart and friends on the surface, Mat and I lingered on in our lodging at the Vicolo Balba. Still Gianetta held us with her fatal wiles, and her still more fatal beauty. At length there came a day when I felt I could bear the horrible misery and suspense of it no longer. The sun, I vowed, should not go down before I knew my sentence. She must choose between us. She must either take me or let me go. I was reckless, I was desperate, I was determined to know the worst or the best. If the worst, I would at once turn my back upon Genoa, upon her, upon all the pursuits and purposes of my past life, and begin the world anew. This I told her, passionately and sternly, standing before her in the little parlour at the back of the shop one bleak December morning. "If it's Mat you care for most," I said, "tell me so in one word, and I will never trouble you again. He is better worth your love. I am jealous and exacting. He is as trusting and unselfish as a woman. Speak, Gianetta. Am I to bid you good-bye for ever and ever, or am I to write home to my mother in England, bidding her pray to God to bless the woman who has promised to be my wife?" "You plead your friend's cause well," she replied haughtily. "Matteo ought to be grateful. This is more than he ever did for you." "Give me an answer, for pity's sake," I exclaimed, "and let me go." "You are free to go or stay, Signor Inglese," she replied. "I am not your jailer." "Do you bid me leave you?" "Beata Madre, not I." "Will you marry me if I stay?" She laughed aloud, such a merry, mocking, musical laugh, like a chime of silver bells. "You ask too much," she said. "Only what you have led me to hope these 5 or 6 months past." "That is just what Matteo says. How tiresome you both are." "Oh, Gianetta," I said passionately, "be serious for one moment. I am a rough fellow, it is true, not half good enough or clever enough for you, but I love you with my whole heart, and an emperor could do no more." "I am glad of it," she replied. "I do not want you to love me less." "Then you cannot wish to make me wretched. Will you promise me?" "I promise nothing," she said, with another burst of laughter, "except that I will not marry Matteo." Except that she would not marry Matteo. Only that. Not a word of hope for myself, nothing but my friend's condemnation. I might get comfort and selfish triumph and some sort of base assurance out of that, if I could. And so, to my shame, I did. I grasped at the vain encouragement, and, fool that I was, let her put me off again unanswered. From that day I gave up all effort at self-control, and let myself drift blindly on to destruction. At length things became so bad between Mat and myself that it seemed as if an open rupture must be at hand. We avoided each other, scarcely exchanged a dozen sentences in a day, and fell away from all our old familiar habits. At this time, I shudder to remember it, there were moments when I felt that I hated him. Thus, with the trouble deepening and widening between us day by day, another month or 5 weeks went by, and February came. And, with February, the carnival. They said in Genoa that it was a particularly dull carnival, and so it must have been, for save a flag or two hung out in some of the principal streets, and a sort of festa look about the women, there were no special indications of the season. It was, I think, the second day when, having been on the line all morning, I returned to Genoa at dusk, and to my surprise found Mat Price on the platform. He came up to me and laid his hand on my arm. "You are in late," he said. "I have been waiting for you 3/4 of an hour. Shall we dine together to-day?" Impulsive as I am, this evidence of returning goodwill at once called up my better feelings. "With all my heart, Mat," I replied. "Shall we go to Ghoulies?" "No, no," he said hurriedly. "Some quieter place. Some place where we can talk. I have something to say to you." I noticed now that he looked pale and agitated, and an uneasy sense of apprehension stole upon me. We decided on the Pescatore, a little out-of-the-way trattoria, down near Molo Vecchio. There, in a dingy salon, frequented chiefly by seamen, and redolent of tobacco, we ordered our simple dinner. Mat scarcely swallowed a morsel, but, calling presently for a bottle of Sicilian wine, drank eagerly. "Well, Mat," I said, as the last dish was placed on the table, "what news have you?" "Bad." "I guessed that from your face." "Bad for you. Bad for me. Gianetta." "What of Gianetta?" He passed his hand nervously across his lips. "Gianetta is false. Worse than false," he said in a hoarse voice. "She values an honest man's heart, just as she values a flower for her hair. Wears it for a day, then throws it aside for ever. She has cruelly wronged us both." "In what way? Good heavens, speak out." in the worst way that a woman can wrong those who love her. She has sold herself to the Marchese Loredano." The blood rushed to my head and face in a burning torrent. I could scarcely see, and I dared not trust myself to speak. "I saw her going towards the cathedral," he went on hurriedly. "It was about 3 hours ago. I thought she might be going to confession, so I hung back and followed her at a distance. When she got inside, however, she went straight to the back of the pulpit, where this man was waiting for her. You remember him, an old man who used to haunt the shop a month or 2 back? Well, seeing how deep in conversation they were, and how they stood close under the pulpit with their backs toward the church, I fell into a passion of anger and went straight up the aisle, intending to say or do something, I scarcely knew what, but, at all events, to draw her arm through mine and take her home. When I came within a few feet, however, and found only a big pillar between myself and them, I paused. They could not see me, nor I them, but I could hear their voices distinctly, and I listened. "Well, and you heard?" "The terms of a shameful bargain. Beauty on the one side, gold on the other, so many 1,000 francs a year, a villa near Naples. Pah! It makes me sick to repeat it." And, with a shudder, he poured out another glass of wine and drank it at a draught. "After that," he said presently, "I made no effort to bring her away. The whole thing was so cold-blooded, so deliberate, so shameful, that I felt I had only to wipe her out of my memory and leave her to her fate. I stole out of the cathedral and walked about here by the sea for ever so long, trying to get my thoughts straight. Then I remembered you, Ben, and the recollection of how this wanton had come between us and broken up our lives drove me wild. So I went up to the station and waited for you. I felt you ought to know it all, and I thought, perhaps, that we might go back to England together." "The Marchese Loredano?" It was all that I could say, all that I could think. As Matt had just said of himself, I felt like one stunned. "There is one other thing I may as well tell you," he added reluctantly, "if only to show you how false a woman can be. We were to have been married next month." "We? Who? What do you mean?" "I mean that we were to have been married, Gianetta and I." A sudden storm of rage, of scorn, of incredulity swept over me at this, and seemed to carry my senses away. "You?" I cried. "Gianetta marry you? I don't believe it." "I wish I had not believed it," he replied, looking up as if puzzled by my vehemence. "But she promised me, and I thought when she promised it, she meant it." "She told me weeks ago that she would never be your wife." His color rose, his brow darkened, but when his answer came, it was as calm as the last. "Indeed," he said, "then it is only one baseness more. She told me that she had refused you, and that was why we kept our engagement secret." "Tell the truth, Matt Price," I said, well nigh beside myself with suspicion. "Confess that every word of this is false. Confess that Gianetta will not listen to you, and that you are afraid I may succeed where you have failed, as perhaps I shall after all." "Are you mad?" he exclaimed. "What do you mean?" "That I believe it's just a trick to get me away to England. That I don't credit a syllable of your story. You're a liar, and I hate you." He rose, and, laying one hand to the back of his chair, looked me sternly in the face. "If you were not Benjamin Hardy," he said deliberately, "I would thrash you within an inch of your life." The words had no sooner passed his lips than I sprang at him. I have never been able distinctly to remember what followed. A curse, a blow, a struggle, a moment of blind fury, a cry, a confusion of tongues, a circle of strange faces. Then I see Matt lying back in the arms of a bystander, myself trembling and bewildered, the knife dropping from my grasp, blood upon the floor, blood upon my hands, blood upon his shirt. And then I hear those dreadful words, "Oh, Ben, you have murdered me." He did not die, at least not there and then. He was carried to the nearest hospital and lay for some weeks between life and death. His case, they said, was difficult and dangerous. The knife had gone in just below the collarbone and pierced down into the lungs. He was not allowed to speak or turn, scarcely to breathe with freedom. He might not even lift his head to drink. I sat by him day and night all through that sorrowful time. I gave up my situation on the railway. I quitted my lodging in the Vicola Balba. I tried to forget that such a woman as Gianetta Coneglia had ever drawn breath. I lived only for Matt, and he tried to live more, I believe, for my sake than his own. Thus, in the bitter silent hours of pain and penitence, when no hand but mine approached his lips or smoothed his pillow, the old friendship came back, and even more than its old trust and faithfulness. He forgave me, fully and freely, and I would thankfully have given my life for him. At length there came one bright spring morning, when, dismissed as convalescent, he tottered out through the hospital gates leaning on my arm, and feeble as an infant. He was not cured. Neither, as I then learned to my horror and anguish, was it possible that he ever could be cured. He might live, with care, for some years, but the lungs were injured beyond hope of remedy, and a strong or healthy man he could never be again. These, spoken aside to me, were the parting words of the chief physician, who advised me to take him further south without delay. I took him to a little coast town called Rocca, some 30 miles beyond Genoa, a sheltered, lonely place along the Riviera, where the sea was even bluer than the sky, and the cliffs were green with strange tropical plants, cacti and aloes and Egyptian palms. Here we lodged in the house of a small tradesman, and Matt, to use his own words, set to work at getting well in good earnest. But alas, it was a work which no earnestness could forward. Day after day he went down to the beach and sat for hours drinking the sea air and watching the sails that came and went in the offing. By and by he could go no further than the garden of the house in which we lived. A little later, and he spent his days on a couch beside the open window, waiting patiently for the end. Aye, for the end. It had come to that. He was fading fast, waning with the waning summer, and conscious that the reaper was at hand. His whole aim now was to soften the agony of my remorse, and prepare me for what must shortly come. "I would not live longer if I could," he said, lying on his couch one summer evening and looking up to the stars. "If I had my choice at this moment, I would ask to go. I should like Gianetta to know that I forgave her." "She shall know it," I said, trembling suddenly from head to foot. He pressed my hand. "And you'll write to father?" "I will." I had drawn back a little that he might not see the tears raining down my cheeks, but he raised himself on his elbow and looked round. "Don't fret, Ben," he whispered, laid his head back wearily upon the pillow, and so died. And this was the end of it. This was the end of all that made life life to me. I buried him there, in hearing of the wash of a strange sea on a strange shore. I stayed by the grave till the priest and the bystanders were gone. I saw the earth filled in to the last sod, and the grave-digger stamped it down with his feet. Then, and not till then, I felt that I had lost him forever, the friend I had loved, and hated, and slain. Then, and not till then, I knew that all rest and joy and hope were over for me. From that moment my heart hardened within me, and my life was filled with loathing. Day and night, land and sea, labor and rest, food and sleep were alike hateful to me. It was the curse of Cain, and that my brother had pardoned me made it lie none the lighter. Peace on earth was for me no more, and goodwill towards men was dead in my heart forever. Remorse softened some natures, but it poisoned mine. I hated all mankind, but above all mankind I hated the woman who had come between us two, and ruined both our lives. He had bidden me seek her out, and be the messenger of his forgiveness. I had sooner have gone down to the port of Genoa and taken upon me the serge cap and shotted chain of any galley slave at his toil in the public works, but for all that I did my best to obey him. I went back, alone and on foot. I went back intending to say to her, "Gianetta Coniglia, he forgave you, but God never will." But she was gone. The little shop was let to a fresh occupant, and the neighbors only knew that mother and daughter had left the place quite suddenly, and that Gianetta was supposed to be under the protection of the Marchese Loredano. How I made inquiries here and there, how I heard that they had gone to Naples, and how, being restless and reckless of my time, I worked my passage in a French steamer and followed her. How, having found the sumptuous villa that was now hers, I learned that she had left there some 10 days and gone to Paris, where the Marchese was ambassador for the 2 Sicilies. How, working my passage back again to Marseille, and thence in part by the river and in part by the rail, I made my way to Paris. How, day after day, I paced the streets and the parks, watched at the ambassador's gates, followed his carriage, and at last, after weeks of waiting, discovered her address. How, having written to request an interview, her servant spurned me from her door and flung my letter in my face. How, looking up at her windows, I then, instead of forgiving, solemnly cursed her with the bitterest curses my tongue could devise. And how, this done, I shook the dust of Paris from my feet and became a wanderer upon the face of the earth, are facts which I have now no space to tell. The next 6 or 8 years of my life were shifting and unsettled enough. A morose and restless man, I took employment here and there as opportunity offered, turning my hand to many things and caring little what I earned, so long as the work was hard and the change incessant. First of all, I engaged myself as chief engineer in one of the French steamers plying between Marseille and Constantinople. At Constantinople I changed to one of the Austrian Lloyd's boats, and worked for some time to and fro from Alexandria, Jaffa, and those parts. After that I fell in with a party of Mr. Layard's men at Cairo, and so went up the Nile, and took a turn at the excavations of the mound of Nimrod. Then I became a working engineer on the new desert line between Alexandria and Suez. And by I worked my passage out to Bombay and took service as an engine fitter on one of the great Indian railways. I stayed a long time in India. That is to say, I stayed nearly 2 years, which was a long time for me, and I might not even have left so soon but for the war that was declared just then with Russia. That tempted me, for I loved danger and hardship as other men love safety and ease, and as for my life, I had sooner have parted from it than kept it any day. So I came straight back to England, betook myself to Portsmouth, where my testimonials at once procured me the sort of berth I wanted. I went out to the Crimea in the engine-room of one of Her Majesty's war steamers. I served with the fleet, of course, while the war lasted, and when it was over went wandering off again, rejoicing in my liberty. This time I went to Canada, and after working on a railway then in progress near the American frontier, I presently passed over into the States, journeyed from north to south, crossed the Rocky Mountains, tried a month or 2 of life in the gold country, and then, being seized with a sudden, aching, unaccountable longing to revisit that solitary grave so far away on the Italian coast, I turned my face once more towards Europe. Poor little grave! I found it rank with weeds, the cross half shattered, the inscription half effaced. It was as if no one had loved him or remembered him. I went back to the house in which we had lodged together. The same people were still living there and made me kindly welcome. I stayed with them for some weeks. I weeded and planted and trimmed the grave with my own hands and set up a fresh cross in pure white marble. It was the first season of rest that I had known since I laid him there, and when at last I shouldered my knapsack and set forth again to battle with the world, I promised myself that, God willing, I would creep back to Rocca when my days drew near to ending and be buried by his side. From hence, being perhaps a little less inclined than formerly for very distant parts, and willing to keep within reach of that grave, I went no further than Mantua, where I engaged myself as an engine driver on the line, then not long completed between that city and Venice. Somehow, although I had been trained to the working engineering, I preferred in these days to earn my bread by driving. I liked the excitement of it, the sense of power, the rush of the air, the roar of the fire, the flitting of the landscape. Above all, I enjoyed to drive a night express. The worse the weather, the better it suited my sullen temper, for I was as hard and harder than ever. The years had done nothing to soften me. They had only confirmed that all was blackest and bitterest in my heart. I continued pretty faithful to the Mantua line, and had been working on it steadily for more than 7 months, when that which I am now about to relate took place. It was the month of March. The weather had been unsettled for some days past, and the nights stormy, and at one point along the line near Ponte di Brenta the waters had risen and swept away some 70 yards of embankment. Since this accident the trains had all been obliged to stop at a certain spot between Padua and Ponte di Brenta, and the passengers with their luggage had thence to be transported in all kinds of vehicles by a circuitous country road to the nearest station on the other side of the gap, where another train and engine awaited them. This, of course, caused great confusion and annoyance, put all our timetables wrong, and subjected the public to a large amount of inconvenience. In the meanwhile an army of navvies was drafted to the spot and worked day and night to repair the damage. At this time I was driving 2 through trains each day, namely one from Mantua to Venice in the early morning, and a return train from Venice to Mantua in the afternoon. A tolerably full day's work, covering about 190 miles of ground, and occupying between 10 and 11 hours. I was therefore not best pleased when, on the 3rd or 4th day after the accident, I was informed that, in addition to my regular allowance of work, I should that evening be required to drive a special train to Venice. This special train, consisting of an engine, a single carriage, and a brake van, was to leave the Mantua platform at 11. At Padua the passengers were to alight and find post-chaises waiting to convey them to Ponte di Brenta. At Ponte di Brenta another engine, carriage, and brake van were to be in readiness. I was charged to accompany them throughout. "Corpo di Bacco," said the clerk who gave me my orders, "you need not look so black, man. You are certain of a handsome gratuity. Do you know who goes with you?" "Not I." "Not you, indeed. Why, it's the Duca Loredano, the Neapolitan ambassador." "Loredano?" I stammered. "What Loredano? There was a Marchese." "Certo. He was the Marchese Loredano some years ago, but he has come into his dukedom since then." "He must be a very old man by this time." "Yes, he is old, but what of that? He is as hale and bright and stately as ever. You have seen him before?" "Yes," I said, turning away. "I have seen him, years ago." "You have heard of his marriage?" I shook my head. The clerk chuckled, rubbed his hands, and shrugged his shoulders. "An extraordinary affair," he said. "Made a tremendous esclandre at the time. He married his mistress, quite a common, vulgar girl, a Genoese, very handsome, but not received, of course. Nobody visits her." "Married her!" I exclaimed. "Impossible!" "True, I assure you." I put my hand to my head. I felt as if I had had a fall or a blow. Does she go tonight?" I faltered. "Oh dear, yes. Goes everywhere with him. Never lets him out of her sight. You'll see her, la bella duchessa." With this my informant laughed and rubbed his hands again and went back to his office. The day went by, I scarcely know how, except that my whole soul was in a tumult of rage and bitterness. I returned from my afternoon's work about 7:25, and at 10:30 I was once again at the station. I had examined the engine, given instructions to the facista, or stoker, about the fire, seen to the supply of oil, and got all in readiness when, just as I was about to compare my watch with the clock in the ticket office, a hand was laid upon my arm, and a voice in my ear said, "Are you the engine driver who is going on with this special train?" I had never seen the speaker before. He was a small, dark man, muffled up about the throat, with blue glasses, a large black beard, and his hat drawn low upon his eyes. "You are a poor man, I suppose," he said, in a quick, eager whisper, "and like other poor men would not object to be better off. Would you like to earn a couple of 1,000 florins?" "In what way?" "Hush! You are to stop at Padua, are you not? And to go on again to Ponte di Brenta?" I nodded. "Suppose you did nothing of the kind. Suppose, instead of turning off the steam, you jump off the engine and let the train run on." "Impossible. There are 70 yards of embankment gone, and—" "Basta! I know that. Save yourself, and let the train run on. It would be nothing but an accident." I turned hot and cold. I trembled. My heart beat fast, and my breath failed. "Why do you tempt me?" I faltered. "For Italy's sake," he whispered. "For liberty's sake. I know you are no Italian, but for all that you may be a friend. This Loredano is one of his country's bitterest enemies. Stay. Here are the 2,000 florins." I thrust his hand back fiercely. "No, no," I said. "No blood money. If I do it neither for Italy nor for money, but for vengeance." "For vengeance," he repeated. At this moment the signal was given for backing up to the platform. I sprang to my place upon the engine without another word. When I again looked toward the spot where he had been standing, the stranger was gone. I saw them take their places, Duke and Duchess, secretary and priest, valet and maid. I saw the station master bow them into the carriage, and stand, bareheaded, beside the door. I could not distinguish their faces. The platform was too dusk, and the glare from the engine fire too strong. But I recognized her stately figure and the poise of her head. Had I not been told who she was, I should have known her by those traits alone. Then the guard's whistle shrilled out, and the station master made his last bow. I turned the steam on, and we started. My blood was on fire. I no longer trembled or hesitated. I felt as if every nerve was iron, and every pulse instinct with deadly purpose. She was in my power, and I would be avenged. She should die. She, for whom I had stained my soul with my friend's blood. She should die in the plenitude of her wealth and her beauty, and no power upon earth should save her. The stations flew past. I put on more steam. I bade the fireman heap in the coke, and stir the blazing mass. I would have outstripped the wind, had it been possible. Faster and faster, hedges and trees, bridges and stations flashing past, villages no sooner seen than gone, telegraph wires twisting and dipping and twining themselves in one with the awful swiftness of our pace. Faster and faster, till the fireman at my side looks white and scared, and refuses to add more fuel to the furnace. Faster and faster, till the wind rushes in our faces and drives the breath back upon our lips. I would have scorned to save myself. I meant to die with the rest, mad as I was, and I believed from my very soul that I was utterly mad for the time. I felt a passing pang of pity for the old man and his suite. I would have spared the poor fellow at my side, too, if I could, but the pace at which we were going made escape impossible. Vicenza was past, a mere confused vision of lights. Pagana flew by. At Padua, but 9 miles distant, our passengers were to alight. I saw the fireman's face turned upon me in remonstrance. I saw his lips move, though I could not hear a word. I saw his expression change suddenly from remonstrance to a deadly terror, and then, merciful heaven, then for the first time I saw that he and I were no longer alone upon the engine. There was a third man standing on my right hand, as the fireman was standing on my left, a tall, stalwart man with short curling hair and a flat Scotch cap upon his head. As I fell back in the first shock of surprise, he stepped nearer, took my place at the engine, and turned the steam off. I opened my lips to speak to him. He turned his head slowly and looked me in the face. Matthew Price. I uttered one long, wild cry, flung my arms wildly up above my head, and fell as if I had been smitten with an axe. I am prepared for the objections that may be made to my story. I expect, as a matter of course, to be told that this was an optical illusion, or that I was suffering from pressure on the brain, or even that I labored under an attack of temporary insanity. I have heard all these arguments before, and, if I may be forgiven for saying so, I have no desire to hear them again. My own mind has been made up upon this subject for many a year. All I can say, all that I know is, that Matthew Price came back from the dead to save my soul, and the lives of those whom I, in my guilty rage, would have hurried to destruction. I believe this as I believe in the mercy of heaven and the forgiveness of repentant sinners. End of Number 5 Branch Line, The Engineer. By Mary E. Wilkins Freeman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matt Braemiller. The Hall Bedroom by Mary E. Wilkins Freeman. My name is Mrs. Elizabeth Jennings. I am a highly respectable woman. I may style myself a gentlewoman, for in my youth I enjoyed advantages. I was well brought up, and I graduated at a young ladies' seminary. I also married well. My husband was the most genteel of all merchants, an apothecary. His shop was on the corner of the main street in Rockton, the town where I was born, and where I lived until the death of my husband. My parents had died when I had been married a short time, so I was left quite alone in the world. I was not competent to carry on the apothecary business by myself, for I had no knowledge of drugs, and had a mortal terror of giving poisons instead of medicines. Therefore I was obliged to sell at a considerable sacrifice, and the proceeds, some $5,000, were all I had in the world. The income was not enough to support me in any kind of comfort, and I saw that I must in some way earn money. I thought at first of teaching, but I was no longer young, and methods had changed since my school days. What I was able to teach, nobody wished to know. I could think of only one thing to do: take boarders. But the same objection to that business as to teaching held good in Rockton. Nobody wished to board. My husband had rented a house with a number of bedrooms, and I advertised, but nobody applied. Finally, my cash was running very low, and I became desperate. I packed up my furniture, rented a large house in this town, and moved here. It was a venture attended with many risks. In the first place, the rent was exorbitant. In the next, I was entirely unknown. However, I am a person of considerable ingenuity, and have inventive power, and much enterprise when the occasion presses. I advertised in a very original manner, although that actually took my last penny, that is, the last penny of my ready money, and I was forced to draw on my principal to purchase my first supplies, a thing which I had resolved never on any account to do. But the great risk met with a reward, for I had several applicants within 2 days after my advertisement appeared in the paper. Within 2 weeks my boarding-house was well established. I became very successful, and my success would have been uninterrupted had it not been for the mysterious and bewildering occurrences which I am about to relate. I am now forced to leave the house and rent another. Some of my old boarders accompany me. Some, with the most unreasonable nervousness, refuse to be longer associated in any way, however indirectly, with the terrible and uncanny happenings which I have to relate. It remains to be seen whether my ill luck in this house will follow me into another, and whether my whole prosperity in life will be forever shadowed by the mystery of the hall bedroom. Instead of telling the strange story myself in my own words, I shall present the journal of Mr. George H. Wheatcroft. I shall show you the portions beginning on January 18 of the present year, the date when he took up his residence with me. Here it is. January 18, 1883. Here I am established in my new boarding-house. I have, as befits my humble means, the hall bedroom, even the hall bedroom on the 3rd floor. I have heard all my life of hall bedrooms. I have seen hall bedrooms. I have been in them. But never until now, when I am actually established in one, did I comprehend what, at once, an ignominious and sternly uncompromising thing a hall bedroom is. It proves the ignominy of the dweller therein. No man at 36, my age, would be domiciled in a hall bedroom unless he were himself ignominious, at least comparatively speaking. I am proved by this means incontrovertibly to have been left far behind in the race. I see no reason why I should not live in this hall bedroom for the rest of my life, that is, if I have money enough to pay the landlady, and that seems probable, since my small funds are invested as safely as if I were an orphan ward in charge of a pillar of a sanctuary. After the valuables have been stolen, I have most carefully locked the stable door. I have experienced the revulsion which comes sooner or later to the adventurous soul who experiences nothing but defeat and so-called ill luck. I have swung to the opposite extreme. I have lost in everything. I have lost in love. I have lost in money. I have lost in the struggle for preferment. I have lost in health and strength. I am now settled down in a hall bedroom to live upon my small income and regain my health by mild potations of the mineral waters here, if possible. If not, to live here without my health, for mine is not a necessarily fatal malady, until Providence shall take me out of my hall bedroom. There is no one place more than another where I care to live. There is not sufficient motive to take me away, even if the mineral waters do not benefit me. So I am here and to stay in the hall bedroom. The landlady is civil, and even kind as a woman who has to keep her poor womanly eye upon the main chance can be. The struggle for money always injures the fine grain of a woman. She is too fine a thing to do it. She does not by nature belong with the gold grubbers, and it therefore lowers her. She steps from heights to claw and scrape and dig. But she cannot help it oftentimes, poor thing, and her deterioration thereby is to be condoned. The landlady is all she can be, taking her strain of adverse circumstances into consideration, and the table is good, even conscientiously so. It looks to me as if she were foolish enough to strive to give the boarders their money's worth, with the due regard for the main chance which is inevitable. However, that is of minor importance to me, since my diet is restricted. It is curious what an annoyance a restriction in diet can be even to a man who has considered himself somewhat indifferent to gastronomic delights. There was today a pudding for dinner, which I could not taste without penalty, but which I longed for. It was only because it looked unlike any other pudding that I had ever seen, and assumed a mental and spiritual significance. It seemed to me, whimsically no doubt, as if tasting it might give me a new sensation, and consequently a new outlook. Trivial things may lead to large results. Why should I not get a new outlook by means of a pudding? Life here stretches before me most monotonously, and I feel like clutching at alleviations, though paradoxically, since I have settled down with the utmost acquiescence. Still, one cannot immediately overcome and change radically all one's nature. Now I look at myself critically and search for the keynote to my whole self and my actions. I have always been conscious of a reaching out, an overweening desire for the new, the untried, for the broadness of further horizons, the seas beyond seas, the thought beyond thought. This characteristic has been the primary cause of all my misfortunes. I have the soul of an explorer, and in 9 out of 10 cases this leads to destruction. If I had possessed capital and sufficient push, I should have been one of the searchers after the North Pole. I have been an eager student of astronomy. I have studied botany with avidity, and have dreamed of new flora in unexplored parts of the world, and the same with animal life and geology. I longed for riches in order to discover the power and sense of possession of the rich. I longed for love in order to discover the possibilities of the emotions. I longed for all that the mind of man could conceive as desirable for man, not so much for purely selfish ends, as from an insatiable thirst for knowledge of a universal trend. But I have limitations. I do not quite understand of what nature, for what mortal ever did quite understand his own limitations, since a knowledge of them would preclude their existence. But they have prevented my progress to any extent. Therefore, behold me in my hall bedroom, settled at last into a groove of fate so deep that I have lost the sight of even my horizons. Just at present, as I write here, my horizon on the left, that is, my physical horizon, is a wall covered with cheap paper. The paper is an indeterminate pattern in white and gilt. There are a few photographs of my own hung about, and on the large wall space beside the bed there is a large oil painting which belongs to my landlady. It has a massive tarnished gold frame, and, curiously enough, the painting itself is rather good. I have no idea who the artist could have been. It is of the conventional landscape type in vogue some 50 years since, the type so fondly reproduced in chromos. The winding river with the little boat occupied by a pair of lovers, the cottage nestled among the trees on the right shore, the gentle slope of the hills, and the church spire in the background. But still it is well done. It gives me the impression of an artist without the slightest originality of design, but much of technique. But for some inexplicable reason, the picture frets me. I find myself gazing at it when I do not wish to do so. It seems to compel my attention, like some intent face in the room. I shall ask Mrs. Jennings to have it removed. I will hang in its place some photographs which I have in a trunk. January 26. I do not write regularly in my journal. I never did. I see no reason why I should. I see no reason why anyone should have the slightest sense of duty in such a matter. Some days I have nothing which interests me sufficiently to write out. Some days I feel either too ill or too indolent. For 4 days I have not written, from a mixture of all 3 reasons. Now, today I both feel like it, and I have something to write. Also, I am distinctly better than I have been. Perhaps the waters are benefiting me, or the change of air, or possibly it is something else more subtle. Possibly my mind has seized upon something new, a discovery which causes it to react upon my failing body and serves as a stimulant. All I know is I feel distinctly better, and am conscious of an acute interest in doing so, which is of late strange to me. I have been rather indifferent, and sometimes have wondered if that were not the cause rather than the result of my state of health. I have been so continually balked that I have settled into a state of inertia. I lean rather comfortably against my obstacles. After all, the worst of the pain always lies in the struggle. Give up, and it is rather pleasant than otherwise. If one did not kick, the pricks would not in the least matter. However, for some reason, for the last few days I seem to have awakened from my state of quiescence. It means future trouble for me, no doubt, but in the meantime I am not sorry. It began with the picture, the large oil painting. I went to Mrs. Jennings about it yesterday, and she, to my surprise, for I thought it a matter that could be easily arranged, objected to having it removed. Her reasons were two, both simple, both sufficient, especially since I, after all, had no very strong desire either way. It seems that the picture does not belong to her. It hung here when she rented the house. She says if it is removed, a very large and unsightly discoloration of the wallpaper will be exposed, and she does not like to ask for new paper. The owner, an old man, is traveling abroad. The agent is curt, and she has only been in the house a very short time. Then it would mean a sad upheaval of my room, which would disturb me. She also says that there is no place in the house where she can store the picture, and that there is not a vacant space in another room for one so large. So I let the picture remain. It really, when I come to think of it, was very immaterial after all. But I got my photographs out of my trunk, and I hung them around the large picture. The wall was almost completely covered. I hung them yesterday afternoon, and last night I repeated a strange experience which I have had in some degree every night since I have been here, but was not sure whether it deserved the name of experience, but was not rather one of those dreams in which one dreams one is awake. But last night it came again, and now I know. There is something very singular about this room. I am very much interested. I will write down for future reference the events of last night. Concerning those of the preceding nights since I have slept in this room, I will simply say that they have been of a similar nature, but, as it were, only the preliminary stages, the prologue to what happened last night. I am not depending upon the mineral waters here as the one remedy for my malady, which is sometimes of an acute nature, and indeed constantly threatens me with considerable suffering unless by medicine I can keep it in check. I will say that the medicine which I employ is not of the class commonly known as drugs. It is impossible that it can be held responsible for what I am about to transcribe. My mind last night and every night since I have slept in this room was in an absolutely normal state. I take this medicine, prescribed by the specialist in whose charge I was before coming here, regularly every 4 hours while awake. As I am never a good sleeper, it follows that I am enabled with no inconvenience to take any medicine during the night with the same regularity as during the day. It is my habit, therefore, to place my bottle and spoon where I can put my hand upon them easily without lighting the gas. Since I have been in this room, I have placed the bottle of medicine upon my dresser at the side of the room opposite the bed. I have done this rather than place it nearer, as once I jostled the bottle and spilled most of the contents, and it is not easy for me to replace it, as it is expensive. Therefore I placed it in security on the dresser, and indeed that is but 3 or 4 steps from my bed, the room being so small. Last night I wakened as usual, and I knew, since I had fallen asleep about 11, that it must be in the neighborhood of 3. I wake with almost clock-like regularity, and it is never necessary for me to consult my watch. I had slept unusually well and without dreams, and I awoke fully at once, with a feeling of refreshment to which I am not accustomed. I immediately got out of bed, and began stepping across the room in the direction of my dresser, on which I had set my medicine bottle and spoon. To my utter amazement, the steps which had hitherto sufficed to take me across my room did not suffice to do so. I advanced several paces, and my outstretched hands touched nothing. I stopped, and went on again. I was sure that I was moving in a straight direction, and even if I had not been, I knew that it was impossible to advance in any direction in my tiny apartment without coming into collision either with a wall or a piece of furniture. I continued to walk falteringly, as I have seen people on the stage, a step, then a long falter, then a sliding step. I kept my hands extended. They touched nothing. I stopped again. I had not the least sentiment of fear or consternation. It was rather the very stupefaction of surprise. How is this? Seemed thundering in my ears. What is this? The room was perfectly dark. There was nowhere any glimmer, as is usually the case even in a so-called dark room. From the walls, picture frames, looking-glass, or white objects, it was absolute gloom. The house stood in a quiet part of the town. There were many trees about. The electric street lights were extinguished at midnight. There was no moon, and the sky was cloudy. I could not distinguish my one window, which I thought strange, even on such a dark night. Finally, I changed my plan of motion and turned, as nearly as I could estimate, at right angles. Now, I thought, I must reach soon, if I kept on, my writing table underneath the window, or, if I am going in the opposite direction, the hall door. I reached neither. I am telling the unvarnished truth when I say that I began to count my steps, and carefully measure my paces after that, and I traversed a space clear of furniture at least 20 feet by 30. A very large apartment, and as I walked I was conscious that my naked feet were pressing something which gave rise to sensations the like of which I had never experienced before. As nearly as I can express it, it was as if my feet pressed something as elastic as air or water, which was in this case unyielding to my weight. It gave me a curious sensation of buoyancy and stimulation. At the same time this surface, if surface be the right name, which I trod, felt cool to my feet, with the coolness of vapor or fluidity seeming to overlap the soles. Finally I stood still. My surprise was at last merging into a measure of consternation. Where am I? I thought. What am I going to do? Stories that I had heard of travelers being taken from their beds and conveyed into strange and dangerous places, middle-aged stories of the Inquisition, flashed through my brain. I knew all the time that for a man who had gone to bed in a commonplace hall bedroom, in a very commonplace little town, such surmises were highly ridiculous. But it is hard for the human mind to grasp anything but a human explanation of phenomena. Almost anything seemed then, and seems now, more rational than an explanation bordering upon the supernatural as we understand the supernatural. At last I called, though rather softly, "What does this mean?" I said quite aloud, "Where am I? Who is here? Who is doing this? I tell you that I will have no such nonsense. Speak, if there is anybody here." But all was dead silence. Then, suddenly, a light flashed through the open transom of my door. Somebody had heard me, a man who rooms next door, a decent kind of man, also here for his health. He turned on the gas in the hall and called to me. "What's the matter?" he asked in an agitated, trembling voice. He is a nervous fellow. Directly, when the light flashed through my transom, I saw that I was in my familiar hall bedroom. I could see everything quite distinctly. My tumbled bed, my writing table, my dresser, my chair, my little washstand, my clothes hanging on a row of pegs, the old picture on the wall. The picture gleamed out with singular distinctness in the light from the transom. The river seemed actually to run and ripple, and the boat to be gliding with the current. I gazed fascinated at it as I replied to the anxious voice. "Nothing is the matter with me," said I. "Why?" "I thought I heard you speak," said the man outside. "I thought maybe you were sick." "No," I called back. "I am all right. I am trying to find my medicine in the dark, that's all. I can see now you have lighted the gas." "Nothing is the matter?" "No. Sorry I disturbed you. Good night." "Good night." Then I heard the man's door shut after a minute's pause. He was evidently not quite satisfied. I took a pull at my medicine bottle and got into bed. He had left the hall gas burning. I did not go to sleep again for some time. Just before I did so, someone, probably Mrs. Jennings, came out in the hall and extinguished the gas. This morning when I awoke, everything was as usual in my room. I wonder if I shall have any such experience tonight. January 27. I shall write in my journal every day until this draws to some definite issue. Last night my strange experience deepened, as something tells me it will continue to do. I retired quite early, at 10:30. I took the precaution on retiring to place beside my bed on a chair a box of safety matches that I might not be in the dilemma of the night before. I took my medicine on retiring. That made me due to wake at 2:30. I had not fallen asleep directly, but had had certainly 3 hours of sound, dreamless slumber when I awoke. I lay a few minutes hesitating whether or not to strike a safety match and light my way to the dresser, whereon stood my medicine bottle. I hesitated, not because I had the least sensation of fear, but because of the same shrinking from a nerve shock that leads one at times to dread the plunge into an icy bath. It seemed much easier to me to strike that match and cross my hall bedroom to my dresser, take my dose, then return quietly to my bed, than to risk the chance of floundering about in some unknown limbo, either of fancy or reality. At last, however, the spirit of adventure, which has always been such a ruling one for me, conquered. I rose. I took the box of safety matches in my hand and started on, as I conceived, the straight course for my dresser, about 5 feet across from my bed. As before, I travelled and did not reach it. I advanced with groping hands extended, setting one foot cautiously before the other, but I touched nothing except the indefinite, unnameable surface which my feet pressed. All of a sudden, though, I became aware of something. One of my senses was saluted, nay, more than that, hailed with imperiousness, and that was, strangely enough, my sense of smell, but in a hitherto unknown fashion. It seemed as if the odor reached my mentality first. I reversed the usual process, which is, as I understand it, like this. The odor, when encountered, strikes first the olfactory nerve, which transmits the intelligence to the brain. It is as if, to put it rudely, my nose met a rose, and then the nerve belonging to the sense said to my brain, "Here is a rose." This time my brain said, "Here is a rose," and my sense then recognized it. I say rose, but it was not a rose, that is, not the fragrance of any rose which I had ever known. It was undoubtedly a flower odor, and rose came perhaps the nearest to it. My mind realized it first with what seemed a leap of rapture. "What is this delight?" I asked myself, and then the ravishing fragrance smote my sense. I breathed it in, and it seemed to feed my thoughts, satisfying some hitherto unknown hunger. Then I took a step further, and another fragrance appeared, which I likened to lilies, for lack of something better, and then came violets, then mignonette. I cannot describe the experience, but it was a sheer delight, a rapture of sublimated sense. I groped further and further, and always into new waves of fragrance. I seemed to be wading breast high through flower beds of paradise. But all the time I touched nothing with my groping hands. At last a sudden giddiness as of surfeit overcame me. I realized that I might be in some unknown peril. I was distinctly afraid. I struck one of my safety matches, and I was in my hall bedroom, midway between my bed and my dresser. I took my dose of medicine and went to bed, and after a while fell asleep and did not wake till morning. January 28. Last night I did not take my usual dose of medicine. In these days of new remedies and mysterious results upon certain organizations, it occurred to me to wonder if possibly the drug might have, after all, something to do with my strange experience. I did not take my medicine. I put the bottle as usual on my dresser, since I feared if I interrupted further the customary sequence of affairs, I might fail to wake. I placed my box of matches on the chair beside the bed. I fell asleep about 11:15 o'clock, and I waked when the clock was striking 2, a little earlier than my wont. I did not hesitate this time. I rose at once, took my box of matches, and proceeded as formerly. I walked what seemed a great space without coming into collision with anything. I kept sniffing for the wonderful fragrances of the night before, but they did not recur. Instead, I was suddenly aware that I was tasting something, some morsel of sweetness hitherto unknown, and, as in the case of the odor, the usual order seemed reversed, and it was as if I tasted it first in my mental consciousness. Then the sweetness rolled under my tongue. I thought involuntarily of "sweeter than honey or the honeycomb" of the Scriptures. I thought of the Old Testament manna. An ineffable content as of satisfied hunger seized me. I stepped further, and a new savor was upon my palate, and so on. It was never cloying, though of such sharp sweetness that it fairly stung. It was the merging of a material sense into a spiritual one. I said to myself, I have lived my life, and always have I gone hungry until now. I could feel my brain act swiftly under the influence of this heavenly food as under a stimulant. Then suddenly I repeated the experience of the night before. I grew dizzy, and an indefinite fear and shrinking were upon me. I struck my safety match and was back in my hall bedroom. I returned to bed and soon fell asleep. I did not take my medicine. I am resolved not to do so longer. I am feeling much better. January 29. Last night to bed as usual, matches in place, fell asleep about 11 and waked at 1:30. I heard the half-hour strike. I am waking earlier and earlier every night. I had not taken my medicine, though it was on the dresser as usual. I again took my matchbox in hand and started to cross the room and, as always, traversed strange spaces. But this night, as seems fated to be the case every night, my experience was different. Last night I neither smelled nor tasted, but I heard. My Lord, I heard. The first sound of which I was conscious was one like the constantly gathering and receding murmur of a river, and it seemed to come from the wall behind my bed where the old picture hangs. Nothing in nature except a river gives that impression of at once advance and retreat. I could not mistake it. On, ever on, came the swelling murmur of the waves. Past and ever past they died in the distance. Then I heard above the murmur of the river a song in an unknown tongue, which I recognized as being unknown, yet which I understood. But the understanding was in my brain, with no words of interpretation. The song had to do with me, but with me in unknown futures for which I had no images of comparison in the past. Yet a sort of ecstasy, as of a prophecy of bliss, filled my whole consciousness. The song never ceased, but as I moved on, I came into new sound waves. There was the pealing of bells, which might have been made of crystal, and might have summoned to the gates of heaven. There was music of strange instruments, great harmonies pierced now and then by small whispers, as of love. And it all filled me with a certainty of a future of bliss. At last I seemed the center of a mighty orchestra, which constantly deepened and increased until I seemed to feel myself being lifted gently but mightily upon the waves of sound, as upon the waves of a sea. Then again the terror and the impulse to flee to my own familiar scenes was upon me. I struck my match and was back in my hall bedroom. I do not see how I sleep at all after such wonders, but sleep I do. I slept dreamlessly until daylight this morning. January 30. I heard yesterday something with regard to my hall bedroom which affected me strangely. I cannot for the life of me say whether it intimidated me, filled me with the horror of the abnormal, or rather roused to a greater degree my spirit of adventure and discovery. I was down at the Cure, and was sitting on the veranda sipping idly my mineral water, when somebody spoke my name. "Mr. Wheatcroft?" said the voice politely, interrogatively, somewhat apologetically, as if to provide for a possible mistake in my identity. I turned and saw a gentleman whom I recognized at once. I seldom forget names or faces. He was a Mr. Addison, whom I had seen considerable of 3 years ago at a little summer hotel in the mountains. It was one of those passing acquaintances which signify little one way or the other. If never renewed, you have no regret. If renewed, you accept the renewal with no hesitation. It is in every way negative. But just now, in my feeble, friendless state, the sight of a face which beams with pleased remembrance is rather grateful. I felt distinctly glad to see the man. He sat down beside me. He also had a glass of the water. His health, while not as bad as mine, leaves much to be desired. Addison had often been in this town before. He had, in fact, lived here at one time. He had remained at the Cure 3 years, taking the waters daily. He therefore knows all there is to be known about the town, which is not very large. He asked me where I was staying, and when I told him the street, rather excitedly inquired the number. When I told him the number, which is 240, he gave a manifest start, and after one sharp glance at me, sipped his water in silence for a moment. He had so evidently betrayed some ulterior knowledge with regard to my residence that I questioned him. "What do you know about 240 Pleasant Street?" said I. "Oh, nothing," he replied evasively, sipping his water. After a little while, however, he inquired, in what he evidently tried to render a casual tone, what room I occupied. "I once lived a few weeks at 240 Pleasant Street myself," he said. "That house always was a boarding house, I guess." "It had stood vacant for a term of years before the present occupant rented it, I believe," I remarked. Then I answered his question. "I have the hall bedroom on the 3rd floor," said I. "The quarters are pretty straitened, but comfortable enough as hall bedrooms go." But Mr. Addison had showed such unmistakable consternation at my reply that then I persisted in my questioning as to the cause, and at last he yielded and told me what he knew. He had hesitated both because he shrank from displaying what I might consider an unmanly superstition, and because he did not wish to influence me beyond what the facts of the case warranted. "Well, I will tell you, Wheatcroft," he said. Briefly, all I know is this. When last I heard of 240 Pleasant Street, it was not rented because of foul play which was supposed to have taken place there, though nothing was ever proved. There were 2 disappearances, and, in each case, of an occupant of the hall bedroom which you now have. The first disappearance was of a very beautiful girl who had come here for her health, and was said to be the victim of a profound melancholy, induced by a love disappointment. She obtained board at 240, and occupied the hall bedroom about 2 weeks. Then, one morning, she was gone, having seemingly vanished into thin air. Her relatives were communicated with. She had not many, nor friends either, poor girl, and a thorough search was made, but the last I knew she had never come to light. There were 2 or 3 arrests, but nothing ever came of them. Well, that was before my day here, but the second disappearance took place when I was in the house. A fine young fellow who had overworked in college. He had to pay his own way. He had taken cold, had the grip, and that and the overwork about finished him, and he came on here for a month's rest and recuperation. He had been in that room about 2 weeks, a little less, when one morning he wasn't there. Then there was a great hullabaloo. It seems that he had let fall some hints to the effect that there was something queer about the room. But, of course, the police did not think much of that. They made arrests right and left, but they never found him, and the arrested were discharged, though some of them are probably under a cloud of suspicion to this day. Then the boarding house was shut up. 6 years ago nobody would have boarded there, much less occupied that hall bedroom. But now, I suppose, new people have come in, and the story has died out. I dare say your landlady will not thank me for reviving it. I assured him that it would make no possible difference to me. He looked at me sharply and asked bluntly if I had seen anything wrong or unusual about the room. I replied, guarding myself from falsehood, with a quibble, that I had seen nothing in the least unusual about the room, as indeed I had not, and have not now, but that may come. I feel that will come in due time. Last night I neither saw, nor heard, nor smelled, nor tasted, but I felt. Last night, having started again on my exploration of God knows what, I had not advanced a step before I touched something. My first sensation was one of disappointment. It is the dresser, and I am at the end of it now, I thought. But I soon discovered that it was not the old painted dresser which I touched, but something carved, as nearly as I could discover with my unskilled finger-tips, with winged things. There were certainly long, keen curves of wings which seemed to overlay an arabesque of fine leaf and flower work. I do not know what the object was that I touched. It may have been a chest. I may seem to be exaggerating when I say that it somehow failed or exceeded in some mysterious respect of being the shape of anything I had ever touched. I do not know what the material was. It was as smooth as ivory, but it did not feel like ivory. There was a singular warmth about it, as if it had stood long in hot sunlight. I continued, and I encountered other objects I am inclined to think were pieces of furniture, of fashions, and possibly of uses unknown to me, and about them all was the strange mystery as to shape. At last I came to what was evidently an open window of large area. I distinctly felt a soft, warm wind, yet with a crystal freshness, blow on my face. It was not the window of my hall bedroom, that I know. Looking out I could see nothing. I only felt the wind blowing on my face. Then, suddenly, without any warning, my groping hands to the right and left touched living things, beings in the likeness of men and women, palpable creatures in palpable attire. I could feel the soft silken texture of their garments which swept around me, seeming to half enfold me in clinging meshes like cobwebs. I was in a crowd of these people, whatever they were, and whoever they were, but curiously enough, without seeing one of them, I had a strong sense of recognition as I passed among them. Now and then a hand that I knew closed softly over mine. Once an arm passed around me. Then I began to feel myself gently swept on and impelled by this softly moving throng. Their floating garments seemed to fairly wind me about, and again a swift terror overcame me. I struck my match and was back in my hall bedroom. I wonder if I had not better keep my gas burning tonight. I wonder if it will be possible that this is going too far. I wonder what became of those other people, the man and the woman who occupied this room. I wonder if I had better not stop where I am. January 31. Last night I saw more than I can describe, more than is lawful to describe. Something which nature has rightly hidden has been revealed to me, but it is not for me to disclose too much of her secret. This much I will say, that doors and windows open into and out of doors, to which the outdoors which we know is but a vestibule. And there is a river. There is something strange with respect to that picture. There is a river upon which one could sail away. It was flowing silently, for tonight I could only see. I saw that I was right in thinking I recognized some of the people whom I encountered the night before, though some were strange to me. It is true that the girl who disappeared from the hall bedroom was very beautiful. Everything which I saw last night was very beautiful to my one sense that could grasp it. I wonder what it would all be if all my senses together were to grasp it. I wonder if I had better not keep my gas burning tonight. I wonder... This finishes the journal which Mr. Wheatcroft left in his hall bedroom. The morning after the last entry he was gone. His friend, Mr. Addison, came here, and a search was made. They even tore down the wall behind the picture, and they did find something rather queer for a house that had been used for boarders, where you would think no room would have been left run to waste. They found another room, a long, narrow one, the length of the hall bedroom, but narrower, hardly more than a closet. There was no window nor door, and all there was in it was a sheet of paper covered with figures, as if somebody had been doing sums. They made a lot of talk about those figures, and they tried to make out that the fifth dimension, whatever that is, was proved, but they said afterward they didn't prove anything. They tried to make out then that somebody had murdered poor Mr. Wheatcroft and hid the body, and they arrested poor Mr. Addison, but they couldn't make out anything against him. They proved he was in the cure all that night, and couldn't have done it. They don't know what became of Mr. Wheatcroft, and now they say 2 more disappeared from that same room before I rented the house. The agent came and promised to put the new room they discovered into the hall bedroom and have everything new, papered and painted. He took away the picture. Folks hinted there was something queer about that. I don't know what. It looked innocent enough, and I guess he burned it up. He said if I would stay he would arrange it with the owner, who everybody says is a very queer man, so I should not have to pay much if any rent. But I told him I couldn't stay if he was to give me the rent, that I wasn't afraid of anything myself, though I must say I wouldn't want to put anybody in that hall bedroom without telling him all about it, but my boarders would leave, and I knew I couldn't get any more. I told him I would rather have had a regular ghost than what seemed to be a way of going out of the house to nowhere and never coming back again. I moved, and, as I said before, it remains to be seen whether my ill luck follows me to this house or not. Anyway, it has no hall bedroom. End of The Hall Bedroom. By Vincent O'Sullivan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matt Braemiller. The Interval by Vincent O'Sullivan. Mrs. Wilton passed through a little alley leading from one of the gates which are around Regent's Park, and came out on the wide and quiet street. She walked along slowly, peering anxiously from side to side so as not to overlook the number. She pulled her furs closer round her. After her years in India, this London damp seemed very harsh. Still, it was not a fog today. A dense haze, grey and tinged ruddy, lay between the houses, sometimes blowing with a little wet kiss against the face. Mrs. Wilton's hair and eyelashes and her furs were powdered with tiny drops. But there was nothing in the weather to blur the sight. She could see the faces of people some distance off and read the signs on the shops. Before the door of a dealer in antiques and second-hand furniture she paused and looked through the shabby, uncleaned window at an unassorted heap of things, many of them of great value. She read the Polish name fastened on the pane in white letters. Yes, this is the place. She opened the door, which met her entrance with an ill-tempered jangle. From somewhere in the black depths of the shop the dealer came forward. He had a clammy white face, with a sparse black beard, and wore a skull-cap and spectacles. Mrs. Wilton spoke to him in a low voice. A look of complicity, of cunning, perhaps of irony, passed through the dealer's cynical and sad eyes, but he bowed gravely and respectfully. "Yes, she is here, madam. Whether she will see you or not, I do not know. She is not always well. She has her moods. And then, we have to be so careful. The police. Not that they would touch a lady like you, but the poor alien has not much chance these days." Mrs. Wilton followed him to the back of the shop, where there was a winding staircase. She knocked over a few things in her passage and stooped to pick them up, but the dealer kept muttering, "It does not matter. Surely it does not matter." He lit a candle. "You must go up these stairs. They are very dark. Be careful. When you come to a door, open it and go straight in." He stood at the foot of the stairs, holding the light high above his head, and she ascended. The room was not very large, and it seemed very ordinary. There were some flimsy, uncomfortable chairs in gilt and red. 2 large palms were in corners. Under a glass cover on the table was a view of Rome. The room had not a business-like look, thought Mrs. Wilton. There was no suggestion of the office or waiting room where people came and went all day. Yet you would not say that it was a private room which was lived in. There were no books or papers about. Every chair was in the place it had been placed when the room was last swept. There was no fire, and it was very cold. To the right of the window was a door covered with a plush curtain. Mrs. Wilton sat down near the table and watched this door. She thought it must be through it that the soothsayer would come forth. She laid her hands listlessly, one on top of the other, on the table. This must be the 10th seer she had consulted since Hugh had been killed. She thought them over. No, this must be the 11th. She had forgotten that frightening man in Paris who said he had been a priest. Yet of them all it was only he who had told her anything definite. But even he could do no more than tell the past. He told of her marriage. He even had the duration of it right, 21 months. He told, too, of their time in India. At least he knew that her husband had been a soldier, and said he had been on service in the colonies. On the whole, though, he had been as unsatisfactory as the others. None of them had given her the consolation she sought. She did not want to be told of the past. If he was gone forever, then with him had gone all her love of living, her courage, all her better self. She wanted to be lifted out of the despair, the dazed, aimless drifting from day to day, longing at night for the morning, and in the morning for the fall of night, which had been her life since his death. If somebody could assure her that it was not all over, that he was somewhere, not too far away, unchanged from what he had been here, with his crisp hair and rather slow smile and lean brown face, that he saw her sometimes, that he had not forgotten her. Oh, Hugh, darling. When she looked up again, the woman was sitting there before her. Mrs. Wilton had not heard her come in. With her experience, wide enough now, of seers and fortune-tellers of all kinds, she saw at once that this woman was different from the others. She was used to the quick appraising look, the attempts, sometimes clumsy, but often cleverly disguised, to collect some fragments of information whereupon to erect a plausible vision. But this woman looked as if she took it out of herself. Not that her appearance suggested intercourse with the spiritual world more than the others had done. It suggested that, in fact, considerably less. Some of the others were frail, yearning, evaporated creatures, and the ex-priest in Paris had something terrible and condemned in his look. He might well sup with the devil, that man, and probably did in some way or other. But this was a little fat, weary-faced woman about 50, who only did not look like a cook because she looked more like a sempstress. Her black dress was all covered with white threads. Mrs. Wilton looked at her with some embarrassment. It seemed more reasonable to be asking a woman like this about altering a gown than about intercourse with the dead. That seemed even absurd in such a very commonplace presence. The woman seemed timid and oppressed. She breathed heavily and kept rubbing her dingy hands, which looked moist, one over the other. She was always wetting her lips, and coughed with a little dry cough. But in her these signs of nervous exhaustion suggested overwork in a close atmosphere, bending too close over the sewing machine. Her uninteresting hair, like a rat's pelt, was eked out with a false addition of another color. Some threads had got into her hair, too. Her harried, uneasy look caused Mrs. Wilton to ask compassionately, "Are you much worried by the police?" "Oh, the police. Why don't they leave us alone? You never know who comes to see you. Why don't they leave me alone? I'm a good woman. I only think what I do is no harm to anyone." She continued in an uneven, querulous voice, always rubbing her hands together nervously. She seemed to the visitor to be talking at random, just gabbling like children do sometimes before they fall asleep. "I wanted to explain," hesitated Mrs. Wilton, but the woman, with her head pressed close against the back of the chair, was staring beyond her at the wall. Her face had lost whatever little expression it had. It was blank and stupid. When she spoke, it was very slowly, and her voice was guttural. "Can't you see him? It seems strange to me that you can't see him. He is so near you. He is passing his arm round your shoulders." This was a frequent gesture of Hugh's, and indeed at that moment she felt that somebody was very near her, bending over her. She was enveloped in tenderness. Only a very thin veil, she felt, prevented her from seeing. But the woman saw. She was describing Hugh minutely, even the little things like the burn on his right hand. "Is he happy? Oh, ask him, does he love me?" The result was so far beyond anything she had hoped for that she was stunned. She could only stammer the first thing that came into her head. "Does he love me?" "He loves you. He won't answer, but he loves you. He wants me to make you see him. He is disappointed, I think, because I can't, but I can't unless you do it yourself." After a while she said, "I think you will see him again. You think of nothing else. He is very close to us now." Then she collapsed and fell into a heavy sleep and lay there motionless, hardly breathing. Mrs. Wilton put some notes on the table and stole out on tiptoe. She seemed to remember that downstairs in the dark shop the dealer with the waxen face detained her to show her some old silver and jewelry and such like. But she did not come to herself. She had no precise recollection of anything till she found herself entering a church near Portland Place. It was an unlikely act in her normal moments. Why did she go in there? She acted like one walking in her sleep. The church was old and dim, with high black pews. There was nobody there. Mrs. Wilton sat down in one of the pews and bent forward with her face in her hands. After a few minutes she saw that a soldier had come in noiselessly and placed himself about half a dozen rows ahead of her. He never turned round, but presently she was struck by something familiar in the figure. First she thought vaguely that the soldier looked like her Hugh. Then when he put up his hand she saw who it was. She hurried out of the pew and ran towards him. "Oh, Hugh, Hugh, have you come back?" He looked round with a smile. He had not been killed. It was all a mistake. He was going to speak. Footsteps sounded hollow in the empty church. She turned and glanced down the dim aisle. It was an old sexton or verger who approached. "I thought I heard you call," he said. "I was speaking to my husband," but Hugh was nowhere to be seen. "He was here a moment ago." She looked about in anguish. "He must have gone to the door." "There's nobody here," said the old man gently. "Only you and me. Ladies are often taken funny since the war. There was one in here yesterday afternoon, said she was married in this church, and her husband had promised to meet her here. Perhaps you were married here?" "No," said Mrs. Wilton desolately. "I was married in India." It might have been 2 or 3 days after that when she went into a small Italian restaurant in the Bayswater district. She often went out for her meals now. She had developed an exhausting cough, and she found that it somehow became less troublesome when she was in a public place, looking at strange faces. In her flat there were all the things that Hugh had used. The trunks and bags still had his name on them with the labels of places where they had been together. They were like stabs. In the restaurant people came and went, many soldiers, too, among them, just glancing at her in her corner. This day, as it chanced, she was rather late and there was nobody there. She was very tired. She nibbled at the food they brought her. She could almost have cried from tiredness and loneliness and the ache in her heart. Then suddenly he was before her, sitting there opposite at the table. It was as it was in the days of their engagement, when they used sometimes to lunch at restaurants. He was not in uniform. He smiled at her and urged her to eat just as he used in those days. I met her that afternoon as she was crossing Kensington Gardens, and she told me about it. "I have been with Hugh." She seemed most happy. "Did he say anything?" No. Yes, I think he did, but I could not quite hear. My head was so very tired. The next time." I did not see her for some time after that. She found, I think, that by going to places where she had once seen him, the old church, the little restaurant, she was more certain to see him again. She never saw him at home, but in the street or the park he would often walk along beside her. Once he saved her from being run over. She said she actually felt his hand grabbing her arm suddenly when the car was nearly upon her. She had given me the address of the clairvoyant, and it is through that strange woman that I know, or seem to know, what followed. Mrs. Wilton was not exactly ill last winter, not so ill at least as to keep to her bedroom, but she was very thin, and her great handsome eyes always seemed to be staring at some point beyond, searching, There was a look in them that seamen's eyes sometimes have when they are drawing on a coast of which they are not very certain. She lived almost in solitude. She hardly ever saw anybody except when they sought her out. To those who were anxious about her, she laughed and said she was very well. One sunny morning she was lying awake, waiting for the maid to bring her tea. The shy London sunlight peeped through the blinds. The room had a fresh and happy look. When she heard the door open, she thought that the maid had come in. Then she saw that Hugh was standing at the foot of the bed. He was in uniform this time, and looked as he had looked the day he went away. "Oh, Hugh, speak to me. Will you not say just one word?" He smiled and threw back his head, just as he used to in the old days at her mother's house, when he wanted to call her out of the room without attracting the attention of the others. He moved toward the door, still signing to her to follow him. He picked up her slippers on his way and held them out to her as if he wanted her to put them on. She slipped out of bed hastily. It is strange that when they came to look through her things after her death, the slippers could never be found. End of The Interval.
Ship of the Hudson by Charles Skinner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Storm Ship of the Hudson by Charles Skinner. It was noised about New Amsterdam 200 years ago that a round and bulky ship flying Dutch colors from her lofty quarter was careering up the harbor in the teeth of a north wind, through the swift waters of an ebbing tide, and making for the Hudson. A signal from the battery to heave to and account for herself being disregarded, a cannon was trained upon her, and a ball went whistling through her cloudy and imponderable mass. For timbers she had none. Some of the sailor folk talked of mirages that rose into the air of northern coasts and seas, but the wise ones put their fingers beside their noses and called to memory the Flying Dutchman, that wanderer of the seas, whose captain, having sworn that he would round Cape Horn in spite of heaven and hell, has been beating to and fro along the bleak Fuegian coast and elsewhere for centuries, being allowed to land but once in 7 years, when he can break the curse if he finds a girl who will love him. Perhaps Captain Vanderdecken found this maiden of his hopes in some Dutch settlement on the Hudson, or perhaps he expiated his rashness by prayer and penitence. Howbeit, he never came down again, unless he slipped away to sea in snow or fog so dense that watchers and boatmen saw nothing of his passing. A few old settlers declared the vessel to be the Half Moon, and there were some who testified to seeing that identical ship with Hudson and his spectre crew on board making for the Catskills to hold carouse. This fleeting vision has been confounded with the storm ship that lurks about the foot of the Palisades and Point No Point, cruising through Tappan Zee at night when a gale is coming up. The Hudson is 4 miles wide at Tappan, and squalls have space enough to gather force. Hence, when old skippers saw the misty form of a ship steal out from the shadows of the western hills, then fly like a gull from shore to shore, catching the moonlight on her topsails, but showing no lanterns, they made to windward and dropped anchor, unless their craft were stench, and their pilots' brains unvexed with liquor. On summer nights, when falls that curious silence which is ominous of tempest, the storm ship is not only seen spinning across the mirror surface of the river, but the voices of the crew are heard as they chant at the braces and halyards in words devoid of meaning to the listeners. End of Storm Ship of the Hudson by Charles Skinner.
Gateway by Richard Jefferies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Legend of a Gateway by Richard Jefferies. A great beech tree with a white mark some way up the trunk stood in the mound by a gate which opened into a lane. Strangers coming down the lane in the dusk often hesitated before they approached this beech. The white mark looked like a ghostly figure emerging from the dark hedge and the shadow of the tree. The trunk itself was of the same hue at that hour as the bushes, so that the whiteness seemed to stand out unsupported. So perfect was the illusion that even those who knew the spot well, walking or riding past, and not thinking about it, started as it suddenly came into sight. Ploughboys used to throw flints at it, as if the sound of the stone striking the tree assured them that it was really material. Some lichen was apparently the cause of this whiteness. The great beech indeed was known to be decaying and was dotted with knotholes high above. The gate was rather low, so that anyone could lean with arms over the top bar. At one time a lady used to be very frequently seen just inside the gate, generally without a hat, for the homestead was close by. Sometimes a horse, saddled and bridled, but without his rider, was observed to be fastened to the gate, and country people, being singularly curious and inquisitive, if they chanced to go by, always peered through every opening in the hedge till they had discerned where the pair were walking among the cowslips. More often a spaniel betrayed them, especially in the evening, for while the courting was proceeding he amused himself digging with his paws at the rabbit holes in the mound. The folk returning to their cottages at even smiled and looked meaningly at each other if they heard a peculiarly long and shrill whistle, which was known to every one as Luke's signal. Some said that it was heard every evening. No matter how far Luke had to ride in the day, his whistle was sure to be heard towards dusk. Luke was a timber dealer, or merchant, a calling that generally leads to substantial profit, as wealth is understood in country places. He bought up likely timber all over the neighbourhood. He had wharves on the canal, and yards by the little railway station miles away. He often went up to London, but if it was 90 miles, he was sure to be back in time to whistle. If he was not too busy, the whistle used to go twice a day, for when he started off in the morning, no matter where he had to go to, that lane was the road to it. The lane led everywhere. Up in the great beech, about 11 o'clock on spring mornings, there was always a wood pigeon. The wood pigeon is a contemplative sort of bird, and pauses now and then during the day to consider over his labours in filling his crop. He came again about 4:30, but it was at 11 that his visit to the beech was usually noticed. From the window in the lady's own room the beech and the gate could be seen, and as that was often Luke's time, she frequently sat upstairs with the window open listening for the sound of hoofs, or the well-known whistle. She saw the wood pigeon on so many occasions that at last she grew to watch for the bird, and when he went up into the tree, put down her work or her book and walked out that way. Secure in the top of the great beech, and conscious that it was spring, when guns are laid aside, the wood pigeon took no heed of her. There is nothing so pleasant to stroll among as cowslips. This mead was full of them, so much so that a little way in front the surface seemed yellow. They had all short stalks. This is always the case where these flowers grow very thickly, and the bells were a pale and somewhat lemon colour. The great cowslips with deep yellow and marked spots grow by themselves in bunches in corners or on the banks of brooks. Here a man might have mown acres of cowslips, pale but sweet. Out of their cups the bees hummed as she walked amongst them, a closed book in her hand, dreaming. She generally returned with Luke's spaniel beside her, for whether his master came or not, the knowing dog rarely missed his visit, aware that there was always something good for him. One morning she went dreaming on like this through the cowslips, past the old beech and the gate, and along by the nut tree hedge. It was very sunny and warm, and the birds sang with all their might, for there had been a shower at dawn which always set their hearts a-tune. At least 8 or 9 of them were singing at once, thrush and blackbird, cuckoo afar off, dove and greenfinch, nightingale, robin and loud wren, and larks in the sky. But, unlike all other music, though each had a different voice, and the notes crossed and interfered with each other, yet they did not jangle, but produced the sweetest sounds. The more of them that sang together, the sweeter the music. It is true they all had one thought of love at heart, and that perhaps brought about the concord. She did not expect to see Luke that morning, knowing that he had to get some felled trees removed from a field, the farmer wishing them taken away before the mowing grass grew too high, and as the spot was 10 or 12 miles distant he had to start early. Not being so much on the alert, she fell deeper perhaps into reverie, which lasted till she reached the other side of the field, when the spaniel rushed out of the hedge and leaped up to be noticed, quite startling her. At the same moment she thought she heard the noise of hoofs in the lane. It might be Luke. And immediately afterwards there came his long, shrill, and peculiar whistle from the gate under the beech. She ran as fast as she could, the spaniel barking beside her, and was at the gate in 2 or 3 minutes, but Luke was not there. Nor was he anywhere in the lane. She could see up and down it over the low gate. He must have gone on up to the homestead, not seeing her. At the house, however, she found they had not seen him. He had not called. A little hurt that he should have galloped on so hastily, she set about some household affairs, resolved to think no more of him that morning, and to give him a frown when he came in the evening. But he did not come in the evening. It was evident he was detained. Luke's trees were lying in the long grass beside a copse, and the object was to get them out of the field, across the adjacent railway, and to set them down in a lane, on the sward, whence he could send for them at leisure. The farmer was very anxious to get them out of the grass, and Luke did his best to oblige him. When Luke arrived at the spot, having for once ridden straight there, he found that almost all the work was done, and only one tree remained. This they were getting up on the timber carriage, and Luke dismounted and assisted. While it was on the timber carriage, he said, as it was the last, they could take it along to the wharf. The farmer had come down to watch how the work got on, and with him was his little boy, a child of 5 or 6. When the boy saw the great tree fixed, he cried to be mounted on it for a ride, but as it was so rough they persuaded him to ride on one of the horses instead. As they all approached the gate at the level crossing, a white gate with the words in long black letters, "To be kept locked," they heard the roar of the morning express, and stayed for it to go by. So soon as the train had passed, the gate was opened and the horses began to drag the carriage across. As they strained at the heavy weight, the boy found the motion uncomfortable and cried out, and Luke, always kind-hearted, went and held him on. Whether it was the shouting at the team, the cracking of the whip, the rumbling of the wheels, or what, was never known, but suddenly the farmer, who had crossed the rail, screamed, "The goods!" Round the curve by the copse, and till then hidden by it, swept a goods train, scarce 30 yards away. Luke might have saved himself, but the boy! He snatched the child from the horse, hurled him, literally hurled him, into the father's arms, and in the instant was a shapeless mass. The scene is too dreadful for further description. This miserable accident happened, as the driver of the goods train afterwards stated, at exactly 8 minutes past 11 o'clock. It was precisely at that time that Luke's lady, dreaming among the cowslips, heard the noise of hoofs, and his long, shrill, and peculiar whistle at the gate beneath the beech. She was certain of the time, for these reasons. First, she had seen the wood pigeon go up into the beech just before she started out. Secondly, she remembered nodding to an aged labourer who came up to the house every morning at that hour for his ale. Thirdly, it would take a person walking slowly 8 or 10 minutes to cross that side of the mead. And, fourthly, when she came back to the house to see if Luke was there, the clock pointed to 1/4 past, and was known to be a little fast. Without a doubt she had heard the well-known whistle, apparently coming from the gate beneath the beech exactly at the moment poor Luke was dashed to pieces, 12 miles away. End of The Legend of a Gateway.
Express by Amelia B. Edwards. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matt Braymiller. The 4:15 Express by Amelia B. Edwards. The events which I am about to relate took place between 9 and 10 years ago. Sebastopol had fallen in the early spring. The Peace of Paris had been concluded since March. Our commercial relations with the Russian Empire were but recently renewed, and I, returning home after my first northward journey since the war, was well pleased with the prospect of spending the month of December under the hospitable and thoroughly English roof of my excellent friend, Jonathan Jelf, Esquire, of Dumbleton Manor, Clayborough, East Anglia. Travelling in the interests of the well-known firm in which it is my lot to be a junior partner, I had been called upon to visit not only the capitals of Russia and Poland, but had found it also necessary to pass some weeks among the trading ports of the Baltic, whence it came that the year was already far spent before I again set foot on English soil, and that, instead of shooting pheasants with him as I had hoped in October, I came to be my friend's guest during the more genial Christmas-tide. My voyage over, and a few days given up to business in Liverpool and London, I hastened down to Clayborough with all the delight of a schoolboy whose holidays are at hand. My way lay by the great East Anglian line as far as Clayborough station, where I was to be met by one of the Dumbleton carriages and conveyed across the remaining 9 miles of country. It was a foggy afternoon, singularly warm for the 4th of December, and I had arranged to leave London by the 4:15 express. The early darkness of winter had already closed in. The lamps were lighted in the carriages, a clinging damp dimmed the windows, adhered to the door handles, and pervaded all the atmosphere, while the gas jets at the neighbouring bookstand diffused a luminous haze that only served to make the gloom of the terminus more visible. Having arrived some 7 minutes before the starting of the train, and, by the connivance of the guard, taken sole possession of an empty compartment, I lighted my travelling lamp, made myself particularly snug, and settled down to the undisturbed enjoyment of a book and a cigar. Great, therefore, was my disappointment when, at the last moment, a gentleman came hurrying along the platform, glanced into my carriage, opened the locked door with a private key, and stepped in. It struck me at the first glance that I had seen him before, a tall, spare man, thin-lipped, light-eyed, with an ungraceful stoop in the shoulders, and scant grey hair worn somewhat long upon the collar. He carried a light waterproof coat, an umbrella, and a large brown japanned deed-box, which last he placed under the seat. This done, he felt carefully in his breast-pocket as if to make certain of the safety of his purse or pocket-book. laid his umbrella in the netting overhead, spread the waterproof across his knees, and exchanged his hat for a travelling cap of some Scotch material. By this time the train was moving out of the station and into the faint grey of the wintry twilight beyond. I now recognized my companion. I recognized him from the moment when he removed his hat and uncovered the lofty, furrowed, and somewhat narrow brow beneath. I had met him, as I distinctly remembered, some 3 years before, at the very house for which, in all probability, he was now bound, like myself. His name was Dwerrihouse. He was a lawyer by profession, and, if I was not greatly mistaken, was first cousin to the wife of my host. I also knew that he was a man eminently well-to-do, both as regarded his professional and private means. The Jelfs entertained him with that sort of observant courtesy which falls to the lot of the rich relation. The children made much of him, and the old butler, albeit somewhat surly to the General, treated him with deference. I thought, observing him by the vague mixture of lamplight and twilight, that Mrs. Jelf's cousin looked all the worse for the 3 years' wear and tear which had gone over his head since our last meeting. He was very pale, and had a restless light in his eyes that I did not remember to have observed before. The anxious lines, too, about his mouth were deepened, and there was a cavernous, hollow look about his cheeks and temples which seemed to speak of sickness or sorrow. He had glanced at me as he came in, but without any gleam of recognition in his face. Now he glanced again, as I fancied, somewhat doubtfully. When he did so for the 3rd or 4th time, I ventured to address him. "Mr. John Dwerrihouse, I think?" "That is my name," he replied. "I had the pleasure of meeting you at Dumbleton about 3 years ago." "I thought I knew your face," he said, "but your name, I regret to say—" "Langford, William Langford. I have known Jonathan Jelf since we were boys together at Merchant Taylor's, and I generally spend a few weeks at Dumbleton in the shooting season. I suppose we are bound for the same destination." "Not if you are on your way to the Manor," he replied. "I am travelling upon business, rather troublesome business, too, while you, doubtless, have only pleasure in view." "Just so. I am in the habit of looking forward to this visit as to the brightest 3 weeks in all the year." "It is a pleasant house," said Mr. Dwerrihouse. "The pleasantest I know. And Jelf is thoroughly hospitable. The best and kindest fellow in the world." "They have invited me to spend Christmas week with them," pursued Mr. Dwerrihouse after a moment's pause. "And are you coming?" "I cannot tell. It must depend on the issue of this business which I have in hand. You have heard, perhaps, that we are about to construct a branch line from Blackwater to Stockbridge?" I explained that I had been for some months away from England, and had therefore heard nothing of the contemplated improvement. Mr. Dwerrihouse smiled complacently. "It will be an improvement," he said, "a great improvement. Stockbridge is a flourishing town, and needs but a more direct railway communication with the metropolis to become an important centre of commerce. This branch was my own idea. I brought the project before the board, and have myself superintended the execution of it up to the present time." "You are an East Anglian director, I presume?" "My interest in the company," replied Mr. Dwerrihouse, "is threefold. I am a director, I am a considerable shareholder, and, as head of the firm of Dwerrihouse and Craik, I am the company's principal solicitor." Loquacious, self-important, full of his pet project, and apparently unable to talk on any other subject, Mr. Dwerrihouse then went on to tell of the opposition he had encountered and the obstacles he had overcome in the cause of the Stockbridge branch. I was entertained with a multitude of local details and local grievances. The rapacity of one squire, the impracticability of another, the indignation of the rector whose glebe was threatened, the culpable indifference of the Stockbridge townspeople, who could not be brought to see that their most vital interests hinged upon a junction with the great East Anglian line, the spite of the local newspaper, and the unheard-of difficulties attending the common question, were each and all laid before me with a circumstantiality that possessed the deepest interest for my excellent fellow-traveller, but none whatsoever for myself. From these, to my despair, he went on to more intricate matters, to the approximate expenses of construction per mile, to the estimates sent in by different contractors, to the probable traffic returns of the new line, to the provisional clauses of the new Act as enumerated in Schedule D of the company's last half-yearly report, and so on, and on, and on, till my head ached and my attention flagged, and my eyes kept closing in spite of every effort that I made to keep them open. At length I was roused by these words: £75,000, cash down. £75,000 cash down? I repeated in the liveliest tone I could assume. That is a heavy sum. A heavy sum to carry here, replied Mr. Dwerrihouse, pointing significantly to his breast pocket, but a mere fraction of what we shall ultimately have to pay. You do not mean to say that you have £75,000 at this moment upon your person? I exclaimed. My good sir, have I not been telling you so for the last half hour? Said Mr. Dwerrihouse testily. That money has to be paid over at 8:30 this evening, at the office of Sir Thomas's solicitors on completion of the deed of sale. But how will you get across by night from Blackwater to Stockbridge with £75,000 in your pocket? To Stockbridge? Echoed the lawyer. I find I have made myself very imperfectly understood. I thought I had explained how this sum only carries us as far as Mallingford, the first stage, as it were, of our journey, and how our route from Blackwater to Mallingford lies entirely through Sir Thomas Liddell's property. I beg your pardon, I stammered. I fear my thoughts were wandering. So you only go as far as Mallingford tonight? Precisely. I shall get a conveyance from the Blackwater Arms. And you? Oh, Jelf sends a trap to meet me at Clayborough. Can I be the bearer of any message from you? You may say, if you please, Mr. Langford, that I wished I could have been your companion all the way, and that I will come over, if possible, before Christmas. Nothing more? Mr. Dwerrihouse smiled grimly. Well, he said, you may tell my cousin that she need not burn the hall down in my honour this time, and that I shall be obliged if she will order the blue room chimney to be swept before I arrive. That sounds tragic. Had you a conflagration on the occasion of your last visit to Dumbleton? Something like it. There had been no fire lighted in my bedroom since the spring. The flue was foul, and the rooks had built in it. So when I went up to dress for dinner, I found the room full of smoke and the chimney on fire. Are we already at Blackwater? The train had gradually come to a pause while Mr. Dwerrihouse was speaking, and, on putting my head out of the window, I could see the station some few hundred yards ahead. There was another train before us blocking the way, and the guard was making use of the delay to collect the Blackwater tickets. I had scarcely ascertained our position when the ruddy-faced official appeared at our carriage door. "Tickets, sir," he said. "I am for Clayborough," I replied, holding out the tiny pink card. He took it, glanced at it by the light of his little lantern, gave it back, looked, as I fancied, somewhat sharply at my fellow traveller, and disappeared. "He did not ask for yours," I said with some surprise. "They never do," replied Mr. Dwerrihouse. "They all know me, and of course I travel free." "Blackwater! Blackwater!" cried the porter, running along the platform beside us as we glided into the station. Mr. Dwerrihouse pulled out his deed-box, put his travelling cap in his pocket, resumed his hat, took down his umbrella, and prepared to be gone. "Many thanks, Mr. Langford, for your society," he said, with old-fashioned courtesy. "I wish you a good evening." "Good evening," I replied, putting out my hand. But he either did not see it or did not choose to see it, and, slightly lifting his hat, stepped out upon the platform. Having done this, he moved slowly away and mingled with the departing crowd. Leaning forward to watch him out of sight, I trod upon something which proved to be a cigar-case. It had fallen, no doubt, from the pocket of his waterproof coat, and was made of dark morocco leather, with a silver monogram upon the side. I sprang out of the carriage just as the guard came up to lock me in. "Is there 1 minute to spare?" I asked eagerly. "The gentleman who travelled down with me from town has dropped his cigar-case. He is not yet out of the station." "Just 1.5 minutes, sir," replied the guard. "You must be quick." I dashed along the platform as fast as my feet could carry me. It was a large station, and Mr. Dwerrihouse had by this time got more than half-way to the farther end. I, however, saw him distinctly moving slowly with the stream. Then, as I drew nearer, I saw that he had met some friend, that they were talking as they walked, that they presently fell back somewhat from the crowd and stood aside in earnest conversation. I made straight for the spot where they were waiting. There was a vivid gas jet just above their heads, and the light fell upon their faces. I saw both distinctly, the face of Mr. Dwerrihouse and the face of his companion. Running breathless, eager as I was, getting in the way of porters and passengers, and fearful every instant lest I should see the train going on without me, I yet observed that the newcomer was considerably younger and shorter than the director, that he was sandy-haired, mustachioed, small-featured, and dressed in a close-cut suit of Scotch tweed. I was now within a few yards of them. I ran against a stout gentleman. I was nearly knocked down by a luggage truck. I stumbled over a carpet-bag. I gained the spot just as the driver's whistle warned me to return. To my utter stupefaction, they were no longer there. I had seen them but 2 seconds before, and they were gone. I stood still. I looked right and left. I saw no sign of them in any direction. It was as if the platform had gaped and swallowed them. "There were 2 gentlemen standing here a moment ago," I said to a porter at my elbow. "Which way can they have gone?" "I saw no gentlemen, sir," replied the man. The whistle shrilled out again. The guard far up the platform held up his arm and shouted to me to "come on." "If you are going by this train, sir," said the porter, "you must run for it." I did run for it, just gained the carriage as the train began to move, was shoved in by the guard, and left, breathless and bewildered, with Mr. Dwerehouse's cigar-case still in my hand. It was the strangest disappearance in the world. It was like a transformation trick in a pantomime. They were there one moment, palpably there, talking, with the gaslight full upon their faces, and the next moment they were gone. There was no door near, no window, no staircase. It was a mere slip of barren platform, tapestried with big advertisements. Could anything be more mysterious? It was not worth thinking about, and yet for my life I could not help pondering upon it. Pondering, wondering, conjecturing, turning it over and over in my mind, and beating my brains for a solution of the enigma. I thought of it all the way from Blackwater to Clayborough. I thought of it all the way from Clayborough to Dumbleton as I rattled along the smooth highway in a trim dog-cart, drawn by a splendid black mare, and driven by the silentest and dapperest of East Anglian grooms. We did the 9 miles in something less than an hour, and pulled up before the lodge gates just as the church clock was striking 7:30. A couple of minutes more, and the warm glow of the lighted hall was flooding out upon the gravel. A hearty grasp was on my hand, and a clear, jovial voice was bidding me, "Welcome to Dumbleton." "And now, my dear fellow," said my host, when the first greeting was over, "you have no time to spare. We dine at 8, and there are people coming to meet you, so you must get the dressing business over as quickly as may be. By the way, you will meet some acquaintances. The Biddulphs are coming, and Prendergast of the Skirmishers, is staying at the house. Adieu. Mrs. Jelf will be expecting you in the drawing-room." I was ushered to my room, not the blue room of which Mr. Dwerrihouse had made disagreeable experience, but a pretty little bachelor's chamber, hung with a delicate chintz and made cheerful by a blazing fire. I unlocked my portmanteau. I tried to be expeditious, but the memory of my railway adventure haunted me. I could not get free of it. I could not shake it off. It impeded me. It worried me. It tripped me up. It caused me to mislay my studs, to mistie my cravat, to wrench the buttons off my gloves. Worst of all, it made me so late that the party had all assembled before I reached the drawing-room. I had scarcely paid my respects to Mrs. Jelf when dinner was announced, and we paired off, some 8 or 10 couples strong, into the dining-room. I am not going to describe either the guests or the dinner. All provincial parties bear the strictest family resemblance, and I am not aware that an East Anglian banquet offers any exception to the rule. There was the usual country baronet and his wife. There were the usual country parsons and their wives. There was the sempiternal turkey and haunch of venison. Vanitas vanitatum. There is nothing new under the sun. I was placed about midway down the table. I had taken one rector's wife down to dinner, and I had another at my left hand. They talked across me, and their talk was about babies. It was dreadfully dull. At length there came a pause. The entrees had just been removed, and the turkey had come upon the scene. The conversation had all along been of the languidest, but at this moment it happened to have stagnated altogether. Jelf was carving the turkey. Mrs. Jelf looked as if she was trying to think of something to say. Everybody else was silent. Moved by an unlucky impulse, I thought I would relate my adventure. "By the way, Jelf," I began, "I came down part of the way today with a friend of yours." "Indeed. said the master of the feast, slicing scientifically into the breast of the turkey. "With whom, pray?" "With one who bade me tell you that he should, if possible, pay you a visit before Christmas." "I cannot think who that could be," said my friend, smiling. "It must be Major Thorpe," suggested Mrs. Jelf. I shook my head. "It was not Major Thorpe," I replied. "It was a very near relation of your own, Mrs. Jelf." "Then I am more puzzled than ever," replied my hostess. "Pray tell me who it was." "It was no less a person than your cousin, Mr. John Dwerrihouse." Jonathan Jelf laid down his knife and fork. Mrs. Jelf looked at me in a strange, startled way, and said never a word. "And he desired me to tell you, my dear madam, that you need not take the trouble to burn the hall down in his honour this time, but only have the chimney of the blue room swept before his arrival." Before I had reached the end of my sentence I became aware of something ominous in the faces of the guests. I felt I had said something which I had better have left unsaid, and that for some unexplained reason my words had evoked a general consternation. I sat confounded, not daring to utter another syllable, and for at least 2 whole minutes there was dead silence round the table. Then Captain Prendergast came to the rescue. "You have been abroad for some months, have you not, Mr. Langford?" he said, with the desperation of one who flings himself into the breach. "I heard you had been to Russia. Surely you have something to tell us of the state and temper of the country after the war?" I was heartily grateful to the gallant skirmisher for this diversion in my favour. I answered him, I fear, somewhat lamely, but he kept the conversation up, and presently 1 or 2 others joined in, and so the difficulty, whatever it might have been, was bridged over, but not repaired. A something, an awkwardness, a visible constraint remained. The guests hitherto had been simply dull, but now they were evidently uncomfortable and embarrassed. The dessert had scarcely been placed upon the table when the ladies left the room. I seized the opportunity to select a vacant chair next to Captain Prendergast. "In heaven's name," I whispered, "what was the matter just now? What had I said?" "You mentioned the name of John Dwerrihouse." "What of that? I had seen him not 2 hours before." "It is a most astounding circumstance that you should have seen him," said Captain Prendergast. "Are you sure it was he?" "As sure as of my own identity. We were talking all the way between London and Blackwater. But why does that surprise you?" "Because," replied Captain Prendergast, dropping his voice to the lowest whisper, "because John Dwerrihouse absconded 3 months ago with £75,000 of the company's money, and has never been heard of since." John Dwerrihouse had absconded 3 months ago, and I had seen him only a few hours back. John Dwerrihouse had embezzled £75,000 of the company's money, yet told me that he carried that sum upon his person. Were ever facts so strangely incongruous, so difficult to reconcile? How should he have ventured again into the light of day? How dared he show himself along the line? Above all, what had he been doing throughout those mysterious 3 months of disappearance? Perplexing questions these. Questions which at once suggested themselves to the minds of all concerned, but which admitted of no easy solution. I could find no reply to them. Captain Prendergast had not even a suggestion to offer. Jonathan Jelf, who seized the first opportunity of drawing me aside and learning all that I had to tell, was more amazed and bewildered than either of us. He came to my room that night, when all the guests were gone, and we talked the thing over from every point of view, without, it must be confessed, arriving at any kind of conclusion. "I do not ask you," he said, "whether you can have mistaken your man. That is impossible." "As impossible that I should mistake some stranger for yourself." "It is not a question of looks or voice, but of facts. That he should have alluded to the fire in the blue room is proof enough of John Dwerrihouse's identity." "How did he look?" "Older, I thought, considerably older, paler and more anxious." "He has had enough to make him look anxious, anyhow," said my friend gloomily, "be he innocent or guilty." "I am inclined to believe that he is innocent," I replied. "He showed no embarrassment when I addressed him, and no uneasiness when the guard came round. His conversation was open to a fault. I might almost say that he talked too freely of the business which he had in hand." "That again is strange, for I know no one more reticent on such subjects. He actually told you that he had the £75,000 in his pocket?" "He did." "Huh! My wife has an idea about it, and she may be right." "What idea?" "Well, she fancies women are so clever, you know, at putting themselves inside people's motives. She fancies that he was tempted, that he did actually take the money, and that he has been concealing himself these 3 months in some wild part of the country, struggling possibly with his conscience all the time, and daring neither to abscond with his booty nor to come back and restore it. But now that he has come back? That is the point. She conceives that he has probably thrown himself upon the company's mercy, made restitution of the money, and, being forgiven, is permitted to carry the business through as if nothing whatever had happened." "The last," I replied, "is an impossible case. Mrs. Jelf thinks like a generous and delicate-minded woman, but not in the least like a board of railway directors. They would never carry forgiveness so far." "I fear not, and yet it is the only conjecture that bears a semblance of likelihood. However, we can run over to Clayborough to-morrow and see if anything is to be learned. By the way, Prendergast tells me you picked up his cigar-case." "I did so, and here it is." Jelf took the cigar-case, examined it by the light of the lamp, and said at once that it was beyond doubt Mr. Dwerrihouse's property, and that he remembered to have seen him use it. "Here, too, is his monogram on the side," he added, "a big J transfixing a capital D. He used to carry the same on his note-paper. It offers, at all events, a proof that I was not dreaming." "Aye, but it is time you were asleep and dreaming now. I am ashamed to have kept you up so long. Good night." "Good night, and remember that I am more than ready to go with you to Clayborough, or to Blackwater, or London, or anywhere, if I can be of the least service." "Thanks. I know you mean it, old friend, and it may be that I shall put you to the test. Once more, good night." So we parted for that night, and met again in the breakfast-room at 8:30 next morning. It was a hurried, silent, uncomfortable meal. None of us had slept well, and all were thinking of the same subject. Mrs. Jelf had evidently been crying. Jelf was impatient to be off, and both Captain Prendergast and myself felt ourselves to be in the painful position of outsiders who are involuntarily brought into a domestic trouble. Within 20 minutes after we had left the breakfast-table, the dog-cart was brought round, and my friend and I were on the road to Clayborough. "Tell you what it is, Langford," he said, as we sped along between the wintry hedges. "I do not much fancy to bring up Dwerrihouse's name at Clayborough. All the officials know that he is my wife's relation, and the subject just now is hardly a pleasant one. If you don't much mind, we will take the 11:10 to Blackwater. It's an important station, and we shall stand a far better chance of picking up information there than at Clayborough." So we took the 11:10, which happened to be an express, and arriving at Blackwater about 12:15, proceeded at once to prosecute our inquiry. We began by asking for the station-master, a big, blunt, business-like person, who at once averred that he knew Mr. John Dwerrihouse perfectly well, and that there was no director on the line whom he had seen and spoken to so frequently. "He used to be down here 2 or 3 times a week about 3 months ago," he said, "when the new line was first set afoot, but since then, you know, gentlemen—" He paused significantly. Jelf flushed scarlet. "Yes, yes," he said hurriedly, "we know all about that. The point now to be ascertained is whether anything has been seen or heard of him lately." "Not to my knowledge," replied the station-master. "He is not known to have been down the line any time yesterday, for instance?" The station-master shook his head. "The East Anglian, sir," he said, "is about the last place where he would dare to show himself. Why, there isn't a station-master, there isn't a guard, there isn't a porter who doesn't know Mr. Dwerrihouse by sight as well as he knows his own face in the looking-glass, or who wouldn't telegraph for the police as soon as he had set eyes on him at any point along the line. Bless you, sir, there's been a standing order out against him ever since the 25th of September last." "And yet," pursued my friend, "a gentleman who travelled down yesterday from London to Clayborough by the afternoon express testifies that he saw Mr. Dwerrihouse in the train, and that Mr. Dwerrihouse alighted at Blackwater station." "Quite impossible, sir," replied the station-master promptly. "Why impossible?" "Because there is no station along the line where he is so well known, or where he would run so great a risk. It would be just running his head into the lion's mouth. He would have been mad to have come nigh Blackwater Station, and if he had come he would have been arrested before he left the platform. Can you tell me who took the Blackwater tickets of that train? I can, sir. It was the guard, Benjamin Summers. And where can I find him? You can find him, sir, by staying here, if it please you, till 1 o'clock. He will be coming through with the up express from Crampton, which stays at Blackwater for 10 minutes. We waited for the up express, beguiling the time as best we could by strolling along the Blackwater road till we came almost to the outskirts of the town, from which the station was distant nearly a couple of miles. By 1 o'clock we were back again upon the platform and waiting for the train. It came punctually, and I at once recognized the ruddy-faced guard who had gone down with my train the evening before. "The gentlemen want to ask you something about Mr. Dwerrihouse, Summers," said the station-master by way of introduction. The guard flashed a keen glance from my face to Jelf's and back again to mine. "Mr. John Dwerrihouse, the late director?" he said interrogatively. "The same," replied my friend. "Should you know him if you saw him?" "Anywhere, sir." "Do you know if he was in the 4:15 express yesterday afternoon?" "He was not, sir." "How can you answer so positively?" "Because I looked into every carriage and saw every face in that train, and I could take my oath that Mr. Dwerrihouse was not in it. This gentleman was," he added, turning sharply upon me. "I don't know that I ever saw him before in my life, but I remember his face perfectly. You nearly missed taking your seat in time at this station, sir, and you got out at Clayborough." "Quite true, guard," I replied. "But do you not also remember the face of the gentleman who travelled down in the same carriage with me as far as here?" "It was my impression, sir, that you travelled down alone," said Summers, with a look of some surprise. "By no means. I had a fellow traveller as far as Blackwater, and it was in trying to restore him the cigar case which he had dropped in the carriage that I so nearly let you go on without me." "I remember your saying something about a cigar case, certainly," replied the guard, "but—" "You asked for my ticket just before we entered the station." "I did, sir." "Then you must have seen him. He sat in the corner next to the very door to which you came." "No, indeed, I saw no one." I looked at Jelf. I began to think the guard was in the ex-director's confidence and paid for his silence. "If I had seen another traveller I should have asked for his ticket," added Summers. "Did you see me ask for his ticket, sir?" "I observed that you did not ask for it, but he explained that by saying—" I hesitated. I feared I might be telling too much, and so broke off abruptly. The guard and the station-master exchanged glances. The former looked impatiently at his watch. "I am obliged to go on in 4 minutes more, sir," he said. "One last question, then," interposed Jelf, with a sort of desperation. "If this gentleman's fellow-traveller had been Mr. John Dwerrihouse, and he had been sitting in the corner next the door by which you took the tickets, could you have failed to see and recognize him?" "No, sir. It would have been quite impossible." "And you are certain you did not see him?" "As I said before, sir, I could take my oath that I did not see him. And if it wasn't that I don't like to contradict a gentleman, I would say I could also take my oath that this gentleman was quite alone in the carriage the whole way from London to Clayborough. Why, sir," he added, dropping his voice so as to be inaudible to the station-master, who had been called away to speak to some person close by, "you expressly asked me to give you a compartment to yourself, and I did so. I locked you in, and you were so good as to give me something for myself." "Yes, but Mr. Dwerrihouse had a key of his own." "I never saw him, sir. I saw no one in that compartment but yourself. Beg pardon, sir. My time's up." And with this the ruddy guard touched his cap and was gone. In another minute the heavy panting of the engine began afresh, and the train glided slowly out of the station. We looked at each other for some moments in silence. I was the first to speak. "Mr. Benjamin Summers knows more than he chooses to tell," I said. "Humph! Do you think so?" "It must be. He could not have come to the door without seeing him. It's impossible." "There is one thing not impossible, my dear fellow." "What is that?" "That you may have fallen asleep and dreamed the whole thing." "Could I dream of a branch line that I had never heard of? Could I dream of 101 business details that had no kind of interest for me? Could I dream of the £75,000? Perhaps you might have seen or heard some vague account of the affair while you were abroad. It might have made no impression upon you at the time, and might have come back to you in your dreams, recalled perhaps by the mere names of the stations on the line. What about the fire in the chimney of the Blue Room? Should I have heard of that during my journey? Well, no, I admit there is a difficulty about that point. And what about the cigar case? Aye, by Jove, there is the cigar case. That is a stubborn fact. Well, it's a mysterious affair, and it will need a better detective than myself, I fancy, to clear it up. I suppose we may as well go home. A week had not gone by when I received a letter from the secretary of the East Anglian Railway Company requesting the favour of my attendance at a special board meeting not then many days distant. No reasons were alleged and no apologies offered for this demand upon my time, but they had heard, it was clear, of my inquiries about the missing director, and had a mind to put me through some sort of official examination upon the subject. Being still a guest at Dumbleton Hall, I had to go up to London for the purpose, and Jonathan Jelf accompanied me. I found the direction of the great East Anglian line represented by a party of some 12 or 14 gentlemen seated in solemn conclave round a huge green baize table in a gloomy board-room adjoining the London terminus. Being courteously received by the chairman, who at once began by saying that certain statements of mine respecting Mr. John Dwerrihouse had come to the knowledge of the direction, and that they in consequence desired to confer with me on those points, we were placed at the table, and the inquiry proceeded in due form. I was first asked if I knew Mr. John Dwerrihouse, how long I had been acquainted with him, and whether I could identify him at sight. I was then asked when I had seen him last, to which I replied, on the 4th of this present month, December, 1856. Then came the inquiry of where I had seen him on that 4th day of December, to which I replied that I met him in a first-class compartment of the 4:15 down express, that he got in just as the train was leaving the London terminus, and that he alighted at Blackwater station. The chairman then inquired whether I had held any communication with my fellow traveller, whereupon I related as nearly as I could remember it the whole bulk and substance of Mr. John Dwerrihouse's diffuse information respecting the new branch line. To all this the board listened with profound attention, while the chairman presided and the secretary took notes. I then produced the cigar case. It was passed from hand to hand and recognized by all. There was not a man present who did not remember that plain cigar case with its silver monogram, or to whom it seemed anything less than entirely corroborative of my evidence. When at length I had told all that I had to tell, the chairman whispered something to the secretary. The secretary touched a silver hand-bell, and the guard, Mr. Benjamin Summers, was ushered into the room. He was then examined as carefully as myself. He declared that he knew Mr. John Dwerrihouse perfectly well, that he could not be mistaken in him, that he remembered going down with the 4:15 express on the afternoon in question, that he remembered me, and that, there being 1 or 2 empty first-class compartments on that especial afternoon, he had, in compliance with my request, placed me in a carriage by myself. He was positive that I remained alone in that compartment all the way from London to Clayborough. He was ready to take his oath that Mr. Dwerrihouse was neither in that carriage with me, nor in any compartment of that train. He remembered distinctly to have examined my ticket at Blackwater, was certain that there was no one else at that time in the carriage, could not have failed to observe a second person, if there had been one. Had that second person been Mr. John Dwerrihouse, should have quietly double-locked the doors of the carriage, and have at once given information to the Blackwater station-master. So clear, so decisive, so ready was Summers with his testimony that the board looked fairly puzzled. "You hear this person's statement, Mr. Langford," said the chairman. "It contradicts yours in every particular. What have you to say in reply?" "I can only repeat what I said before. I am quite as positive of the truth of my own assertions as Mr. Summers can be of the truth of his. You say that Mr. Dwerrihouse alighted at Blackwater, and that he was in possession of a private key. Are you sure that he had not alighted by means of that key before the guard came round for the tickets?" "I am quite positive that he did not leave the carriage till the train had fairly entered the station, and the other Blackwater passengers alighted. I even saw that he was met there by a friend." "Indeed. Did you see that person distinctly?" "Quite distinctly." "Can you describe his appearance?" "I think so." He was short and very slight, sandy-haired, with a bushy moustache and beard, and he wore a closely fitting suit of grey tweed. His age I should take to be about 38 or 40. Did Mr. Dwerrihouse leave the station in this person's company? I cannot tell. I saw them walking together down the platform, and then I saw them standing aside under a gas jet, talking earnestly. After that I lost sight of them quite suddenly, and just then my train went on, and I with it. The chairman and secretary conferred together in an undertone. The directors whispered to one another. One or two looked suspiciously at the guard. I could see that my evidence remained unshaken, and that, like myself, they suspected some complicity between the guard and the defaulter. "How far did you conduct that 4:15 express on the day in question, Summers?" asked the chairman. "All through, sir," replied the guard, "from London to Crampton." "How was it that you were not relieved at Clayborough? I thought there was always a change of guards at Clayborough." "There used to be, sir, till the new regulations came in force last midsummer, since when the guards in charge of express trains go the whole way through." The chairman turned to the secretary. "I think it would be as well," he said, "if we had the day book to refer to upon this point." Again the secretary touched the silver handbell and desired the porter in attendance to summon Mr. Raikes. From a word or two dropped by another of the directors I gathered that Mr. Raikes was one of the under-secretaries. He came, a small, slight, sandy-haired, keen-eyed man, with an eager, nervous manner, and a forest of light beard and moustache. He just showed himself at the door of the boardroom, and, being requested to bring a certain day-book from a certain shelf in a certain room, bowed and vanished. He was there such a moment, and the surprise of seeing him was so great and sudden, that it was not till the door had closed upon him that I found voice to speak. He was no sooner gone, however, than I sprang to my feet. "That person," I said, "is the same who met Mr. Dwerrihouse upon the platform at Blackwater." There was a general movement of surprise. The chairman looked grave and somewhat agitated. "Take care, Mr. Langford," he said. "Take care what you say. I am as positive of his identity as of my own. Do you consider the consequences of your words? Do you consider that you are bringing a charge of the gravest character against one of the company's servants? I am willing to be put upon my oath if necessary. The man who came to that door a minute since is the same whom I saw talking with Mr. Dwerrihouse on the Blackwater platform. Were he 20 times the company's servant, I could say neither more nor less." The chairman turned again to the guard. "Did you see Mr. Raikes in the train or on the platform?" he asked. Summers shook his head. "I am confident Mr. Raikes was not in the train," he said, "and I certainly did not see him on the platform." The chairman turned next to the secretary. "Mr. Raikes is in your office, Mr. Hunter," he said. "Can you remember if he was absent on the 4th instant?" "I do not think he was," replied the secretary, "but I am not prepared to speak positively. I have been away most afternoons myself lately, and Mr. Raikes might easily have absented himself if he had been disposed." At this moment the under-secretary returned with the day-book under his arm. "Be pleased to refer, Mr. Raikes," said the chairman, "to the entries of the 4th instant, and see what Benjamin Summers' duties were on that day." Mr. Raikes threw open the cumbrous volume, and ran a practised eye and finger down some 3 or 4 successive columns of entries. Stopping suddenly at the foot of the page, he then read aloud that Benjamin Summers had on that day conducted the 4:15 express from London to Crampton. The chairman leaned forward in his seat, looked the under-secretary full in the face, and said, quite sharply and suddenly, "Where were you, Mr. Raikes, on the same afternoon?" "I, sir?" "You, Mr. Raikes. Where were you on the afternoon and evening of the 4th of the present month?" "Here, sir, in Mr. Hunter's office. Where else should I be?" There was a dash of trepidation in the under-secretary's voice as he said this, but his look of surprise was natural enough. "We have some reason for believing, Mr. Raikes, that you were absent that afternoon without leave. Was this the case?" "Certainly not, sir. I have not had a day's holiday since September. Mr. Hunter will bear me out in this." Mr. Hunter repeated what he had previously said on the subject, but added that the clerks in the adjoining office would be certain to know, whereupon the senior clerk, a grave, middle-aged person in green glasses, was summoned and interrogated. His testimony cleared the under-secretary at once. He declared that Mr. Raikes had in no instance, to his knowledge, been absent during office hours since his return from his annual holiday in September. I was confounded. The chairman turned to me with a smile in which a shade of covert annoyance was scarcely apparent. "You hear, Mr. Langford?" he said. "I hear, sir, but my conviction remains unshaken." "I fear, Mr. Langford, that your convictions are very insufficiently based," replied the chairman with a doubtful cough. "I fear that you dream dreams, and mistake them for actual occurrences. It is a dangerous habit of mind, and might lead to dangerous results. Mr. Raikes here would have found himself in an unpleasant position had he not proved so satisfactory an alibi." I was about to reply, but he gave me no time. "I think, gentlemen," he went on to say, addressing the board, "that we should be wasting time to push this inquiry further. Mr. Langford's evidence would seem to be of an equal value throughout. The testimony of Benjamin Summers disproves his first statement, and the testimony of the last witness disproves his second. I think we may conclude that Mr. Langford fell asleep in the train on the occasion of his journey to Clayborough, and dreamed an unusually vivid and circumstantial dream, of which, however, we have now heard quite enough. There are few things more annoying than to find one's positive convictions met with incredulity. I could not help feeling impatience at the turn that affairs had taken. I was not proof against the civil sarcasm of the chairman's manner. Most intolerable of all, however, was the quiet smile lurking about the corners of Benjamin Summers' mouth, and the half-triumphant, half-malicious gleam in the eyes of the under-secretary. The man was evidently puzzled and somewhat alarmed. His looks seemed furtively to interrogate me. Who was I? What did I want? Why had I come here to do him an ill turn with his employers? What was it to me whether or not he was absent without leave? Seeing all this, and perhaps more irritated by it than the thing deserved, I begged leave to detain the attention of the board for a moment longer. Jelf plucked me impatiently by the sleeve. "Better let the thing drop," he whispered. "The chairman's right enough. You dreamed it, and the less said now the better." I was not to be silenced, however, in this fashion. I had yet something to say, and I would say it. It was to this effect, that dreams were not usually productive of tangible results, and that I requested to know in what way the chairman conceived I had evolved from my dream so substantial and well-made a delusion as the cigar case, which I had had the honour to place before him at the commencement of our interview. "The cigar case, I admit, Mr. Langford," the chairman replied, "is a very strong point in your evidence. It is your only strong point, however, and there is just a possibility that we may all be misled by a mere accidental resemblance. Will you permit me to see the case again?" "It is unlikely," I said, as I handed it to him, "that any other should bear precisely this monogram, and yet be in all other particulars exactly similar." The chairman examined it for a moment in silence, then passed it to Mr. Hunter. Mr. Hunter turned it over and shook his head. "This is no mere resemblance," he said. "It is John Dwerehouse's cigar case to a certainty. I remember it perfectly. I have seen it 100 times." "I believe I may say the same," added the chairman. "Yet how account for the way in which Mr. Langford asserts that it came into his possession?" "I can only repeat," I replied, "that I found it on the floor of the carriage after Mr. Dwerehouse had alighted. It was in leaning out to look after him that I trod upon it, and it was in running after him for the purpose of restoring it that I saw, or believed I saw, Mr. Raikes standing aside with him in earnest conversation." Again I felt Jonathan Jelf plucking at my sleeve. "Look at Raikes," he whispered. "Look at Raikes." I turned to where the under-secretary had been standing a moment before, and saw him, white as death, his lips trembling and livid, stealing towards the door. To conceive a sudden, strange, and indefinite suspicion, to fling myself in his way, to take him by the shoulders as if he were a child, and turn his craven face perforce toward the board, were with me the work of an instant. "Look at him!" I exclaimed. "Look at his face! I ask no better witness to the truth of my words." The chairman's brow darkened. "Mr. Raikes," he said sternly, "if you know anything, you had better speak." Vainly trying to wrench himself from my grasp, the under-secretary stammered out an incoherent denial. "Let me go," he said. "I know nothing. You have no right to detain me. Let me go." Did you or did you not meet Mr. John Dwerrihouse at Blackwater Station? The charge brought against you is either true or false. If true, you will do well to throw yourself upon the mercy of the board and make full confession of all that you know." The Under-Secretary wrung his hands in an agony of helpless terror. "I was away," he cried. "I was 200 miles away at the time. I know nothing about it. I have nothing to confess. I am innocent. I call God to witness I am innocent." 200 miles away?" echoed the chairman. "What do you mean?" "I was in Devonshire. I had 3 weeks' leave of absence. I appealed to Mr. Hunter. Mr. Hunter knows I had 3 weeks' leave of absence. I was in Devonshire all the time. I can prove I was in Devonshire." Seeing him so abject, so incoherent, so wild with apprehension, the directors began to whisper gravely among themselves, while one got quietly up and called the porter to guard the door. "What has your being in Devonshire to do with the matter?" said the chairman. "When were you in Devonshire?" "Mr. Raikes took his leave in September," said the secretary, "about the time when Mr. Dwerrihouse disappeared." "I never even heard that he had disappeared till I came back." "That must remain to be proved," said the chairman. "I shall at once put this matter in the hands of the police. In the meanwhile, Mr. Raikes, being myself a magistrate and used to deal with these cases, I advise you to offer no resistance, but to confess while confession may yet do you service. As for your accomplice—" The frightened wretch fell to his knees. "I had no accomplice," he cried. "Only have mercy upon me. Only spare my life, and I will confess all. I didn't mean to harm him. I didn't mean to hurt a hair of his head. Only have mercy upon me and let me go." The chairman rose in his place, pale and agitated. "Good heavens!" he exclaimed. "What horrible mystery is this? What does it mean?" "As sure as there is a God in heaven," said Jonathan Jelf, "it means that murder has been done." "No, no, no!" shrieked Raikes, still upon his knees and cowering like a beaten hound. "Not murder! No jury that ever sat could bring it in murder. I thought I had only stunned him. I never meant to do more than stun him. Manslaughter! Manslaughter, not murder!" Overcome by the horror of this unexpected revelation, the chairman covered his face with his hand and for a moment or two remained silent. "Miserable man," he said at length, "you have betrayed yourself." "You made me confess. You urged me to throw myself upon the mercy of the board." "You have confessed to a crime which no one suspected you of having committed," replied the chairman, "and which this board has no power either to punish or forgive. All that I can do for you is to advise you to submit to the law, to plead guilty, and to conceal nothing. When did you do this deed?" The guilty man rose to his feet and leaned heavily against the table. His answer came reluctantly, like the speech of one dreaming. "On the 22nd of September." "On the 22nd of September?" I looked in Jonathan Jelf's face, and he in mine. I felt my own paling with a strange sense of wonder and dread. I saw his blanch suddenly, even to the lips. "Merciful heaven!" he whispered. "What was it, then, that you saw in the train?" What was it that I saw in the train? That question remains unanswered to this day. I have never been able to reply to it. I only know that it bore the living likeness of the murdered man, whose body had then been lying some 10 weeks under a rough pile of branches and brambles and rotting leaves at the bottom of a deserted chalk pit about halfway between Blackwater and Mallingford. I know that it spoke and moved and looked as that man spoke and moved and looked in life, that I heard, or seemed to hear, things related which I could never otherwise have learned, that I was guided, as it were, by that vision on the platform to the identification of the murderer, and that, a passive instrument myself, I was destined by means of these mysterious teachings to bring about the ends of justice. For these things I have never been able to account. As for that matter of the cigar case, it proved on inquiry that the carriage in which I travelled down that afternoon to Clayborough had not been in use for several weeks, and was, in point of fact, the same in which poor John Dwerrihouse had performed his last journey. The case had doubtless been dropped by him and had lain unnoticed till I found it. Upon the details of the murder I have no need to dwell. Those who desire more ample particulars may find them, and the written confession of Augustus Raikes, in the files of the Times for 1856. enough that the undersecretary, knowing the history of the new line and following the negotiation step by step through all its stages, determined to waylay Mr. Dwerrihouse, rob him of the £75,000, and escape to America with his booty. In order to effect these ends, he obtained leave of absence a few days before the time appointed for the payment of the money, secured his passage across the Atlantic in a steamer advertised to start on the 23rd, provided himself with a heavily loaded life-preserver, and went down to Blackwater to await the arrival of his victim. How he met him on the platform with a pretended message from the board, how he offered to conduct him by a short cut across the fields to Mallingford, how having brought him to a lonely place he struck him down with the life-preserver and so killed him, and how, finding what he had done, he dragged the body to the verge of an out-of-the-way chalk-pit, and there flung it in and piled it over with branches and brambles, are facts still fresh in the memories of those who, like the connoisseurs of De Quincey's famous essay, regard murder as a fine art. Strangely enough, the murderer, having done his work, was afraid to leave the country. He declared that he had not intended to take the director's life, but only to stun and rob him, and that finding the blow had killed, he dared not fly for fear of drawing down suspicion upon his own head. As a mere robber he would have been safe in the States, but as a murderer he would inevitably have been pursued and given up to justice. So he forfeited his passage, returned to the office as usual at the end of his leave, and locked up his ill-gotten thousands till a more convenient opportunity. In the meanwhile he had the satisfaction of finding that Mr. Dwerrihouse was universally believed to have absconded with the money, no one knew how or whither. Whether he meant murder or not, however, Mr. Augustus Raikes paid the full penalty of his crime, and was hanged at the Old Bailey in the second week in January 1857. Those who desire to make his further acquaintance may see him any day, admirably done in wax, in the Chamber of Horrors at Madame Tussaud's exhibition in Baker Street. He is there to be found in the midst of a select society of ladies and gentlemen of atrocious memory, dressed in the close-cut tweed suit which he wore on the evening of the murder, and holding in his hand the identical life-preserver with which he committed it. End of the 4:15 Express.
By Charlotte Perkins Gilman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Freya Hansen. The Yellow Wallpaper by Charlotte Perkins Gilman. It is very seldom that mere ordinary people like John and myself secure ancestral halls for the summer. A colonial mansion, a hereditary estate, I would say a haunted house, and reach the height of romantic felicity, but that would be asking too much of fate. Still, I will proudly declare that there is something queer about it. Else why should it be let so cheaply, and why have stood so long untenanted? John laughs at me, of course, but one expects that in marriage. John is practical in the extreme. He has no patience with faith, an intense horror of superstition, and he scoffs openly at any talk of things not to be felt and seen and put down in figures. John is a physician, and perhaps, I would not say it to a living soul, of course, but this is dead paper and a great relief to my mind, perhaps that is one reason I do not get well faster. You see, he does not believe I am sick. And what can one do? If a physician of high standing and one's own husband assures friends and relatives that there is really nothing the matter with one but temporary nervous depression, a slight hysterical tendency, what is one to do? My brother is also a physician and also of high standing, and he says the same thing. So I take phosphates or phosphites, whichever it is, and tonics, and journeys, and air, and exercise, and am absolutely forbidden to work until I am well again. Personally, I disagree with their ideas. Personally, I believe that congenial work with excitement and change would do me good, but what is one to do? I did write for a while in spite of them, but it does exhaust me a good deal, having to be so sly about it, or else meet with heavy opposition. I sometimes fancy that in my condition, if I had less opposition and more society and stimulus. But John says the very worst thing I can do is to think about my condition, and I confess it always makes me feel bad, so I will let it alone and talk about the house. The most beautiful place. It is quite alone, standing well back from the road, quite 3 miles from the village. It makes me think of English places that you read about, for their hedges and walls and gates that lock and lots of separate little houses for the gardeners and people. There is a delicious garden. I never saw such a garden, large and shady, full of box-bordered paths and lined with long grape-covered arbours with seats under them. There were greenhouses too, but they are all broken now. There was some legal trouble, I believe, something about heirs and co-heirs. Anyhow, the place has been empty for years. That spoils my ghostliness, I'm afraid, but I don't care. There is something strange about the house. I can feel it. I even said so to John one moonlight evening, but he said what I felt was a draught and shut the window. Oh, I get unreasonably angry with John sometimes. I'm sure I never used to be so sensitive. I think it is due to this nervous condition. But John says if I feel so, I shall neglect proper self-control. So I take pains to control myself, before him at least, and that makes me very tired. I don't like our room a bit. I wanted one downstairs that opened on the piazza and had roses all over the window and such pretty old-fashioned chintz hangings, but John would not hear of it. He said there was only one window and not room for 2 beds, and no near room for him if he took another. He is very careful and loving, and hardly lets me stir without special direction. I have a scheduled prescription for each hour in the day. He takes all care from me, and so I feel basely ungrateful not to value it more. He said we came here solely on my account, and that I was to have perfect rest and all the air I could get. "Your exercise depends on your strength, my dear," said he, "and your food somewhat on your appetite, but air you can absorb all the time." So we took the nursery at the top of the house. It is a big, airy room, the whole floor nearly, with windows that look all ways, and air and sunshine galore. It was nursery first, and then playroom and gymnasium, I should judge, for the windows are barred for little children, and there are rings and things in the walls. The paint and paper look as if a boys' school had used it. It is stripped off, the paper, in great patches all round the head of my bed, about as far as I can reach, and in a place on the other side of the room, low down. I never saw such a worse paper in my life. One of those sprawling, flamboyant patterns, committing every artistic sin. It is dull enough to confuse the eye in following, pronounced enough to constantly irritate and provoke study, and when you follow the lame, uncertain curves for a little distance, they suddenly commit suicide, plunge off at outrageous angles, destroy themselves in unheard-of contradictions. The colour is repellent, almost revolting, a smouldering, unclean yellow, strangely faded by the slow-turning sunlight. It is a dull, yet lurid orange in some places, a sickly sulphur tint in others. No wonder the children hated it. I should hate it myself if I had to live in this room long. Oh, there comes John, and I must put this away. He hates to have me write a word. We have been here 2 weeks, and I haven't felt like writing before, since that first day. I'm sitting by the window now, up in this atrocious nursery, and there is nothing to hinder my writing as much as I please, save a lack of strength. John is away all day, and even some nights when his cases are serious. I'm glad my case is not serious. But these nervous troubles are dreadfully depressing. John does not know how much I really suffer. He knows there is no reason to suffer, and that satisfies him. Of course, it is only nervousness. It does weigh on me so not to do my duty in any way, I meant to be such a help to John, such a real rest and comfort, and here I am, a comparative burden already. Nobody would believe what an effort it is to do what little I am able, to dress and entertain and order things. It is fortunate Mary is so good with the baby. Such a dear baby, and yet I cannot be with him. It makes me so nervous. I suppose John never was nervous in his life. He laughs at me so about this wallpaper. At first he meant to repaper the room, but afterwards he said that I was letting it get the better of me, and that nothing was worse for a nervous patient than to give way to such fancies. He said that after the wallpaper was changed it would be the heavy bedstead, and then the barred windows, and then that gate at the head of the stairs, and so on. "You know the place is doing you good," he said, "and really, dear, I don't care to renovate the house just for 3 months' rental." "Then do let us go downstairs," I said. "There are such pretty rooms there." Then he took me in his arms and called me a blessed little goose, and said he would go down to the cellar if I wished, and have it whitewashed into the bargain. But he is right enough about the beds and windows and things. It is an airy and comfortable room as anyone need wish, and of course I would not be so silly as to make him uncomfortable, just for a whim. I'm getting really quite fond of the big room, all but that horrid paper. Out of one window I can see the garden, those mysterious deep-shaded arbours, the riotous old-fashioned flowers and bushes and gnarly trees. Out of another I get a lovely view of the bay, and a little private wharf belonging to the estate. There is a beautiful shaded lane that runs down there from the house. I always fancy I see people walking in these numerous paths and arbours, but John has cautioned me not to give way to fancy in the least. He says that with my imaginative power and habit of story-making, a nervous weakness like mine is sure to lead to all manner of excited fancies, and that I ought to use my will and good sense to check the tendency. So I try. I think sometimes that if I were only well enough to write a little, it would relieve the press of ideas and rest me. But I find I get pretty tired when I try. It is so discouraging not to have any advice and companionship about my work. When I get really well, John says we will ask Cousin Henry and Julia down for a long visit, but he says he would as soon put fireworks in my pillowcase as to let me have those stimulating people about now. I wish I could get well faster, but I must not think about that. This paper looks to me as if it knew what a vicious influence it had. There is a recurrent spot where the pattern lolls like a broken neck, and 2 bulbous eyes stare at you upside down. I get positively angry with the impertinence of it, and the everlastingness. Up and down and sideways they crawl, and those absurd unblinking eyes are everywhere. There is one place where 2 breadths didn't match, and the eyes go all up and down the line, one a little higher than the other. I never saw so much expression in an inanimate thing before, and we all know how much expression they have. I used to lie awake as a child and get more entertainment and terror out of blank walls and plain furniture than most children could find in a toy store. I remember what a kindly wink the knobs of our big old bureau used to have, and there was one chair that always seemed like a strong friend. I used to feel that if any of the things looked too fierce, I could always hop into that chair and be safe. The furniture in this room is no worse than inharmonious, however, for we had to bring it all from downstairs. I suppose when this was used as a playroom, they had to take the nursery things out, and no wonder. I never saw such ravages as the children have made here. The wallpaper, as I said before, is torn off in spots, and it sticketh closer than a brother. They must have had perseverance as well as hatred. Then the floor is scratched and gouged and splintered, the plaster itself is dug out here and there, and this great heavy bed, which is all we found in the room, looks as if it had been through the wars. But I don't mind it a bit. Only the paper. There comes John's sister. Such a dear girl as she is, and so careful of me. I must not let her find me writing. She is a perfect and enthusiastic housekeeper, and hopes for no better profession. I verily believe she thinks it is the writing which made me sick. But I can write when she is out, and see her a long way off from these windows. There is one that commands the road, a lovely shaded winding road, and one that just looks off over the country, a lovely country too, full of great elms and velvet meadows. This wallpaper has a kind of sub-pattern in a different shade, a particularly irritating one, for you can only see it in certain lights, and not clearly then. But in the places where it isn't faded, and where the sun is just so, I can see a strange, provoking, formless sort of figure that seems to skulk about behind that silly and conspicuous front design. Oh, there's Sister on the stairs. Well, the 4th of July is over, the people are gone, and I am tired out. John thought it might do me good to see a little company, so we just had Mother and Nellie and the children down for a week. Of course, I didn't do a thing. Jenny sees to everything now, but it tired me all the same. John says if I don't pick up faster, he shall send me to Weir Mitchell in the fall, but I don't want to go there at all. I had a friend who was in his hands once, and she says he is just like John and my brother, only more so. Besides, it is such an undertaking to go so far. I don't feel as if it was worthwhile to turn my hand over for anything, and I'm getting dreadfully fretful and querulous. I cry at nothing, and cry most of the time. Of course I don't when John is here, or anybody else, but when I'm alone, and I am alone a good deal just now. John is kept in town very often by serious cases, and Jenny is good and lets me alone when I want her to. So I walk a little in the garden, or down that lovely lane, sit on the porch under the roses, and lie down up here a good deal. I'm getting really fond of the room in spite of the wallpaper. Perhaps because of the wallpaper. It dwells in my mind so. I lie here on this great immovable bed, it is nailed down, I believe, and follow that pattern about by the hour. It is as good as gymnastics, I assure you. I start, we'll say, at the bottom, down in the corner over there, where it has not been touched, and I determine, for the 1000th time, that I will follow that pointless pattern to some sort of a conclusion. I know a little of the principle of design, and I know this thing was not arranged on any laws of radiation, or alternation, or repetition, or symmetry, or anything else I ever heard of. It is repeated, of course, by the breadths, but not otherwise. Looked at in one way, each breadth stands alone. The bloated curves and flourishes, a kind of debased Romanesque with delirium tremens, go waddling up and down in isolated columns of fatuity. But on the other hand, they connect diagonally, and the sprawling outlines run off in great slanting waves of optic horror, like a lot of wallowing seaweeds in full chase. The whole thing goes horizontally, too, at least it seems so, and I exhaust myself in trying to distinguish the order of its going in that direction. They have used a horizontal breadth for a frieze, and that adds wonderfully to the confusion. There is one end of the room where it is almost intact, and there, when the cross lights fade, and the low sun shines directly upon it, I can almost fancy radiation after all. The interminable grotesques seem to form around a common centre, and rush off in headlong plunges of equal distraction. It makes me tired to follow it. I'll take a nap, I guess. I don't know why I should write this. I don't want to. I don't feel able. And I know John would think it absurd, but I must say what I feel and think in some way. It is such a relief, but the effort is getting to be greater than the relief. Half the time now, I'm awfully lazy and lie down ever so much. John says I mustn't lose my strength, and has me take cod liver oil and lots of tonics and things, to say nothing of ale and wine and rare meat. Dear John, he loves me very dearly, and hates to have me sick. I tried to have a real earnest, reasonable talk with him the other day, and tell him how I wish he would let me go and make a visit to Cousin Henry and Julia. But he said I wasn't able to go, nor able to stand it after I got there, and I did not make out a very good case for myself, for I was crying before I had finished. It is getting to be a great effort for me to think straight. Just this nervous weakness, I suppose. And dear John gathered me up in his arms, and just carried me upstairs and laid me on the bed, and sat by me and read to me till it tired my head. He said I was his darling and his comfort and all he had, and that I must take care of myself for his sake and keep well. He says no one but myself can help me out of it, that I must use my will and self-control and not let any silly fancies run away with me. There's one comfort. The baby is well and happy, and does not have to occupy this nursery with the horrid wallpaper. If we had not used it, that blessed child would have. What a fortunate escape! Why, I wouldn't have a child of mine, an impressionable little thing, live in such a room for worlds. I never thought of it before, but it is lucky that John kept me here after all. I can stand it so much easier than a baby, you see. Of course, I never mention it to them any more. I am too wise, but I keep watch of it all the same. There are things in that paper that nobody knows but me, or ever will. Behind that outside pattern, the dim shapes get clearer every day. It is always the same shape, only very numerous. It is like a woman stooping down and creeping about behind that pattern. I don't like it a bit. I begin to think. I wish John would take me away from here. It is so hard to talk with John about my case, because he is so wise, and because he loves me so. But I tried it last night. It was moonlight. The moon shines in all around, just as the sun does. I hate to see it sometimes. It creeps so slowly, and always comes in by one window or another. John was asleep, and I hated to waken him, so I kept still and watched the moonlight on that undulating wallpaper till I felt creepy. The faint figure behind seemed to shake the pattern, just as if she wanted to get out. I got up softly and went to feel and see if the paper did move, and when I came back, John was awake.
"What is it, little girl?" he said. "Don't go walking about like that. You'll get cold."
I thought it was a good time to talk, so I told him that I really was not gaining here, and that I wished he would take me away.
"Why, darling," said he, "our lease will be up in 3 weeks, and I can't see how to leave before. The repairs are not done at home, and I cannot possibly leave town just now. Of course, if you were in any danger, I could and would, but you really are better, dear, whether you can see it or not. I am a doctor, dear, and I know you are gaining flesh and colour. Your appetite is better. I feel really much easier about you."
"I don't weigh a bit more," said I, "nor as much, and my appetite may be better in the evening when you are here, but it is worse in the morning when you are away."
"Bless her little heart,"
said he, with a big hug.
"She shall be as sick as she pleases. But now, let's improve the shining hours by going to sleep, and talk about it in the morning."
"And you won't go away?" I asked, gloomily.
"Why, how can I, dear? It is only 3 weeks more, and then we will take a nice little trip of a few days, while Jenny is getting the house ready. Really, dear, you are better."
"Better in body, perhaps," I began, and stopped short, for he sat up straight and looked at me with such a stern, reproachful look that I could not say another word.
"My darling," said he, "I beg of you, for my sake and for our child's sake, as well as for your own, that you will never for one instant let that idea enter your mind. There is nothing so dangerous, so fascinating to a temperament like yours. It is a false and foolish fancy. Can you not trust me as a physician when I tell you so?"
So, of course, I said no more on that score, and we went to sleep before long. He thought I was asleep first, but I wasn't, and lay there for hours trying to decide whether that front pattern and the back pattern really did move together or separately. On a pattern like this, by daylight, there is a lack of sequence, a defiance of law that is a constant irritant to a normal mind. The colour is hideous enough, and unreliable enough, and infuriating enough, but the pattern is torturing. You think you have mastered it, but just as you get well underway in following, it turns a back somersault, and there you are. It slaps you in the face, knocks you down, and tramples upon you. It is like a bad dream. The outside pattern is a florid arabesque, reminding one of a fungus. If you could imagine a toadstool in joints, an interminable string of toadstools, budding and sprouting in endless convolutions, why, that is something like it. That is, sometimes. There is one marked peculiarity about this paper, a thing nobody seems to notice but myself, and that is that it changes as the light changes. When the sun shoots in through the east window, I always watch for that first long straight ray. It changes so quickly that I never can quite believe it. That is why I watch it, always. By moonlight, the moon shines in all night when there is a moon, I wouldn't know it was the same paper. At night, in any kind of light, in twilight, candlelight, lamplight, and worst of all, by moonlight, it becomes bars, the outside pattern I mean, and the woman behind it is as plain as can be. I didn't realise for a long time what the thing was that showed behind that dim sub-pattern, but now I am quite sure it is a woman. By daylight, she is subdued, quiet. I fancy it is the pattern that keeps her so still. It is so puzzling. It keeps me quiet by the hour. I lie down ever so much now. John says it's good for me, and to sleep all I can. Indeed, he started the habit by making me lie down for an hour after each meal. It is a very bad habit, I'm convinced, for you see, I don't sleep, and that cultivates deceit, for I don't tell them I'm awake. Oh no. The fact is, I'm getting a little afraid of John. He seems very queer sometimes, and even Jenny has an inexplicable look. It strikes me occasionally, just as a scientific hypothesis, that perhaps it's the paper. I have watched John, when he did not know I was looking, and come into the room suddenly on the most innocent excuses, and I've caught him several times looking at the paper. And Jenny too. I caught Jenny with her hand on it once. She didn't know I was in the room, and when I asked her in a very quiet voice, with the most restrained manner possible, what she was doing with the paper, she turned around as if she had been caught stealing, and looked quite angry, and asked me why I should frighten her so. She said that the paper stained everything it touched, that she had found yellow smooches on all my clothes and John's, and she wished we would be more careful. Did not that sound innocent? But I know she was studying the pattern, and I am determined that nobody shall find it out but myself. Life is very much more exciting now than it used to be. You see, I have something more to expect, to look forward to watch. I really do eat better, and am more quiet than I was. John is so pleased to see me improve. He laughed a little the other day, and said I seemed to be flourishing in spite of my wallpaper. I turned it off with a laugh. I had no intention of telling him it was because of the wallpaper. He would make fun of me. He might even want to take me away, and I don't want to leave now until I have found it out. There is a week more, and I think that will be enough. I'm feeling ever so much better. I don't sleep much at night, for it is so interesting to watch developments. But I sleep a good deal in the daytime. In the daytime it is tiresome and perplexing. There are new shoots on the fungus, and new shades of yellow all over it. I cannot keep count of them, though I have tried conscientiously. It is the strangest yellow, that wallpaper. It makes me think of all the yellow things I ever saw. Not beautiful ones like buttercups, but old, foul, bad yellow things. But there is something else about that paper. The smell. I noticed it the moment we came into the room. But with so much air and sun, it was not bad. Now we have had a week of fog and rain, and whether the windows are open or not, the smell is here. It creeps all over the house. I find it hovering in the dining room, skulking in the parlour, hiding in the hall, lying in wait for me on the stairs. It gets into my hair. Even when I go to ride, if I turn my head suddenly and surprise it, there is that smell. Such a peculiar odour too. I have spent hours in trying to analyse it, to find what it smelled like. It is not bad at first, and very gentle, but quite the subtlest, most enduring odour I ever met. In this damp weather it is awful. I wake up in the night and find it hanging over me. It used to disturb me at first. I thought seriously of burning the house to reach the smell, but now I am used to it. The only thing I can think of is that it is like the colour of the paper, a yellow smell. There is a very funny mark on this wall, low down, near the mop-board, a streak that runs around the room. It goes behind every piece of furniture, except the bed, a long, straight, even smooch, as if it had been rubbed over and over. I wonder how it was done, and who did it, and what they did it for. Round and round and round, round and round and round. It makes me dizzy. I really have discovered something at last. Through watching so much at night, when it changes so, I have finally found out. The front pattern does move, and no wonder. The woman behind shakes it. Sometimes I think there are a great many women behind, and sometimes only one, and she crawls around fast, and her crawling shakes it all over. Then in the very bright spots she keeps still, and in the very shady spots she just takes hold of the bars and shakes them hard. And she is all the time trying to climb through, but nobody could climb through that pattern. It strangles so. I think that is why it has so many heads. They get through, and then the pattern strangles them off and turns them upside down and makes their eyes white. If those heads were covered or taken off, it would not be half so bad. I think that woman gets out in the daytime, and I'll tell you why, privately. I've seen her. I can see her out of every one of my windows. It is the same woman, I know, for she is always creeping, and most women do not creep by daylight. I see her on that long road under the trees, creeping along, and when a carriage comes she hides under the blackberry vines. I don't blame her a bit. It must be very humiliating to be caught creeping by daylight. I always lock the door when I creep by daylight. I can't do it at night, for I know John would suspect something at once. And John is so queer now that I don't want to irritate him. I wish he would take another room. Besides, I don't want anybody to get that woman out at night but myself. I often wonder if I could see her out of all the windows at once. But turn as fast as I can only see out of one at one time. And though I always see her, she may be able to creep faster than I can turn. I have watched her sometimes away off in the open country, creeping as fast as a cloud shadow in a high wind. If only that top pattern could be gotten off from the under one. I mean to try it, little by little. I have found out another funny thing, but I shan't tell it this time. It does not do to trust people too much. There are only 2 more days to get this paper off, and I believe John is beginning to notice. I don't like the look in his eyes, and I heard him ask Jenny a lot of professional questions about me. She had a very good report to give. She said I slept a good deal in the daytime. John knows I don't sleep very well at night, for all I'm so quiet. He asked me all sorts of questions too, and pretended to be very loving and kind, as if I couldn't see through him. Still, I don't wonder he acts so, sleeping under this paper for 3 months. It only interests me, but I feel sure John and Jenny are secretly affected by it. Hurrah! This is the last day, but it is enough. John is to stay in town overnight, and won't be out until this evening. Jenny wanted to sleep with me, the sly thing, but I told her I should undoubtedly rest better for a night all alone. That was clever, for really I wasn't alone a bit. As soon as it was moonlight, and that poor thing began to crawl and shake the pattern, I got up and ran to help her. I pulled, and she shook. I shook, and she pulled, and before morning we had peeled off yards of that paper, about a strip as high as my head and half around the room. And then, when the sun came, and that awful pattern began to laugh at me, I declared I would finish it today. We go away tomorrow, and they are moving all my furniture down again to leave things as they were before. Jenny looked at the wall in amazement, but I told her merrily that I did it out of pure spite at the vicious thing. She laughed and said she wouldn't mind doing it herself, but I must not get tired. How she betrayed herself that time! But I am here, and no person touches this paper but me, not alive. She tried to get me out of the room. It was too patent. But I said it was so quiet and empty and clean now that I believed I would lie down and sleep all I could, and not to wake me even for dinner. I would call when I woke. So now she is gone, and the servants are gone, and the things are gone, and there is nothing left but that great bedstead nailed down with the canvas mattress we found on it. We shall sleep downstairs tonight, and take the boat home tomorrow. I quite enjoy the room now it is bare again. How those children did tear about in here! This bedstead is fairly gnawed, but I must get to work. I have locked the door and thrown the key down into the front path. I don't want to go out, and I don't want to have anybody come in till John comes. I want to astonish him. I've got a rope up here that even Jenny did not find. If that woman does get out and tries to get away, I can tie her. But I forgot. I could not reach far without anything to stand on. This bed will not move. I tried to lift and push it until I was lame, and then I got so angry I bit off a little piece at one corner, but it hurt my teeth. Then I peeled off all the paper I could reach standing on the floor. It sticks horribly, and the pattern just enjoys it. All those strangled heads and bulbous eyes and waddling fungus growths just shriek with derision. I am getting angry enough to do something desperate. To jump out of the window would be admirable exercise, but the bars are too strong to even try. Besides, I wouldn't do it. Of course not. I know well enough that a step like that is improper and might be misconstrued. I don't like to look out of the windows even. There are so many of those creeping women, and they creep so fast. I wonder if they all came out of that wallpaper, as I did. But I am securely fastened now by my well-hidden rope. You don't get me out in the road there. I suppose I shall have to get back behind the pattern when it comes night, and that is hard. It is so pleasant to be out in this great room and creep around as I please. I don't want to go outside. I won't, even if Jenny asks me to, for outside you have to creep on the ground, and everything is green instead of yellow. But here I can creep smoothly on the floor, and my shoulder just fits in that long smooch around the wall, so I cannot lose my way. Why, there's John at the door. It's no use, young man. You can't open it. How he does call and pound. Now he's crying for an axe. It would be a shame to break down that beautiful door. John, dear, said I, in the gentlest voice, the key is down by the front steps, under a plantain leaf. That silenced him for a few moments. Then he said, very quietly indeed, Open the door, my darling. I can't, said I. The key is down by the front door, under a plantain leaf. Then I said it again, several times, very gently and slowly, and said it so often that he had to go and see, and he got it, of course, and came in. He stopped short by the door. What is the matter? He cried. For God's sake, what are you doing? I kept on creeping just the same, but I looked at him over my shoulder. I've got out at last, said I, in spite of you and Jane, and I've pulled off most of the paper, so you can't put me back. Now why should that man have fainted? But he did, and right across my path by the wall, so that I had to creep over him every time. End of The Yellow Wallpaper. Recording by Freya Hansen.
By David H. Keller. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Pyle. Tiger Cat by David H. Keller. The man tried his best to sell me the house. He was confident that I would like it. Repeatedly he called my attention to the view. There was something in what he said about the view. The villa on the top of a mountain commanded a vision of the valley, vine-clad and cottage-studded. It was an irregular bowl of green, dotted with stone houses which were whitewashed to almost painful brilliancy. The valley was 3 1/3 miles at its greatest width. Standing at the front door of the house, an expert marksman with telescopic sight could have placed a rifle bullet in each of the white marks of cottages. They nestled like little pearls amid a sea of green grapevines. "A wonderful view, senor," the real estate agent repeated. "That scene at any time of the year is worth twice what I am asking for the villa." "But I can see all this without buying," I argued. "Not without trespassing." "But the place is old. It has no running water." "Wrong," and he smiled expansively, showing a row of gold-filled teeth. "Listen." We were silent. There came to us the sound of bubbling water. Turning, I traced the sound. I found a marble cupid spurting water in a most peculiar way into a wall basin. I smiled and commented, "There's one like that in Brussels and another in Madrid, but this is very fine." However, I referred to running water in a modern bathroom. "But why bathe when you can sit here and enjoy the view?" He was impossible. So I wrote a check, took his bill of sale, and became the owner of a mountain, topped by a stone house that seemed to be half ruin. But he did not know, and I did not tell him, that I considered the fountain alone worth the price that I had paid. In fact, I had come to Italy to buy that fountain if I could, buy it and take it back to America with me. I knew all about that curious piece of marble. George Seabrook had written to me about it. Just one letter, and then he had gone on, goodness knows where. George was like that, always on the move. Now I owned the fountain and was already planning where I should place it in my New York home. Certainly not in the rose garden. I sat down on a marble bench and looked down on the valley. The real estate man was right. It was a delicate, delicious piece of scenery. The surrounding mountains were high enough to throw a constant shadow on some part of the valley except at high noon. There was no sign of life, but I was sure that the vineyards were alive with husbandmen and their families. An eagle floated serenely on the upper air currents, automatically adjusting himself to their constant changing. Stretching myself, I gave one look at my car and then walked into the house. In the kitchen 2 peasants sat, an old man and an old woman. They rose as I entered. "Who are you?" I asked in English. They simply smiled and waved their hands. I repeated my question in Italian. "We serve," the man replied. "Serve whom?" "Whoever is the master." Have you been here long? We have always been here. It is our home. His statement amused me, and I commented, The masters come and go, but you remain. It seems so. Many masters? Alas, yes, they come and go. Nice young men like you, but they do not stay. They buy and look at the view and eat with us a few days, and then they are gone. And then the villa is sold again? The man shrugged. How should we know? We simply serve. Then prepare me my dinner and serve it outside under the grapevine where I can see the view. The woman started to obey. The man came nearer. Shall I carry your bags to the bedroom? Yes, and I will go with you and unpack. He took me to a room on the second floor. There was a bed there and a very old chest of drawers. The floor, everything about the room was spotlessly clean. The walls had been freshly whitewashed. Their smooth whiteness suggested wonderful possibilities for despoliation. The drawing of a picture, the writing of a poem, the careless writhing autograph that caused my relatives so much despair. Have all the masters slept here? I asked carelessly. All. Was there one by the name of George Seabrook? I think so, but they come and go. I am old and forget. And all these masters, none of them ever wrote on the walls? Of a certainty, all wrote with pencil what they desired to write. Who should say they should not? For did not the villa belong to them while they were here? But always we prepared for the new master and made the walls clean and beautiful again. You were always sure that there would be a new master. Certainly, someone must pay us our wages. I gravely placed a gold piece in his itching palm, asking, What did they write on the walls? He looked at me with old unblinking eyes, owl eyes, that is what they were, and he slowly said, Each wrote or drew as his fancy led him, for they were the masters and could do as they wished. But what were the words? I cannot speak English or read it. Evidently the man was not going to talk. To me the entire situation was most interesting. Same servants, same villa, many masters. They came and bought and wrote on the wall and left, and then my real estate friend sold the house again. A fine racket. Downstairs, outdoors, under the grapevine, eating a good Italian meal, looking at the wonderful view, I came to laugh at my suspicions. I ate spaghetti, olives, dark bread, and wine. Silence hung heavily over the sullen, sleepy afternoon. The sky became copper-colored. It was about to rain. The old man came and showed me a place to put my car, a recess in the wall of the house, open at one end, but sheltered from the weather. The stone floor was black with grease. More than one automobile had been kept there. Other cars have been here, I ventured. All the masters had cars, the old man replied. Back on the stone gallery, I waited for the storm to break. At last it came in a solid wall of gray wetness across the valley. Nearer and nearer it came, till it deluged my villa and drove me inside. The woman was lighting candles. I took one from her hand. I want to look through the house, I explained. She made no protest, so I started exploring the first floor. One room was evidently the sleeping quarters for the servants. Another was the kitchen, and the remaining two might have served in the old days for dining room and drawing room. There was little furniture, and the walls were gray with time and mold. One flight of stone stairs led upward to the bedroom, another to the cellar. I decided to go downstairs. There were steps, not made of masonry, but apparently carved out of the living rock. The cellar was simply a cubical hole in the mountain. It all looked very old. I had the uneasy feeling that originally that cellar had been a tomb, and that later the house had been built over it. But once at the bottom there was nothing to indicate a sepulchre. A few small casks of wine, some junk, odds of rope and rusty iron. Those were in the corners, otherwise the room was empty and dusty. It is an odd room, I commented to myself. It seemed in some way out of place and out of shape and size for the villa above it. I had expected something more, something larger, gloomier. Walking around, I examined the walls, and then something came to my alert senses. 3 sides of the room were carved out of rock, but the remaining side was of masonry, and in that side there was a door. A door! But why should a door be there except to lead to another room? There was a door, and that presupposed something on the other side. And what a door it was! More of a barricade than a partition. The iron hinges were built to support weight and to give complete defense and support. There was a keyhole, and if the key corresponded with the size of the hole, it was the largest that I had ever heard of. Naturally, I wanted to open the door. As master of the villa, I had a right to. Upstairs, the old woman seemed unable to understand me, and ended by telling me to see her husband. He, in turn, seemed incapable of following my stream of talk. At last I took him to the door and pointed to the keyhole. In English, Italian, and sign language, I told him rather emphatically that I wanted the key to that door. At last he was willing to admit that he understood my questions. He shook his head. He had never had the key to that door. Yes, he knew that there was such a door, but he had never been on the other side. It was very old. Perhaps his ancestors understood about it, but they were all dead. He made me tired, so much so that I rested by placing a hand on the butt of the upper hinge. I knew that he was deceiving me. Lived there all his life and never saw the door open. "And you have no key to that door?" I repeated. "No, I have no key." "Who has the key?" "The owner of the house." "But I own it." "Yes, you are the master, but I mean the one who owns it all the time." "So the various masters do not really buy the place?" "They buy it, but they come and go." "But the owner keeps on selling it and owning it?" "Yes." "Must be a profitable business. And who owns it?" "Donna Marchesi." "I think I met her yesterday in Sorona." "Yes, that is where she lives." The storm had passed. Sorona was only 2 miles away on the other side of the mountain. The cellar, the door, the mysterious uncertainty on the other side intrigued me. I told the man that I would be back by supper, and I went to my bedroom to change, preparatory to making an afternoon call. In the room I found my hand black with oil, and that told me a good many things, as it was the hand that had rested against the upper hinge of the door. I washed the hand, changed my clothes, and drove my car to Sorona. Fortunately, the Donna Marchesi was at home. I might have met her before, but I now saw her ethereal beauty for the first time. At least it seemed ethereal at the first moment. In some ways she was the most beautiful woman I had ever seen. Skin white as milk, hair a tawny red, piled in great masses on her head, and eyes of a peculiar green with pupils that were slots instead of circles. She wore her nails long, and they were tinted red to match the Titian of her hair. She seemed surprised to have me call on her, and more surprised to hear of my errand. "You bought the villa?" she asked. "Yes, though when I bought it I did not know you were the owner. The agent never stated whom he was acting for." "I know," she said with a smile. "Franco is peculiar that way. He always pretends that he owns the place. No doubt he has used it more than once." "I fear so. The place seems to be unfortunate. I sell it with a reserve clause. The owner must live there, and no one seems to want to stay, so the place reverts back to me. It seems to be an old place." "Very old. It has been in my family for generations. I have tried to get rid of it, but what can I do when the young men will not stay?" She shrugged her shoulders expressively. I countered with, "Perhaps if they knew, as I do, that you owned the property, they would be content to stay, forever, in Sorona." "Prettily said," she answered. Then the room became silent, and I heard her heavy breathing, like the deep purr of a cat. "They come and go," she said at last. "And when they go you sell to another?" I asked. "Naturally, and with the hope that one will stay." "I have come for the key," I said bluntly, "the key to the cellar door." "Are you sure you want it?" "Absolutely. It is my villa, and my cellar, and my door. I want the key. I want to see what is on the other side of the door." And then it was that I saw the pupils of her eyes narrow to livid slits. She looked at me for a second, for 5, and then opening a drawer in the cabinet near the chair, she took out the key and handed it to me. It was a tool worthy of the door that it was supposed to open, being fully 8 inches long and a pound in weight. Taking it, I thanked her and said good-bye. 15 minutes later I was back, profuse in my apologies. I was temperamental, I explained, and I frequently changed my mind. Whatever was on the other side of the door could stay there as far as I was concerned. Then again I kissed her hand farewell. On the side street I passed through the door of a locksmith and waited while he completed a key. He was following a wax impression of the original key. An hour later I was on my way back to the villa with the key in my pocket, a key that I was sure would unlock the door, and I was confident that the lady with the cat eyes felt sure that I had lost all interest in that door and what was beyond it. The full moon was just appearing over the mountains when I drove my car up to the villa. I was tired but happy. Taking the candlestick in my hand, which candlestick was handed to me with a deep bow by the old woman, I ascended the stairs to my bedroom, and soon I was fast asleep. I awoke with a start. Moon was still shining. It was midnight. I heard, or thought I heard, a deep moaning. It sounded a little like waves beating on a rock-bound coast. Then it ceased and was replaced by a musical element that came in certain stately measures. Those sounds were in the room, but they came from far away. Only by straining my sense of sound to the utmost could I hear anything. Slippers on my feet, flashlight in my hand, and the key in the pocket of my dressing gown, I slowly descended the stairs. Loud snores from the servants' room told, or seemed to tell, of their deep slumbers. Down into the cellar I went and put the key into the hole of the lock. The key turned easily. No rust there. The springs and the tumblers had been well oiled, like the hinges. It was evident that the door had been used often. Turning the light on the hinges, I saw what had made my hand black with oil. Earnestly I damned the servants. They knew about the door. They knew what was on the other side. Just as I was about to open the door, I heard a woman's voice singing in Italian. It sounded like a selection from an opera. It was followed by applause, and then a moaning, and one shrill cry as though someone had been hurt. There was no doubt now as to where the sounds that I heard in my room had come from. They had come from the other side of the door. There was a mystery there for me to solve, but I was not ready to solve it. So I turned the key noiselessly, and with the door locked, tiptoed back to my bed. There I tried to put 2 and 2 together. They made 5, 7, a million vague admixtures of impossible results, all filled with weird forebodings. But never did they make 4. Until they did, I knew the answers to be wrong, for 2 and 2 had to make 4. Many changes of masters. One after another they came and bought and disappeared. A whitewashed wall. What secrets were covered with that whitewash? A door in a cellar. And what deviltry went on behind it? A key and a well-oiled lock, and servants that knew everything. In vain the question came to me, what is back of the door? There was no ready answer, but Donna Marchesi knew. Was it her voice that I had heard? She knew almost everything about it, but there was one thing that I knew and she did not. She did not know I could pass through the door and find out what was on the other side. She did not know that I had a key. The next day I pleaded indisposition and spent most of the hours idling and drowsing in my chamber. Not till nearly midnight did I venture down. The servants were certainly asleep that time. A dose of chloral in their wine had attended to the certainty of their slumbers. Fully dressed, with an automatic in my pocket, I reached the cellar and opened the door. It swung noiselessly on its well-greased hinges. The darkness on the other side was the blackness of hell. An indescribable odor came to me, a prison smell, and with it the soft half-sob, half-laugh of sleeping children dreaming in their sleep and not happy. I flashed a light around the room. It was not a room, but a cavern, a cave that extended far into the distance, the roof supported by stone pillars set at regular intervals. As far as my light would carry, I saw the long rows of white columns. And to each pillar was bound a man by chains. They were resting on the stone floor, 20 or more of them, and all asleep. Snores, grunts, and weary sighs came from them, but not a single eyelid opened. Even when I flashed the light in their faces, their eyes were shut. And those faces sickened me, white and drawn, and filled with the lines of deep suffering. All were covered with scars, long, narrow, deep scars, some fresh and red, others old and dead white. At last the sunken eyelids and the inability to see my flashlight and respond told me the nauseating truth. Those men were all blind. A pleasant sight, one blind man looking eternally into the blackness of his life and chained to a pillar of stone. That was bad enough, but multiply that by 20. Was it worse? Could it be worse? Could 20 men suffer more than one man? And then a thought came to me, a terrible, impossible thought, so horrible that I doubted my logic. But now 2 and 2 were beginning to make 4. Could those men be the masters? They came and bought and left, to go to the cellar and stay there. "Oh, Donna Marchesi," I whispered, "how about those cat eyes? If you had a hand in this, you are not a woman. You are a tiger." I thought that I understood part of it. The latest master came to her for the key to the cellar, and then, when he once passed through the door, he never left. She and her servants were not there to welcome me that night because she did not know that I had a key. The thought came to me that perhaps one of those sleeping men was George Seabrook. He and I used to play tennis together, and we knew each other like brothers. He had a large scar on the back of his right hand, a livid star-shaped scar. With that in mind, I walked carefully from sleeping man to sleeping man, looking at their right hands. And I found a right hand with a scar that was shaped like the one I knew so well. But that blind man only a skin-covered skeleton chained to a bed of stone. That could not be my gay young tennis player George. The discovery nauseated me. What did it mean? What could it mean? If the Donna Marchesi was back of all this misery, what was her motive? Down the long cave-like room I went. There seemed to be no end to it, though many of the columns were surrounded with empty chains. Only those near the door had their human flies in the trap, In the opposite direction the rows of pillars stretched into a far oblivion. I thought that at the end there was the black mouth of a tunnel, but I could not be sure and dared not go that far to explore the truth. Then out of the tunnel I heard a voice come, a singing voice. Slipping my shoes off, I ran back near the door and hid as best I could in a dark recess, back of a far piece of stone. I stood there in the darkness, my torch out, the handle of the revolver in my hand. The singing grew louder and louder, and then the singer came into view. It was none other than Donna Marchesi. She carried a lantern in one hand and a basket in the other. Hanging the lantern on a nail, she took the basket and went from one sleeping man to another. With each her performance was the same. She awakened them with a kick in the face, and then, when they sat up crying with pain, she placed a hard roll of bread in their blind, trembling, outstretched hand. With all fed, there was silence save for gnawing teeth breaking through the hard crusts. The poor devils were hungry, starving slowly to death, and how they wolfed the bread! She laughed with animal delight as they cried for more. Standing under the lamp, a lovely devil in her décolleté dress, she laughed at them. I swear I saw her yellow eyes dilated in the semi-darkness. Suddenly she gave the command, "Up, you dogs, up!" Like well-trained animals they rose to their feet clumsily, but as fast as they could under the handicap of trembling limbs and heavy chains. Two were slow in obeying, and those she struck across the face with a small whip, till they whined with pain. They stood there in silence, 20-odd blind men, chained against as many pillars of stone. And then the woman, standing in the middle of them, started to sing. It was a well-trained voice, but metallic, and her high notes had in them the cry of a wild animal. No feminine softness there. She sang from an Italian opera, and I knew that I had heard that song before. While she sang, her audience waited silently. At last she finished, and they started to applaud. Shrunken hands beat noisily against shrunken hands. She seemed to watch them carefully, as though she were measuring the degree of their appreciation. One man did not satisfy her. She went over and dug into his face with long strokes of those long red nails until his face was red and her fingers bloody. And when she finished her second song, that man clapped louder than any of them. He had learned his lesson. She ended by giving them each another roll and a dipper of water. Then, lantern and basket in her hand, she walked away and disappeared down the tunnel. The blind men, crying and cursing in their impotent rage, sank down on their stone beds. I went to my friend and took his hand. "George Seabrook," I whispered. He sat up and cried, "Who calls me? Who is there?" I told him, and he started to cry. At last he became quiet enough to talk to me. What he told me, with slight variance, was the story of all the men there, and all the men who had been there, but who had died. Each man had been master for a day or a week. Each had found the cellar door and had come to the Donna Marchesi for the key. Some had been suspicious and had written their thoughts on the wall of their bedroom. But one and all had, in the end, found their curiosity more than they could resist and had opened the door. On the other side they had been overpowered and chained to a pillar, and there they had remained till they died. Some of them lived longer than the rest. Smith of Boston had been there over 2 years, though he was coughing badly and did not think that he could last much longer. Seabrook told me their names. They were the best blood of America, with 3 Englishmen and 1 Frenchman. "And are you all blind?" I whispered, dreading the answer. "Yes, that happens the first night we are here. She does it with her nails." "And she comes every night?" "Every night. She feeds us and sings to us, and we applaud. When one of us dies, she unchains the body and throws it down a hole somewhere. She talks to us about that hole sometimes, and brags that she is going to fill it up before she stops." "But who is helping her?" "I think it is the real estate man. Of course the old devils upstairs help. I think they must drug us. Some of the men say they went to sleep in their beds and woke, chained to their posts." My voice trembled as I bent over and whispered in his ear. "What would you do, George, if she came and sang, and you found that you were not chained? You and the other men not chained, what would you men do, George?" "Ask them," he snarled. "Ask them one at a time, but I know what I would do. I know." And he started to cry, because he could not do it the next second. Cried from rage and helplessness till the tears ran from his empty sockets. "Does she always come at the same time?" "As far as I know, but time is nothing to us. We just wait for death." "Are the chains locked?" "Yes, and she must have the key. But we could file the links, if only we had files. If only each of us had a file, we could get free. Perhaps the man upstairs has a key, but I hardly think so." "Did you write on that pretty wall upstairs, the whitewashed wall?" "I did." I think we all did. One man wrote a sonnet to the woman, verses in her honor, telling about her beautiful eyes. He raved about that poem for hours while he was dying. Did you ever see it on the wall? I did not see it. The old people whitewash the walls before each new master comes. I thought so. Are you sure you would know what to do, George, if she sang to you and you were loose? Yes, we would know. So I left him, promising an end to the matter as soon as I could arrange it. The next day saw me calling on the Donna Marchesi. I took her flowers that time, a corsage of vivid purple and scarlet orchids. She entertained me in her music room, and I, taking the hint, asked her to sing. Shyly, almost with reluctance, she did as I asked. She sang the selection from the Italian opera that I knew so well. I was generous in my applause. She smiled. You like to hear me sing? Indeed, I want to hear you again. I could hear you daily without growing tired. You're nice, she purred. Perhaps it could be arranged. You are too modest. You have a wonderful voice. Why not give it to the world? I sang once in public, she sighed. It was in New York, at a private musical. There were many men there. Perhaps it was stage fright. My voice broke badly, and the audience, especially the men, were not kind. I am not sure, but I thought that I heard some of them hiss me. Surely not, I protested. Indeed so, but no man has hissed my singing since then. I hope not, I replied indignantly. You have a wonderful voice, and when I applauded you, I was sincere. By the way, may I change my mind and ask for the key to the door in the cellar? Do you want it, really want it, my friend? I am sure I do. I may never use it, but it will please me to have it. Little things in life make me happy, and this key is a little thing. Then you shall have it. Will you do me a favor? Wait till Sunday to use it. Today is Friday, and you will not have to wait many hours. It will be a pleasure to do as you desire, I replied, kissing her hand. And shall I hear you sing again? May I come often to hear you sing? I promise you that, she sighed. I am sure you will hear me sing often in the future. I feel that in some way our fates approach the same star. I looked into her eyes, her yellow cat eyes, and I was sure she spoke the truth. Destiny had certainly brought me to find her in Sorona. I bought 24 rat-tailed files and dashed across the mountains to Milan. There I was closeted with the consuls of 3 nations, England, France, and my own. They did not want to believe my story. I gave them names, and they had to admit that there had been inquiries. But they felt that the main details were nightmares, resulting from an overuse of Italian wines. But I insisted that I was not drunk with new wine. At last they called in the chief of the detective bureau. He knew Franco, the real estate agent, also the lady in question, and he had heard something of the villa. Not much, but vague whisperings. We will be there Saturday night, he promised. That leaves you tonight. The lady will not try to trap you till Sunday. Can you attend to the old people? They will be harmless. See that Franco does not have a chance to escape. Here is the extra key to the door. I will go through before 12. When I am ready, I will open the door. If I am not out by 1 in the morning, you come through with your police. Do we all understand? I understand, said the American consul, but I still think you are dreaming. Back at the villa, I again drugged the old people. Not much, but enough to ensure their sleep that night. They liked me. I was liberal with my gold, and I carelessly showed them where I kept my reserve. Then I went through the door. Again I heard the Donna Marchesi sing to an audience that would never hiss her. She left, and I started to distribute the files. From one blind wretch to the next I went, whispering words of cheer and instruction for the next night. They were to cut through a link in the chain, but in such a way that the tiger cat would not suspect they had gained their liberty. Were they pleased to have a hope of freedom? I am not sure, but they were delighted at another prospect. The next night I doubled the tips to the old servants. With tears of gratitude in their eyes, they thanked me as they called me their dear master. I put them to sleep as though they were babies. In fact, I wondered at the time if they would ever recover from the dose of chloral I gave them. I did not even bother to tie them, but just tossed them on their beds. At 10:30, automobiles began to arrive with darkened lights. We had a lengthy conference, and soon after 11 I went through the door. I lost no time in making sure that each of the blind mice was a free man, but I insisted that they act as though bound till the proper time. They were trembling, but it was not from fear, not that time. Back in my hiding place I waited, and soon I heard the singing voice. 10 minutes later the Donna Marchesi had her lantern hung on the nail. Ah, she was more beautiful that night than I had ever seen her. Dressed in filmy white, her beautiful body, lovely hair, long lithe limbs would have bound any man to her through eternity. She seemed to sense that beauty, for after giving out the first supply of rolls, she varied her program. She told her audience how she had dressed that evening for their special pleasure. She described her jewels and her costume. She almost became grandiose as she told of her beauty, and driving in the dagger she twisted it as she reminded them that never would they be able to see her, never touch her, or kiss her hand. All they could do was to hear her sing, applaud, and at last die. Of all the terrible things in her life, that little talk to those blind men was the climax. And then she sang. I watched her closely. I saw what I suspected. She sang with her eyes closed. Was she in fancy, seeming that she was in an opera house before thousands of spellbound admirers? Who knows? But ever as she sang that night, her eyes were closed. And even as she came to a close, waiting for the usual applause, her eyes were closed. She waited in the silence for the clap of hands that did not come. With terrific anger she whirled to her basket and reached for her whip. "Dogs," she cried, "have you so soon forgot your lesson?" And then she realized that the 20 blind men were closing in on her. They were silent, but their outstretched hands were feeling for something that they wanted very much. Even when her whip started to cut, they were silent. Then one man touched her. To her credit, there was no sign of fear. She knew what had happened. She must have known, but she was not afraid. Her single scream was nothing but the battle cry of the tiger cat going into action. There was a single cry, and that was all. The men reached for what they wanted in silence. For a while they were all in a struggling group on their feet. But soon they were all on the ground. It was simply a mass, and under that mass was a biting, scratching, fighting, dying animal. I couldn't stand it. I had planned it all. I wanted it all to happen, but when it came, I just couldn't stand it. Covered with the sweat of fear, I ran to the door and unlocked it. I swung it open, went through the doorway, closed it, and locked it again. The men, waiting for me in the cellar, looked on with doubt. It seemed that they were right in thinking that my tale was an alcoholic one. "Give me whiskey," I gasped as I dropped to the floor. In a few minutes I had recovered. "Open the door," I ordered, "and bring the blind men out." One at a time they were brought to the kitchen and identified. Some were terribly mutilated in the face, long deep scratches, and even pieces bitten out, and one had the corner of his mouth torn. Most of them were sobbing hysterically. But in some way, though none said so, I judged that they were all happy. We went back to the cellar and through the door. On the stone floor was a clotted mass of red and white. "What's that?" asked the American consul. "I think that is the Donna Marchesi," I replied. "She must have met with an accident." End of Tiger Cat by David H. Keller. Recording by Chris Pyle. Thank you for listening.
Window by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Boarded Window by Ambrose Bierce. In 1830, only a few miles away from what is now the great city of Cincinnati, lay an immense and almost unbroken forest. The whole region was sparsely settled by people of the frontier, restless souls who no sooner had hewn fairly habitable homes out of the wilderness, and attained to that degree of prosperity which today we should call indigence, than, impelled by some mysterious impulse of their nature, they abandoned all, and pushed farther westward, to encounter new perils and privations, in the effort to regain the meagre comforts which they had voluntarily renounced. Many of them had already forsaken that region for the remoter settlements, but among those remaining was one who had been of those first arriving. He lived alone in a house of logs, surrounded on all sides by the great forest, of whose gloom and silence he seemed a part, for no one had ever known him to smile, nor speak a needless word. His simple wants were supplied by the sale or barter of skins of wild animals in the river town, for not a thing did he grow upon the land which, if needful, he might have claimed by right of undisturbed possession. There were evidences of improvement. A few acres of ground immediately about the house had once been cleared of its trees, the decayed stumps of which were half concealed by the new growth that had been suffered to repair the ravage wrought by the axe. Apparently the man's zeal for agriculture had burned with a failing flame, expiring in penitential ashes. The little log house, with its chimney of sticks, its roof of warping clapboards weighted with traversing poles, and its chinking of clay, had a single door, and directly opposite a window. The latter, however, was boarded up. Nobody could remember a time when it was not, and none knew why it was so closed. Certainly not because of the occupant's dislike of light and air, for on those rare occasions when a hunter had passed that lonely spot, the recluse had commonly been seen sunning himself on his doorstep, if heaven had provided sunshine for his need. I fancy there are few persons living to-day who ever knew the secret of that window, but I am one, as you shall see. The man's name was said to be Murlock. He was apparently 70 years old, actually about 50. Something besides years had had a hand in his aging. His hair and long full beard were white, his grey lustrous eyes sunken, his face singularly seamed with wrinkles which appeared to belong to two intersecting systems. In figure he was tall and spare, with a stoop of the shoulders, a burden-bearer. I never saw him. These particulars I learned from my grandfather, from whom also I got the man's story when I was a lad. He had known him when living near by in that early day. One day Murlock was found in his cabin, dead. It was not a time and place for coroners and newspapers, and I suppose it was agreed that he had died from natural causes, or I should have been told, and should remember. I know only that, with what was probably a sense of the fitness of things, the body was buried near the cabin, alongside the grave of his wife, who had preceded him by so many years that local tradition had retained hardly a hint of her existence. That closes the final chapter of this true story, excepting indeed the circumstance that many years afterward, in company with an equally intrepid spirit, I penetrated to the place and ventured near enough to the ruined cabin to throw a stone against it, and ran away to avoid the ghost, which every well-informed boy thereabout knew haunted the spot. But there is an earlier chapter, that supplied by my grandfather. When Murlock built his cabin and began laying sturdily about with his axe to hew out a farm, the rifle meanwhile his means of support, he was young, strong, and full of hope. In that eastern country whence he came he had married, as was the fashion, a young woman, in all ways worthy of his honest devotion, who shared the dangers and privations of his lot with a willing spirit and light heart. There is no known record of her name. Of her charms of mind and person tradition is silent, and the doubter is at liberty to entertain his doubt. But God forbid that I should share it. Of their affection and happiness there is abundant assurance in every added day of that man's widowed life. For what but the magnetism of a blessed memory could have changed that venturesome spirit to a lot like that? One day Murlock returned from gunning in a distant part of the forest to find his wife prostrate with fever and delirious. There was no physician within miles, no neighbour, nor was she in a condition to be left to summon help. So he set about the task of nursing her back to health, but at the end of the third day she fell into unconsciousness, and so passed away, apparently, with never a gleam of returning reason. From what we know of a nature like this, we may venture to sketch, in some of the details of the outline picture drawn by my grandfather. When convinced that she was dead, Murlock had sense enough to remember that the dead must be prepared for burial. In performance of this sacred duty he blundered now and again, did certain things incorrectly, and others which he did correctly were done over and over. His occasional failures to accomplish some simple and ordinary act filled him with astonishment, like that of a drunken man who wonders at the suspension of familiar natural laws. He was surprised, too, that he did not weep. Surprised and a little ashamed. Surely it is unkind not to weep for the dead. "To-morrow," he said aloud, "I shall have to make the coffin and dig the grave, and then I shall miss her when she is no longer in sight. But now, she is dead, of course, but it is all right. It must be all right somehow. Things cannot be so bad as they seem." He stood over the body in the fading light, adjusting the hair and putting the finishing touches to the simple toilet, doing all mechanically, with soulless care. and still through his consciousness ran an undersense of conviction that all was right, that he should have her again as before, and everything explained. He had had no experience in grief. His capacity had not been enlarged by use. His heart could not contain it all, nor his imagination rightly conceive it. He did not know he was so hard struck. That knowledge would come later and never go. Grief is an artist of powers as various as the instruments upon which he plays his dirges for the dead, evoking from some the sharpest shrillest notes, from others the low grave chords that throb recurrent like the slow beating of a distant drum. Some natures it startles, some it stupefies. To one it comes like the stroke of an arrow, stinging all the sensibilities to a keener life. To another as the blow of a bludgeon, which in crushing benumbs. We may conceive Murlock to have been that way affected, for, and here we are upon surer ground than that of conjecture, no sooner had he finished his pious work than, sinking into a chair by the side of the table upon which the body lay, and noting how white the profile showed in the deepening gloom, he laid his arms upon the table's edge, and dropped his face into them, tearless yet, and unutterably weary. At that moment came in through the open window a long, wailing sound, like the cry of a lost child in the far deeps of the darkening wood. But the man did not move. Again, nearer than before, sounded the unearthly cry upon his failing sense. Perhaps it was a wild beast. Perhaps it was a dream. For Murlock was asleep. Some hours later, as it afterward appeared, this unfaithful watcher awoke, and lifting his head from his arms intently listened, he knew not why. There in the black darkness by his side of the dead, recalling all without a shock, he strained his eyes to see, he knew not what. His senses were all alert, his breath was suspended, his blood had stilled its tides as if to assist the silence. Who, what had waked him, and where was it? Suddenly the table shook beneath his arms, and at the same moment he heard, or fancied that he heard, a light soft step, another, sounds as of bare feet upon the floor. He was terrified beyond the power to cry out or move. Perforce he waited there in the darkness, through seeming centuries of such dread as one may know, yet live to tell. He tried vainly to speak the dead woman's name, vainly to stretch forth his hand across the table to learn if she were there. His throat was powerless, his arms and hands were like lead. Then occurred something most frightful. Some heavy body seemed hurled against the table with an impetus that pushed it against his breast so sharply as nearly to overthrow him, and at the same instant he heard and felt the fall of something upon the floor with so violent a thump that the whole house was shaken by the impact. A scuffling ensued, and a confusion of sounds impossible to describe. Murlock had risen to his feet. Fear had, by excess, forfeited control of his faculties. He flung his hands upon the table. Nothing was there. There is a point at which terror may turn to madness, and madness incites to action. With no definite intent, from no motive but the wayward impulse of a madman, Murlock sprang to the wall, with a little groping seized his loaded rifle, and without aim discharged it. By the flash which lit up the room with vivid illumination, he saw an enormous panther dragging the dead woman toward the window, its teeth fixed in her throat. Then there were darkness blacker than before, and silence, and when he returned to consciousness the sun was high, and the wood vocal with songs of birds. The body lay near the window, where the beast had left it when frightened away by the flash and report of the rifle. The clothing was deranged, the long hair in disorder, the limbs lay anyhow. From the throat, dreadfully lacerated, had issued a pool of blood, not yet entirely coagulated. The ribbon with which he had bound the wrists was broken, the hands were tightly clenched. Between the teeth was a fragment of the animal's ear. End of The Boarded Window.
The Mask of the Red Death by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mask of the Red Death by Edgar Allan Poe. The Red Death had long devastated the country. No pestilence had ever been so fatal or so hideous. Blood was its avatar and its seal, the redness and the horror of blood. There were sharp pains and sudden dizziness, and then profuse bleeding at the pores, with dissolution. The scarlet stains upon the body, and especially upon the face of the victim, were the pest ban which shut him out from the aid and from the sympathy of his fellow men. And the whole seizure, progress, and termination of the disease were the incidents of half an hour. But the Prince Prospero was happy and dauntless and sagacious. When his dominions were half depopulated, he summoned to his presence 1,000 hale and light-hearted friends from among the knights and dames of his court, and with these retired to the deep seclusion of one of his castellated abbeys. This was an extensive and magnificent structure, the creation of the prince's own eccentric yet august taste. A strong and lofty wall girdled it in. This wall had gates of iron. The courtiers, having entered, brought furnaces and massy hammers and welded the bolts. They resolved to leave means neither of ingress nor egress to the sudden impulses of despair or of frenzy from within. The abbey was amply provisioned. With such precautions the courtiers might bid defiance to contagion. The external world could take care of itself. In the meantime it was folly to grieve or to think. The prince had provided all the appliances of pleasure. There were buffoons, there were improvisatori, there were ballet dancers, there were musicians, there was beauty, there was wine. All these and security were within. Without was the Red Death. It was towards the close of the 5th or 6th month of his seclusion, and while the pestilence raged most furiously abroad, that the Prince Prospero entertained his 1,000 friends at a masked ball of the most unusual magnificence. It was a voluptuous scene, that masquerade. But first let me tell of the rooms in which it was held. These were 7, an imperial suite. In many palaces, however, such suites form a long and straight vista, while the folding doors slide back nearly to the walls on either hand, so that the view of the whole extent is scarcely impeded. Here the case was very different, as might have been expected from the Duke's love of the bizarre. The apartments were so irregularly disposed that the vision embraced but little more than one at a time. There was a sharp turn at every 20 or 30 yards, and at each turn a novel effect. To the right and left, in the middle of each wall, a tall and narrow Gothic window looked out upon a closed corridor which pursued the windings of the suite. These windows were of stained glass, whose color varied in accordance with the prevailing hue of the decorations of the chamber into which it opened. That at the eastern extremity was hung, for example, in blue, and vividly blue were its windows. The second chamber was purple in its ornaments and tapestries, and here the panes were purple. The third was green throughout, and so were the casements. The fourth was furnished and lighted with orange, the fifth with white, the sixth with violet. The 7th apartment was closely shrouded in black velvet tapestries that hung all over the ceiling and down the walls, falling in heavy folds upon a carpet of the same material and hue. But in this chamber only, the color of the windows failed to correspond with the decorations. The panes here were scarlet, a deep blood color. Now in no one of the 7 apartments was there any lamp or candelabrum, amid the profusion of golden ornaments that lay scattered to and fro, or depended from the roof. There was no light of any kind emanating from lamp or candle within the suite of chambers, but in the corridors that followed the suite there stood, opposite to each window, a heavy tripod bearing a brazier of fire, that projected its rays through the tinted glass, and so glaringly illuminated the room. And thus were produced a multitude of gaudy and fantastic appearances. But in the western or black chamber, the effect of the firelight that streamed upon the dark hangings through the blood-tinted panes was ghastly in the extreme, and produced so wild a look upon the countenances of those who entered, that there were few of the company bold enough to set foot within its precincts at all. It was in this apartment also that there stood against the western wall a gigantic clock of ebony. Its pendulum swung to and fro with a heavy, dull, monotonous clang. And when the minute hand made the circuit of the face, and the hour was to be stricken, there came from the brazen lungs of the clock a sound which was clear and loud and deep, and exceedingly musical, but of so peculiar a note and emphasis that, at each lapse of an hour, the musicians of the orchestra were constrained to pause momentarily in their performance, to hearken to the sound, and thus the waltzers perforce ceased their evolutions, and there was a brief disconcert of the whole gay company. And while the chimes of the clock yet rang, it was observed that the giddiest grew pale, and the more aged and sedate passed their hands over their brows, as if in confused reverie or meditation. But when the echoes had fully ceased, a light laughter at once pervaded the assembly. The musicians looked at each other and smiled as if at their own nervousness and folly, and made whispering vows each to the other that the next chiming of the clock should produce in them no similar emotion. And then, after the lapse of 60 minutes, which embrace 3,600 seconds of the time that flies, there came yet another chiming of the clock, and then were the same disconcert, and tremulousness, and meditation as before. But in spite of these things, it was a gay and magnificent revel. The tastes of the Duke were peculiar. He had a fine eye for colours and effects. He disregarded the decora of mere fashion. His plans were bold and fiery. His conceptions glowed with barbaric lustre. There are some who would have thought him mad. His followers felt that he was not. It was necessary to hear and see and touch him to be sure that he was not. He had directed in great part the movable embellishments of the 7 chambers upon occasion of this great fête, and it was his own guiding taste which had given character to the masqueraders. Be sure they were grotesque. There were much glare and glitter, and piquancy and phantasm, much of what has been seen since in Hernani. There were arabesque figures with unsuited limbs and appointments. There were delirious fancies, such as the madman fashions. There were much of the beautiful, much of the wanton, much of the bizarre, something of the terrible, and not a little of that which might have excited disgust. To and fro in the 7 chambers there stalked, in fact, a multitude of dreams, and these, the dreams, writhed in and about, taking hue from the rooms, and causing the wild music of the orchestra to seem as the echo of their steps. And anon there strikes the ebony clock, which stands in the hall of the velvet, and then, for a moment, all is still, and all is silent, save the voice of the clock. The dreams are stiff frozen as they stand, but the echoes of the chime die away. They have endured but an instant, and a light half-subdued laughter floats after them as they depart. And now again the music swells, and the dreams live, and writhe to and fro more merrily than ever, taking hue from the many-tinted windows through which stream the rays from the tripods. But to the chamber which lies most westwardly of the 7, there are now none of the maskers who venture, for the night is waning away, and there flows a ruddier light through the blood-colored panes, and the blackness of the sable drapery appalls, and to him whose foot falls upon the sable carpet there comes from the near clock of ebony a muffled peal more solemnly emphatic than any which reaches their ears, who indulged in the more remote gaieties of the other apartments. But these other apartments were densely crowded, and in them beat feverishly the heart of life, and the revel went whirlingly on until at length there commenced the sounding of midnight upon the clock, and the music ceased, as I have told, and the evolutions of the waltzers were quieted, and there was an uneasy cessation of all things as before. But now there were 12 strokes to be sounded by the bell of the clock, and thus it happened, perhaps, that more of thought crept, with more of time, into the meditations of the thoughtful among those who revelled, and thus too it happened, perhaps, that before the last echoes of the last chime had utterly sunk into silence, there were many individuals in the crowd who had found leisure to become aware of the presence of a masked figure which had arrested the attention of no single individual before. And the rumour of this new presence having spread itself whisperingly around, there arose at length from the whole company a buzz, or murmur, expressive of disapprobation and surprise, and then finally of terror, of horror, and of disgust. In an assembly of phantasms such as I have painted, it may well be supposed that no ordinary appearance could have excited such sensation. In truth, the masquerade license of the night was nearly unlimited, but the figure in question had out-Heroded Herod, and gone beyond the bounds of even the prince's indefinite decorum. There are chords in the hearts of the most reckless which cannot be touched without emotion. Even with the utterly lost, to whom life and death are equally jests, there are matters of which no jest can be made. The whole company, indeed, seemed now deeply to feel that in the costume and bearing of the stranger neither wit nor propriety existed. The figure was tall and gaunt, and shrouded from head to foot in the habiliments of the grave. The mask which concealed the visage was made so nearly to resemble the countenance of a stiffened corpse that the closest scrutiny must have had difficulty in detecting the cheat. And yet all this might have been endured, if not approved, by the mad revellers around. But the mummer had gone so far as to assume the type of the Red Death. His vesture was dabbled in blood, and his broad brow, with all the features of the face, was besprinkled with the scarlet horror. When the eyes of the Prince Prospero fell upon this spectral image, which, with a slow and solemn movement, as if more fully to sustain its rôle, stalked to and fro among the waltzers, he was seen to be convulsed, in the first moment with a strong shudder either of terror or distaste, but in the next his brow reddened with rage. "Who dares," he demanded hoarsely of the courtiers who stood near him, "who dares insult us with this blasphemous mockery? Seize him and unmask him, that we may know whom we have to hang at sunrise from the battlements." It was in the eastern or blue chamber in which stood the Prince Prospero as he uttered these words. They rang throughout the 7 rooms loudly and clearly, for the prince was a bold and robust man, and the music had become hushed at the waving of his hand. It was in the blue room where stood the prince, with a group of pale courtiers by his side. At first, as he spoke, there was a slight rushing movement of this group in the direction of the intruder, who at the moment was also near at hand, and now, with deliberate and stately step, made closer approach to the speaker. But from a certain nameless awe with which the mad assumptions of the mummer had inspired the whole party, there were found none who put forth hand to seize him, so that, unimpeded, he passed within a yard of the prince's person, and while the vast assembly, as if with one impulse, shrank from the centres of the rooms to the walls, he made his way uninterruptedly, but with the same solemn and measured step which had distinguished him from the first, through the blue chamber to the purple, through the purple to the green, through the green to the orange, through this again to the white, and even thence to the violet, ere a decided movement had been made to arrest him. It was then, however, that the Prince Prospero, maddening with rage and the shame of his own momentary cowardice, rushed hurriedly through the 6 chambers, while none followed him on account of a deadly terror that had seized upon all. He bore aloft a drawn dagger, and had approached, in rapid impetuosity, to within 3 or 4 feet of the retreating figure, when the latter, having attained the extremity of the velvet apartment, turned suddenly and confronted his pursuer. There was a sharp cry, and the dagger dropped gleaming upon the sable carpet, upon which, instantly afterwards, fell prostrate in death the Prince Prospero. Then, summoning the wild courage of despair, a throng of revellers at once threw themselves into the black apartment, and seizing the mummer, whose tall figure stood erect and motionless within the shadow of the ebony clock, gasped in unutterable horror at finding the grave cerements and corpse-like mask, which they handled with so violent a rudeness, untenanted by any tangible form. And now was acknowledged the presence of the Red Death. He had come like a thief in the night, and one by one dropped the revellers in the blood-bedewed halls of their revel, and died each in the despairing posture of his fall. And the life of the ebony clock went out with that of the last of the gay, and the flames of the tripods expired, and darkness and decay and the Red Death held illimitable dominion over all. End of Masque of the Red Death.
Grey House by E. and H. Heron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matt Braymiller. The Story of the Grey House by E. and H. Heron. Mr. Flaxman Lowe declares that only on one occasion has he undertaken, unasked, the solving of a psychical mystery. To that case he always refers as the affair of the Grey House. The house bears a different name in the annals of more than one scientific society, and much controversy has raged over the strange details of a story that seems to open up a new province of fantastic horror. Papers and treatises have been written about it in almost every European language, and many dismaying facts of a somewhat analogous nature have thus been brought to light. There was some hesitation at first about laying this matter, backed as it is by an explanation which, though terrible, is not altogether unsupported, before the public, but it has finally been decided to incorporate it in the present series. During the summer of 1893, Mr. Lowe happened to be staying in a lonely village on the coast of Devon. He was deeply immersed in some antiquarian work connected with the Old Norse calendars, and therefore limited his acquaintance in the neighborhood to one individual, a Dr. Freemantle, who, besides being a medical man, was a botanist of some note. One afternoon, when driving together, Mr. Lowe and Dr. Freemantle passed through a valley which nestled cup-like in the higher ground a few miles inland. As they passed along a deep, steep lane with overhanging hedges, they caught a glimpse through a break in the leaves of a grey gable peeping out between the horizontal branches of a cedar. Flaxman Lowe pointed it out to his companion. "That's young Monteson's house," answered Freemantle, "and it bears a very sinister reputation. Nothing in your line, though," with a smile. "Indeed, no ghost would lend the same hideous associations to the place it now possesses as the result of a succession of mysterious murders that have occurred there. The grounds seem neglected. I don't remember to have seen such rank growth anywhere." "Certainly not inside the British Isles," returned Freemantle. The estate is left to the care of itself, partly because Montesson won't live there, partly because it is impossible to find labourers to work near the house. Our warm, damp climate and this sheltered position give rise to extraordinary luxuriance of growth. A stream runs along the bottom, and I expect all the low-lying land, where you see that belt of yellow African grass, is little better than a morass now. Fremantle drew up as they gained the top of the slope. From there they could overlook the tangle of vegetation dimmed by a rising mist which surrounded and almost hid the roof of the grey house. "Yes," said Fremantle, in answer to an observation of Mr. Lowe. "Montesson's guardian, who lived here and looked after the property for him, turned the place into a subtropical garden. It used to be one of my chief pleasures to wander about here, but since my marriage my wife objects to my doing so on account of the tales she has heard." "What is the danger?" "Death," replied Fremantle shortly. "What form of death? Malaria?" "No disease at all, my dear fellow. The persons who die at the grey house are hanged by the neck until they are dead." "Hanged?" repeated Flaxman Lowe in surprise. "Yes, hanged. Not only strangled, but suspended, as the marks on the necks show. If there were any hint of a ghost in it, you might investigate. Montesson would be only too grateful if you could fathom the mystery." "Tell me something more definite." "I'll tell you what has happened in my own knowledge. Montesson's father died some 15 years ago, and left him to the guardianship of a cousin named Lampert, who, as I told you, was a horticulturalist, and planted the place with a wonderful variety of foreign shrubs and flowers. Lampert had a bad name in the country, and his appearance was certainly against him, a squint-eyed, pig-faced fellow, who sidled along like a crab, and could not look you in the face. He died first." "Was he hanged, or did he hang himself?" "Neither in this case. He dropped in a kind of fit, right up in front of the house, while he was engaged in planting some new acquisition. Had it not been for the evidence of the persons who were present at the time, I should have said his death resulted from some tremendous mental shock. But the gardener and his relation, Mrs. Montesson, agreed in saying that he was not exerting himself unduly, and that he had had no disturbing news. He was a healthy man, and I could see no sufficient reason for his death. He was simply gardening, and had apparently pricked himself with a nail, for he had a spot of blood upon his forefinger. After that all went well for a couple of years, when, during the summer holidays, the trouble began. Montesson must have been about 16 at the time, and had a tutor with him. His mother and sister, a pretty girl rather older than himself, were also here. One morning the girl was found lying on the gravel under her window, quite dead. I was sent for, and, upon examination, discovered the extraordinary fact that she had been hanged." "Murder?" "Of course, though we could find no trace of the murderer. The girl had been taken from her bedroom and hanged. Then the rope was removed, and she was thrown in a heap under her window. The crime caused a tremendous sensation in the neighbourhood, and the police were busy for a long time, but nothing came of their inquiries. About a fortnight later, Platt, the tutor, sat up smoking at the open study window. In the morning he was found lying out over the sill. There could be no mistake as to how he met his death, for in addition to the deep line round his throat, his neck was broken as neatly as they could have done it at Newgate. As in the other case, there was nothing to show how he came by his death. No rope, no trace of footsteps, or any struggle to lead one to suspect the presence of another person or persons. Yet from the facts it could not have been suicide." "I see you had some suspicion of your own," said Flaxman Lowe. "Well, yes, I had. But time has passed, and I now think I must have been mistaken. I must explain that the branches of the cedar you saw jut to within a few feet of the windows of the rooms occupied by Miss Montesson and Platt, respectively, at the time of death. I told you there were no traces of anyone having approached the house. It therefore struck me that some active person might have leaped from the cedar into the open windows and escaped in the same way. For the windows open vertically, and when both leaves are thrown back there is a large aperture. But the murders were so purposeless and disconnected that they suggested irresponsible agency. I recollected Poe's story of the Rue Morgue, where, you remember, the crimes were committed by an orangutan. It seemed to me possible that Lampert, who was of a morose and strange temper, might, among other things, have secretly imported an ape and turned it loose in the woods. I had a thorough search made in the park and grounds, but we found nothing, and I have long ago abandoned the theory." Low thought silently over the story for some time. Then he asked for the dates of the 3 deaths. Freemantle answered categorically, and it appeared that all had taken place about the same season of the year, during the summer, in fact. Upon this, Mr. Low made an offer to investigate the affair on psychical lines, if Montesson made no objection. In answer to this message, Montesson took the next train down to Devon and begged to be allowed to accompany Mr. Low in his inquiries. Flaxman Low quickly saw that Montesson might prove a very useful companion. He was a blond, heavily built man, and plainly possessed of a strong will and temper. Low put aside his books, and went off at once with Montesson to have a closer look at the grey house while the daylight lasted. It is difficult to give any adequate impression of the teeming exuberance of wild and tangled growth through which they had to cut their way. Young, lush, sappy leafage overlay and half disguised the dank rottenness of the older vegetation beneath. After wading more than breast-high through the matted reeds below which the spreading stream was fast reducing the land to a swamp, they emerged into a fairly open space that had once been the lawn round the house. Here brambles and lusty weeds now grew abundantly under the untended trees. Curious shrubs and plants flourished here and there. As they came up, a stoat sneaked away by a narrow footpath, nettle-grown and caked with damp, which led past blackened bushes around the house. Otherwise the place was deserted. Not a leaf seemed to move in the windless heat of the afternoon. The squat grey face of the house was scarred across by a dark-leaved creeper, hung with orchid-like blossoms, a little to the left of which Low noticed the cedar mentioned by Dr. Freemantle. Low drew up at the weed-twisted, sunken little gate that gave upon the lawns, and spoke for the first time. "Tell me about it," and he nodded towards the house. Montesson repeated the story already told, but added further details. "From here," went on Montesson, "you can see the exact spot where all these things took place. The upper of these 2 windows, surrounded by the creeper, and under the shadow of the cedar, belonged to my sister's room. The lower is that of the study where Platt died. The gravel path below ran the whole length of the house, but it is now overgrown. Has Freemantle told you of Lawrence?" Low shook his head. "I hate the very sight of the place," said Montesson hoarsely. "The mystery and the horror of it all seem in my blood. I can't forget. My mother left on the day of Platt's death, and has never been here since. But when I came of age, I resolved to make another attempt to live here, meaning to sift the past if I got the chance of doing so. I had the grounds cleared about the house, and after leaving Oxford came down with a man of my own year called Lawrence. We spent the Easter vacation here, reading, and all went right enough. Meanwhile I had the house examined, thinking there might be a secret entrance or room, but nothing of the kind exists. This house is not haunted. Nothing has ever been seen or heard of a supernatural character. Nothing but the same awful repetition of blind murder." After a few seconds he resumed. "During the following summer Lawrence came down with me again. One hot evening we were smoking as we walked up and down the gravel under the windows. It was bright moonlight, and I remembered the heavy scent of those red flowers." Montesson glanced round him strangely. "I went in to fetch a cigar. It took me some minutes to find the box I wanted, and to light the cigar. When I came out, Lawrence lay crumpled up as if he had fallen from a height, and he was dead. Round his neck was the same bluish line I had seen in the other 2 cases. You can understand what it was to leave the man not 5 minutes before in health and strength, and to come back and find him dead, hanged, to judge from appearances. But as usual, no trace of rope, or struggle, or murderer." After some further talk, Mr. Low proposed to go into the house. It had evidently been deserted in haste. In the room once occupied by Miss Montesson, her girlish treasures still lay about, dusty, moth-eaten, and discoloured. Montesson paused on the threshold. "Poor little Fan! It's just as she left it," he said hurriedly. The cedar outside threw a gloomy shade into the room, and the fantastic red blossoms drooped motionless in the stagnant air. "Was the window open when your sister was found?" inquired Low, after he had examined the room. "Yes, it was hot weather, early in August. This room has not been occupied since. After Platt's affair, I have always avoided this side of the house, so that it was only by chance Lawrence and I came round to this part of the lawn to smoke." "Then we may suppose that the danger, whatever it is, exists on this side of the house only?" "So it seems," replied Montesson. "Your sister was last seen alive in this room, Platt in the room directly below, and your friend, what of him?" "Lawrence was lying on the gravel path just under the study window. All of them have died under the shadow of the cedar. Did Freemantle give you his idea? Poor Lawrence's death disposed of that theory. No big ape could live in England all those 5 years in the open, and in any case it must have been seen some time in the interval." "I think so," replied Low abstractedly. "Now, as to what we must do to try and get at the meaning of all this. Do you feel equal, considering all that you have gone through in this house, do you feel equal to remaining here with me for a night or two?" Montesson again glanced over his shoulder nervously. "Yes," he said. "I know my nerves are not as stiff and steady as they should be, but I'll stand by you, especially as you would not find another man about here willing to run the risk. You see, it is not a ghost or any fanciful trouble. It means a real danger. Think over it, Mr. Low, before you undertake so hazardous an attempt." Low looked into the blue eyes Montesson had fixed upon him. They were weary, anxious eyes, and, taken in combination with his compressed lips and square chin, told Low of the struggle this man constantly endured between his shaken nervous system and the strong will that mastered it. "If you'll stand by me, I'll try to get to the bottom of it," said Low. "I wonder if I should allow you to risk your life in this way," returned Montesson, passing his hand over his prematurely lined forehead. "Why not? Besides, it is my own wish. As for risking our lives, it is for the good of mankind." "I can't say I see it in that light," said Montesson in surprise. "If we lose our lives, it will be in the effort to make another spot of earth clean and wholesome and safe for men to live on. Our duty to the public requires us to run a murderer to earth. Here we have a murderous power of some subtle kind. Is it not quite as much our duty to destroy it if we can, even at risk to ourselves?" The result of this conversation was an arrangement to pass the night at Grey House. About 10 o'clock they set out, intending to follow the path they had more or less successfully cleared for themselves in the afternoon. By Flaxman Low's advice, Montesson carried a long knife. The night was unusually hot and still, and lit only by a thin moon as they made their way along, stumbling over matted weeds and roots, and literally feeling for the path until they came to the little gate by the lawn. There they stopped a moment to look at the house. Standing out among its strange sea of overgrowth, the dim moon low on the horizon, glinting palely upon the windows and over the deserted countryside. As they waited, a night bird hooted and flapped its way across the open. At any moment they might be at hand grips with the mysterious power of death which haunted the place. The warm, lush-scented air and the sinister shadows seemed charged with some ominous influence. As they drew near the house, Low perceived a sweet, heavy odor. "What is it?" he asked. "It comes from those scarlet flowers. It's unbearable. Lampert imported the thing," replied Montesson irritably. "Which room will you spend the night in?" asked Low as they gained the hall. Montesson hesitated. "Have you ever heard the expression, 'grey with fear'?" he said, laughing in the dark. "I'm that." Low did not like the laugh. It was only one remove, and that a very little one, from hysteria. "We won't find out much unless we each remain alone and with open windows as they did," said Low. Montesson shook himself. "No, I suppose not. They were each alone when... Good night. I'll call if anything happens, and you must do the same for me. For heaven's sake, don't go to sleep. And remember," added Low, "with your knife to cut at anything that touches you." Then he stood at the study door and listened to Montesson's heavy steps as they passed up the stairs, for he had elected to pass the night in his sister's room. Low heard him walk across the floor above and throw wide the window. When Mr. Low turned into the study and tried to open the window there, he found it impossible to do so. The creeper outside had fastened upon the woodwork, binding the sashes together. There was but one thing left for him to do. He must go outside and stand where Lawrence had stood on the fatal night. He let himself out softly and went round to the south side of the house. There he paced up and down in the shadows for perhaps an hour. In the deceptive, iridescent moonlight, a pallid head seemed to wag at him from the gloom below the cedar, but, moving towards it, he grasped only the yellow bunched blossom of a giant ragwort. Then he stood still and looked up into the branches above, the gnarled black branches with their fringes of black sticky leaves. Fremantle's theory of the ape passing stealthily among them to spring upon his victims found a sudden horror of possibility in Low's mind. He imagined the girl awaking in the brute's cruel hands. Out upon the quiet brooding of the night broke a scream, or rather a roar, a harsh, jagged, pulsating roar that ceased as abruptly as it had begun. Without a moment's consideration, Mr. Low seized the branch nearest to him, and swinging himself up into the tree, he climbed with a frantic effort toward the window of Monteson's room, from which he was almost sure the sound had come. Being an unusually active and athletic man, he leaped from the branch towards the open window, and fell headlong in upon the floor. As he did so, something seemed to pass him, something swift and sinuous, that might have been a snake, and disappear out the window. Remembering the candle on the toilet table, he lit it when he regained his feet and looked about him. Monteson lay on the floor, crumpled up as he had himself described Lawrence's position. Low recalled this with misgiving as he hurried to his side. A dark smear like blood was on Monteson's cheek, but though unconscious, he was still alive. Low lifted him onto the bed and did what he could to rouse him, but without success. He lay rigid, breathing the slow, almost imperceptible respiration of deep stupor. Low was about to go to the window when the candle suddenly went out, and he was left in the increasing darkness, to all intents alone, to face an unknown, though tangible, assailant. Silence had again fallen upon the house, that is, the silence of night, and woodlands, and many folded leafage, and the things that go by night. He stood by the window and listened. His senses were acute and throbbing. He felt as if he could hear for miles. The scent of the scarlet blossoms rose like deadening fumes into his brain, and he drew away from the window, and, feeling strangely spent, threw himself upon a couch. Then he drew out the knife at his belt and strung himself up to watchfulness with an effort. He knew that the attack he had to expect would likely come from the direction of the window. He saw the faint, swimming moonlight that fell through the leaves and tendrils of the creeper fade slowly away. Probably clouds were coming up over the sky, for the steamy heat was even more oppressive. The low window-sill was scarcely more than a foot above the floor, and presently he fancied something was moving along the carpet among the entangling shadows of the leaves, but the darkness was now intensified, and he could not be sure. Monteson's breathing had become quieter. It was the dead hour of the night. Hardly a sound was to be heard. Suddenly Low felt a soft touch upon his knee. His whole consciousness had been so absorbed in the act of listening that this unexpected appeal to another sense startled him. Here and there, rapid, soft and light, the touches passed over his body. It might have been some animal nosing about him in the dark. Then a smooth, cold touch fell upon his cheek. Low sprang up and slashed about him in the darkness with his knife. In that instant the thing closed with him, a flexuous, snaky thing that flung its coils about his limbs and body in one swift spring like a curling whiplash. Flexman Low was all but helpless in that winding grasp of what? The tentacles of some strange creature? Or was it some great snake, this sentient thing that was feeling for his throat? There was not an instant to lose. The knife was pressed against his body. With a violent effort he drew it sharply, edge outwards, against the tightening coils. A spurt of clammy fluid fell upon his hand, and the thing loosed and fell away from him into the stifling gloom. In the morning Monteson came to himself in one of the lower rooms at the other side of the house. Fremantle was beside him. "What's the matter?" he asked. "Ah, I remember now. There's Low. It has beaten us again, Fremantle. It is hopeless. I don't know what happened. I was not asleep when I found myself seized, lifted up, drawn towards the window, and strangled by living ropes. Look at Lowe," he went on harshly, raising himself. "Why, man, you're all over blood." Flaxman Lowe glanced down at his hands. "Looks like it," he said. "It has beaten even you, Lowe," went on Monison. "There's something much more terrible and tangible than a ghost in this cursed house. See here." He pulled down his collar. A faint bluish circle with suffused dots was drawn round his throat. "It is some deadly species of snake," exclaimed Freemantle. Lowe sat down astride a chair thoughtfully. "I am sorry to disagree with both of you, but I am inclined to think it is not a snake. And on the other hand, I fancy it has a great deal to do with what we may roughly call a ghost. The whole evidence points in only one direction. You mustn't let your prejudice in favor of psychical problems run away with your reason," said Freemantle dryly. "Has a ghost actual, palpable power? To go further, has it blood?" Montesson, who had been looking at his neck in the glass, turned quickly. "It's some horrible thing in nature, something between a snake and an octopus. What do you say to it, Lowe?" Lowe looked up gravely. "In spite of Fremantle's objections, the steps from beginning to end are very clear." Freemantle and Montesson exchanged a glance of incredulity. "My dear fellow, much learning has warped your mind," said Freemantle with an embarrassed laugh. "First of all," continued Lowe, "we know where all the deaths have occurred." "To speak precisely, they have all occurred in different places," interposed Freemantle. "True, but within a strictly limited area. The slight differences have been of material help to me. In all cases they have occurred in the vicinity of one thing." "The cedar!" cried Montesson with some excitement. "That was my first idea. Now I refer to the wall. Will you tell me the probable weight of Lawrence and Platt at the date of death?" "Platt was a small man, perhaps under 9 stone. Lawrence, though much taller, was thin and could not have weighed more than 11. As for poor little Fan, she was only a slip of a girl." "3 people have been killed. 1 has escaped. In what way do you differ from the others, Montesson?" asked Lowe. "If you mean I'm heavier, I certainly am. I scale something like 15, but what has that to do with it?" "Everything. The coils have evidently not sufficient compressive power to destroy life by strangulation simply. There must be suspension as well. You were simply too heavy for them to tackle." "Coils of what?" "Of this." Lowe held up a tapering reddish-brown tendon, or line, which had red curved triangular teeth set on it at intervals. The 2 other men stared at this object, and then Montesson burst out. "The creeper on the wall!" he said in a tone of disappointment. "It couldn't be. Besides, has a plant blood?" "Let us go and look at it," said Lowe. "This creeper has never been cut because it withers away every winter to the ground and grows again in the spring. Look here." He took out his knife and cut a leathery shoot. A crimson stain spurted out on his cuff. "The only person, as far as I can gather, who cut this plant was Mr. Lampert in nailing it to the wall. He died of shock when he saw the red stain on his finger, as he knew something of its deadly properties. But though stupefying, as your condition last night proved, Montesson, they are not fatal. Even to stupefy they must get into the blood. Now the deaths have all occurred within reach of the tendrils of this plant, and all have happened at the same season of the year, that is to say, at the time when it attains its full annual strength and growth." Another point in favor of Montesson's escape was the dryness of the season. The growth is not quite so good as usual this summer, is it? "No, the tendrils are thinner, a good deal thinner, and smaller." "Just so. Therefore your weight saved you, though you were stupefied by the punctures of the thorns. I feared that, and warned you to use your knife." "But the brain of the thing?" cried Freemantle. "Why, man, has a plant will and knowledge and malevolence?" "Not of itself, as I believe," answered Lowe. "Perhaps you will prefer to attribute much to the long arm of coincidence, but the explanation I can offer is one that has long been held by occultists in other countries. Pythagoras and others have taught that the forms of incarnation change as the soul raises or debases itself during each spell of life. Connect this with the belief of the Brahmins, and, I may add, of various African tribes, that an earth-bound spirit, at the moment of a premature or sudden death, may pass into plants or trees of certain species by virtue of an inherent attraction possessed by these plants for such entities. To go further, it is said that these degraded souls have intervals during which they have power of voluntary action to do good or evil, and such action has influence on their future incarnations. "What do you mean? What do you intend us to believe?" Montes had said, and stopped. "It is hard to put it into words in these latter days of unbelief," said Lowe, "but the evidence goes to show that a man, presumably not a good man, dies a sudden death near this plant, even inoculated with its sap. Fremantle knows this plant to be a Malayan creeper belonging to a family that possesses strange powers and properties. I may recall the old story of the upas tree, and, more lately still, the murder tree discovered near Colway in East Africa by Herr Bolz. There are also other instances." "It is incredible," said Fremantle almost angrily. "I don't ask you to believe it," said Flaxman Lowe quietly. "I only tell you such belief exists. Montesson can do something towards proving my theory. Let him have the plant destroyed, and judge by results." The tendril of the creeper severed by Mr. Lowe in his struggle was presented by him to the authorities at Kew. "Mr. Montesson has acted upon Mr. Flaxman Lowe's suggestions. The grey house is now occupied and safe, and it is a strange fact that no plant, not even the hardy ivy, will live where the red-blossomed creeper once grew." End of The Story of the Grey House.
Where the Tides Ebb and Flow by Lord Dunsany. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Where the Tides Ebb and Flow by Lord Dunsany. I dreamt that I had done a horrible thing, so that burial was to be denied me either in soil or sea, neither could there be any hell for me. I waited for some hours knowing this. Then my friends came for me, and slew me secretly and with ancient rite, and lit great tapers and carried me away. It was all in London that the thing was done, and they went furtively at the dead of night along grey streets and among mean houses, until they came to the river. And the river and the tide of the sea were grappling with one another between the mud banks, and both of them were black and full of lights. A sudden wonder came into the eyes of each as my friends came near to them with their glaring tapers. All these things I saw as they carried me, dead and stiffening, for my soul was still among my bones, because there was no hell for it, and because Christian burial was denied me. They took me down a stairway that was green with slimy things, and so came slowly to the terrible mud. There, in the territory of forsaken things, they dug a shallow grave. When they finished, they laid me in the grave, and suddenly they cast their tapers to the river. And when the water had quenched the flaring lights, the tapers looked pale and small as they bobbed upon the tide, and at once the glamour of the calamity was gone. And I noticed then the approach of the huge dawn. And my friends cast their cloaks over their faces, and the solemn procession was turned into many fugitives that stole furtively away. Then the mud came back wearily and covered all but my face. There I lay alone with quite forgotten things, with drifting things, that the tide will take no farther, with useless things and lost things, and with the horrible unnatural bricks that are neither stone nor soil. I was rid of feeling because I had been killed, but perception and thought were in my unhappy soul. The dawn widened, and I saw the desolate houses that crowded the marge of the river, and their dead windows peered into my dead eyes, windows with bales behind them instead of human souls. I grew so weary looking at these forlorn things that I wanted to cry out, but could not, because I was dead. Then I knew as I had never known before, that for all the years that herd of desolate houses had wanted to cry out too, but being dead were dumb. And I knew then that it had yet been well with the forgotten drifting things if they had wept, but they were eyeless and without life. And I too tried to weep, but there were no tears in my dead eyes. And I knew then that the river might have cared for us, might have caressed us, might have sung to us, but he swept broadly onwards, thinking of nothing but the princely ships. At last the tide did what the river would not, and came and covered me over, and my soul had rest in the green water, and rejoiced and believed that it had the burial of the sea. But with the ebb the water fell again, and left me again alone, with the callous mud, among the forgotten things that drift no more, and with the sight of all those desolate houses, and with the knowledge among all of us that each was dead. In the mournful wall behind me, hung with green weeds, forsaken of the sea, dark tunnels appeared, and secret narrow passages that were clamped and barred. From these at last the stealthy rats came down to nibble me away, and my soul rejoiced thereat, and believed that he would be free perforce from the accursed bones to which burial was refused. Very soon the rats ran away a little space, and whispered among themselves. They never came any more. When I found that I was accursed even among the rats, I tried to weep again. Then the tide came swinging back and covered the dreadful mud, and hid the desolate houses, and soothed the forgotten things, and my soul had ease for a while in the sepulchre of the sea. And then the tide forsook me again. To and fro it came about me for many years. Then the city council found me, and gave me decent burial. It was the first grave that I had ever slept in. That very night my friends came for me. They dug me up and put me back again in the shallow hold in the mud. Again and again through the years my bones found burial, but always behind the funeral lurked one of those terrible men who, as soon as night fell, came and dug them up and carried them back again to the hole in the mud. And then one day the last of those men died, who had once done to me this terrible thing. I heard his soul go over the river at sunset. And again I hoped. A few weeks afterwards I was found once more, and once more taken out of that restless place, and given deep burial in sacred ground, where my soul hoped that it should rest. Almost at once men came with cloaks and tapers to give me back to the mud, for the thing had become a tradition and a rite. And all the forsaken things mocked me in their dumb hearts when they saw me carried back, for they were jealous of me because I had left the mud. It must be remembered that I could not weep. And the years went by seawards where the black barges go, and the great derelict centuries became lost at sea, and still I lay there without any cause to hope, and daring not to hope without a cause, because of the terrible envy and the anger of the things that could drift no more. Once a great storm rode up, even as far as London, out of the sea from the south, and he came curving into the river with the fierce east wind. And he was mightier than the dreary tides, and went with great leaps over the listless mud. And all the sad forgotten things rejoiced, and mingled with things that were haughtier than they, and rode once more amongst the lordly shipping that was driving up and down. And out of their hideous home he took my bones. Never again I hoped to be vexed with the ebb and flow. And with the fall of the tide he went riding down the river and turned to the southwards, and so went to his home. And my bones he scattered among many isles along the shores of happy alien mainlands. And for a moment, while they were far asunder, my soul was almost free. Then there arose at the will of the moon, the assiduous flow of the tide, and it undid at once the work of the ebb, and gathered my bones from the marge of sunny isles, and gleaned them all along the mainland shores, and went rocking northwards till it came to the mouth of the Thames, and there turned westwards its relentless face, and so went up the river and came to the hole in the mud, and into it dropped my bones. And partly the mud covered them, and partly it left them white, for the mud cares not for its forsaken things. Then the ebb came, and I saw the dead eyes of the houses and the jealousy of the other forgotten things that the storm had not carried thence. And some more centuries passed over the ebb and flow and over the loneliness of things forgotten. And I lay there all the while in the careless grip of the mud, never wholly covered, yet never able to go free, and I longed for the great caress of the warm earth or the comfortable lap of the sea. Sometimes men found my bones and buried them, but the tradition never died, and my friends' successors always brought them back. At last barges went no more, and there were fewer lights. Shaped timbers no longer floated down the fairway, and there came instead old wind-uprooted trees in all their natural simplicity. At last I was aware that somewhere near me a blade of grass was growing, and the moss began to appear all over the dead houses. One day some thistledown went drifting over the river. For some years I watched these signs attentively, until I became certain that London was passing away. Then I hoped once more, and all along both banks of the river there was anger among the lost things, that anything should dare to hope upon the forsaken mud. Gradually the horrible houses crumbled, until the poor dead things that never had had life got decent burial among the weeds and moss. At last the May appeared, and the convolvulus. Finally the wild rose stood up over mounds that had been wharves and warehouses. Then I knew that the cause of nature had triumphed and London had passed away. The last man in London came to the wall by the river, in an ancient cloak that was one of those that once my friends had worn, and peered over the edge to see that I was still there. Then he went, and I never saw men again. They had passed away with London. A few days after the last man had gone, the birds came into London, all the birds that sing. When they first saw me, they all looked sideways at me. Then they went away a little and spoke among themselves. "He only sinned against man," they said. "It is not our quarrel. Let us be kind to him," they said. Then they hopped nearer me and began to sing. It was the time of the rising of the dawn, and from both banks of the river and from the sky and from the thickets that were once the streets, hundreds of birds were singing. As the light increased, the birds sang more and more. They grew thicker and thicker in the air above my head, till there were thousands of them singing there, and then millions, and at last I could see nothing but a host of flickering wings with the sunlight on them, and little gaps of sky. Then, when there was nothing to be heard in London but the myriad notes of that exultant song, my soul rose up from the bones in the hole in the mud, and began to climb heavenwards. And it seemed that a laneway opened amongst the wings of the birds, and it went up, and one of the smaller gates of paradise stood ajar at the end of it. And I knew by a sign that the mud should receive me no more, for suddenly I found that I could weep. At this moment I opened my eyes, in a bed in a house in London, and outside some sparrows were twittering in a tree, in the light of the radiant morning. And there were tears still wet upon my face, for one's restraint is feeble while one sleeps, and I arose and opened the window wide, and stretching my hands out over the little garden, I blessed the birds whose song had woken me up from the troubled and terrible centuries of my dream. End of Where the Tides Ebb and Flow.
Of Barchester Cathedral by M.R. James. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. The Stalls of Barchester Cathedral. This matter began, as far as I am concerned, with the reading of a notice in the obituary section of the Gentleman's Magazine for an early year in the 19th century. On February 26th, at his residence in Cathedral Close of Barchester, the Venerable John Denville Haynes, D.D., aged 57, Archdeacon of Sowerbridge and Rector of Pickhill and Candley. He was of college, Cambridge, and where by talent and assiduity he commanded the esteem of his seniors. When, at the usual time, he took his first degree, his name stood high in the list of wranglers. These academical honours procured for him within a short time a fellowship of his college. In the year 1783 he received holy orders, and was shortly afterwards presented to the perpetual curacy of Ranxton sub Ash by his friend and patron, the late truly venerable Bishop of Lichfield. His speedy preferments, first to a prebend and subsequently to the dignity of precentor in the Cathedral of Barchester, form an eloquent testimony to the respect in which he was held and to his eminent qualifications. He succeeded to the archdeaconry upon the sudden decease of Archdeacon Pulteney in 1810. His sermons, ever conformable to the principles of religion and church which he adorned, displayed in no ordinary degree, without the least trace of enthusiasm, the refinement of the scholar united with the grace of the Christian. Free from sectarian violence, and informed by the spirit of the truest charity, they will long dwell in the memories of his hearers. Here a further omission. The productions of his pen include an able defence of episcopacy, which, though often perused by the author of this tribute to his memory, affords but one additional instance of the want of liberality and enterprise which is a too common characteristic of the publishers of our generation. His published works are, indeed, confined to a spirited and elegant version of the Argonautica of Valerius Flaccus, a volume of discourses upon the several events in the life of Joshua, delivered in his cathedral, and a number of the charges which he pronounced at various visitations to the clergy of his archdeaconry. These are distinguished by etc., etc. The urbanity and the hospitality of the subject of these lines will not readily be forgotten by those who enjoyed his acquaintance. His interest in the venerable and awful pile under whose hoary vault he was so punctual an attendant, and particularly in the musical portion of its rites, might be termed filial, and formed a strong and delightful contrast to the polite indifference displayed by too many of our cathedral dignitaries at the present time. The final paragraph, after informing us that Dr. Haynes died a bachelor, says: "It might have been augured that an existence so placid and benevolent would have been terminated in a ripe old age by a dissolution equally gradual and calm. But how unsearchable are the workings of Providence! The peaceful and retired seclusion amid which the honoured evening of Dr. Haynes's life was mellowing to its close was destined to be disturbed, nay, shattered, by a tragedy as appalling as it was unexpected. The morning of the 26th of February. But perhaps I shall do better to keep back the remainder of the narrative until I have told the circumstances which led up to it. These, as far as they are now accessible, I have derived from another source. I had read the obituary notice which I have been quoting, quite by chance, along with a great many others of the same period. It had excited some little speculation in my mind, but, beyond thinking that if I ever had an opportunity of examining the local records of the period indicated, I would try to remember Dr. Haynes, I made no effort to pursue his case. Quite lately I was cataloguing the manuscripts in the library of the college to which he belonged. I had reached the end of the numbered volumes on the shelves, and I proceeded to ask the librarian whether there were any more books which he thought I ought to include in my description. "I don't think there are," he said, "but we had better come and look at the manuscript class and make sure. Have you time to do that now?" I had time. We went to the library, checked off the manuscripts, and at the end of our survey arrived at a shelf of which I had seen nothing. Its contents consisted for the most part of sermons, bundles of fragmentary papers, college exercises, Cyrus, an epic poem in several cantos, the product of a country clergyman's leisure, mathematical tracts by a deceased professor, and other similar material of a kind with which I am only too familiar. I took brief notes of these. Lastly, there was a tin box, which was pulled out and dusted. Its label, much faded, was thus inscribed: "Papers of the Venerable Archdeacon Haynes, bequeathed in 1834 by his sister, Miss Letitia Haynes." I knew at once that the name was one which I had somewhere encountered, and could very soon locate it. That must be the Archdeacon Haynes who came to a very odd end at Barchester. I have read his obituary in the Gentleman's Magazine. May I take the box home? Do you know if there is anything interesting in it? The librarian was very willing that I should take the box and examine it at leisure. "I never looked inside it myself," he said, "but I've always been meaning to. I'm pretty sure that is the box which our old master once said ought never to have been accepted by the college. He said that to Martin years ago, and he said also that as long as he had control over the library it should never be opened. Martin told me about it, and said that he wanted terribly to know what was in it. But the master was librarian, and always kept the box in the lodge, so there was no getting at it in his time. And when he died, it was taken away by mistake by his heirs, and only returned a few years ago. I can't think why I haven't opened it, but as I have to go away from Cambridge this afternoon, you had better have first go at it. I think I can trust you not to publish anything undesirable in our catalogue." I took the box home and examined its contents, and thereafter consulted the librarian as to what should be done about publication, and since I have his leave to make a story out of it, provided I disguise the identity of the people concerned, I will try what can be done. The materials are, of course, mainly journals and letters. How much shall I quote, and how much epitomize, must be determined by considerations of space. The proper understanding of the situation has necessitated a little, not very arduous, research, which has been greatly facilitated by the excellent illustrations and text of the Barchester volume in Bell's Cathedral series. When you enter the choir of Barchester Cathedral now, you pass through a screen of metal and coloured marbles designed by Sir Gilbert Scott, and find yourself in what I must call a very bare and odiously furnished place. The stalls are modern, without canopies. The places of the dignitaries and the names of the prebends have fortunately been allowed to survive, and are inscribed on small brass plates affixed to the stalls. The organ is in the triforium, and what is seen of the case is Gothic. The reredos and its surroundings are like every other. Careful engravings of 100 years ago show a very different state of things. The organ is on a massive classical screen. The stalls are also classical and very massive. There is a baldacchino of wood over the altar, with urns upon its corners. Farther east is a solid altar screen, classical in design, of wood, with a pediment, in which is a triangle surrounded by rays, enclosing certain Hebrew letters in gold. Cherubs contemplate these. There is a pulpit with a great sounding board at the eastern end of the stalls on the north side, and there is a black and white marble pavement. 2 ladies and a gentleman are admiring the general effect. From other sources I gather that the archdeacon's stall then as now was next to the bishop's throne at the southeastern end of the stalls. His house almost faces the west front of the church, and is a fine red brick building of William III's time. Here Dr. Haynes, already a mature man, took up his abode with his sister in the year 1810. The dignity had long been the object of his wishes, but his predecessor refused to depart until he had attained the age of 92. About a week after he had held a modest festival in celebration of that 92nd birthday, there came a morning late in the year when Dr. Haynes, hurrying cheerfully into his breakfast room, rubbing his hands and humming a tune, was greeted and checked in his genial flow of spirits by the sight of his sister, seated, indeed, in her usual place behind the tea-urn, but bowed forward and sobbing unrestrainedly into her handkerchief. What is the matter? What bad news?" he began.
"Oh, Johnny, you've not heard. The poor dear Archdeacon."
"The Archdeacon? Yes. What is it? Ill, is he?"
"No, no. They found him on the staircase this morning. It is so shocking."
"Is it possible? Dear, poor Pulteney. Has there been a seizure?"
"They don't think so. And that is almost the worst thing about it. It seems to have been all the fault of that stupid maid of theirs, Jane."
Dr. Haynes paused. "I don't quite understand, Letitia. How was the maid at fault?"
"Why, as far as I can make out, there was a stair rod missing, and she never mentioned it. And the poor Archdeacon set his foot quite on the edge of the step. You know how slippery that oak is, and it seems he must have fallen almost the whole flight and broken his neck. It is so sad for poor Miss Pulteney. Of course, they will get rid of the girl at once. I never liked her."
Miss Haynes's grief resumed its sway, but eventually relaxed so far as to permit of her taking some breakfast. Not so her brother, who, after standing in silence below the window for some minutes, left the room and did not appear again that morning. I need only add that the careless maid-servant was dismissed forthwith, but that the missing stair-rod was very shortly afterwards found under the stair-carpet, an additional proof, if any were needed, of extreme stupidity and carelessness on her part. For a good many years Dr. Haynes had been marked out by his ability, which seems to have been really considerable, as the likely successor of Archdeacon Pulteney, and no disappointment was in store for him. He was duly installed, and entered with zeal upon the discharge of those functions which are appropriate to one in his position. A considerable space in his journals was occupied with exclamations upon the confusion in which Archdeacon Pulteney had left the business of his office and the documents appertaining to it. Dues upon Ringham and Barneswood had been uncollected for something like 12 years, and are largely irrecoverable. No visitation has been held for 7 years, for chancels are almost past mending. The persons deputized by the Archdeacon have been nearly as incapable as himself. It was almost a matter for thankfulness that this state of things had not been permitted to continue, and a letter from a friend confirms his view. Greek ho katechon, it says, in rather cruel allusion to the second epistle to the Thessalonians, is removed at last, my poor friend. Upon what a scene of confusion will you be entering! I give you my word that, on the last occasion of my crossing this threshold, there was no single paper that he could lay hands upon, no syllable of mine that he could hear, and no fact in connection with my business that he could remember. But now, thanks to a negligent maid and a loose stair-carpet, there is some prospect that necessary business will be transacted without a complete loss alike of voice and temper. This letter was tucked into a pocket in the cover of one of the diaries. There can be no doubt of the new Archdeacon's zeal and enthusiasm. Give me but time to reduce to some semblance of order the innumerable errors and complications with which I am confronted, and I shall gladly and sincerely join with the aged Israelite in the canticle which too many, I fear, pronounce but with their lips. This reflection I find not in a diary, but in a letter. The doctor's friends seem to have returned his correspondence to his surviving sister. He does not confine himself, however, to reflections. His investigation of the rights and duties of his office are very searching and businesslike, and there is a calculation in one place that a period of 3 years will just suffice to set the business of the archdeaconry upon a proper footing. The estimate appears to have been an exact one. For just 3 years he is occupied in reforms, but I look in vain at the end of that time for the promised nunc dimittis. he has now found a new sphere of activity. Hitherto his duties had precluded him from more than an occasional attendance at the cathedral services. Now he begins to take an interest in the fabric and the music. Upon his struggles with the organist, an old gentleman who had been in office since 1786, I have no time to dwell. They were not attended with any marked success. More to the purpose of his sudden growth of enthusiasm for the cathedral itself and its furniture. There is a draft of a letter to Sylvanus Urban, which I do not think was ever sent, describing the stalls in the choir. As I have said, these were of a fairly late date, of about the year 1700, in fact. The archdeacon's stall, situated at the south-east end, west of the episcopal throne, now so worthily occupied by the truly excellent prelate who adorns the See of Barchester, is distinguished by some curious ornamentation. In addition to the arms of Dean West, by whose efforts the whole of the internal furniture of the choir was completed, the prayer desk is terminated at the eastern extremity by 3 small but remarkable statuettes in the grotesque manner. One is an exquisitely modelled figure of a cat, whose crouching posture suggests with admirable spirit the suppleness, vigilance, and craft of the redoubted adversary of the genus mus. Opposite to this is a figure seated upon a throne and invested with the attributes of royalty. But it is no earthly monarch whom the carver has sought to portray. His feet are studiously concealed by the long robe in which he is draped, but neither the crown nor the cap which he wears suffice to hide the prick ears and curving horns which betray his Tartarian origin, and the hand which rests upon his knee is armed with talons of horrifying length and sharpness. Between these two figures stands a shape muffled in a long mantle. This might at first sight be mistaken for a monk or friar of orders grey, for the head is cowled, and a knotted cord depends from somewhere about the waist. A slight inspection, however, will lead to a very different conclusion. The knotted cord is quickly seen to be a halter, held by a hand all but concealed within the draperies, while the sunken features and horrid to relate, the rent flesh upon the cheekbones proclaim the king of terrors. These figures are evidently the production of no unskilled chisel, and should it chance that any of your correspondents are able to throw light upon their origin and significance, my obligations to your valuable miscellany will be largely increased. There is more description in the paper, and seeing that the woodwork in question has now disappeared, it has a considerable interest. A paragraph at the end is worth quoting. Some late researches among the chapter accounts have shown me that the carving of the stalls was not, as was very usually reported, the work of Dutch artists, but was executed by a native of this city, or a district named Austin. The timber was procured from an oak copse in the vicinity, the property of the dean and chapter, known as Holywood. Upon a recent visit to the parish within whose boundaries it is situated, I learned from the aged and truly respectable incumbent that traditions still lingered amongst the inhabitants of the great size and age of the oaks employed to furnish the materials of the stately structure which has been, however imperfectly, described in the above lines. Of one in particular, which stood near the centre of the grove, it is remembered that it was known as the hanging oak. The propriety of that title is confirmed by the fact that a quantity of human bones was found in the soil about its roots, and that at certain times of the year it was a custom for those who wished to secure a successful issue to their affairs, whether of love or the ordinary business of life, to suspend from its boughs small images or puppets rudely fashioned of straw, twigs, or the like rustic material. So much for the archdeacon's archaeological investigations. To return to his career, as it is to be gathered from his diaries. Those of his first 3 years of hard and careful work show him throughout in high spirits, and doubtless during this time that reputation for hospitality and urbanity which is mentioned in his obituary notice was well deserved. After that, as time goes on, I see a shadow coming over him, destined to develop into utter blackness, which I cannot but think must have been reflected in his outward demeanour. He commits a good deal of his fears and troubles to his diary. There was no other outlet for them. He was unmarried, and his sister was not always with him. But I am much mistaken if he has told all that he might have told. A series of extracts shall be given. August 30th, 1816. The days begin to draw in more perceptibly than ever. Now that the archdeaconry papers are reduced to order, I must find some further employment for the evening hours of autumn and winter. It is a great blow that Letitia's health will not allow her to stay through these months. Why not go on with my defence of episcopacy? It may be useful. September 15th. Letitia has left me for Brighton. October 11th. Candles lit in the choir for the first time at evening prayers. It came as a shock. I find that I absolutely shrink from the dark season. November 17th. Much struck by the character of the carving on my desk. I do not know that I had ever carefully noticed it before. My attention was called to it by an accident. During the Magnificat I was, I regret to say, almost overcome with sleep. My hand was resting on the back of the carved figure of a cat which is the nearest to me of the three figures on the end of my stall. I was not aware of this, for I was not looking in that direction, until I was startled by what seemed a softness, a feeling as of rather rough and coarse fur, and a sudden movement as if the creature were twisting round its head to bite me. I regained complete consciousness in an instant, and I have some idea that I must have uttered a suppressed exclamation, for I noticed that Mr. Treasurer turned his head quickly in my direction. The impression of the unpleasant feeling was so strong that I found myself rubbing my hand upon my surplice. This accident led me to examine the figures after prayers more carefully than I had done before, and I realized for the first time with what skill they are executed. December 6th. I do indeed miss Letitia's company. The evenings, after I have worked as long as I can at my defence, are very trying. The house is too large for a lonely man, and visitors of any kind are too rare. I get an uncomfortable impression when going to my room that there is company of some kind. The fact is, I may as well formulate it to myself, that I hear voices. This, I am well aware, is a common symptom of incipient decay of the brain, and I believe that I should be less disquieted than I am if I had any suspicion that this was the cause. I have none whatever, nor is there anything in my family history to give colour to such an idea. Work, diligent work, and a punctual attention to the duties which fall to me is my best remedy, and I have little doubt that it will prove efficacious. January 1st. My trouble is, I must confess, increasing upon me. Last night, upon my return after midnight from the deanery, I lit my candle to go upstairs. I was nearly at the top when something whispered to me, "Let me wish you a happy New Year." I could not be mistaken. It spoke distinctly and with a peculiar emphasis. Had I dropped my candle, as I all but did, I trembled to think what the consequences must have been. As it was, I managed to get up the last flight, and was quickly in my room with the door locked, and experienced no other disturbance. January 15th. I had occasion to come downstairs last night to my workroom for my watch, which I had inadvertently left on my table when I went up to bed. I think I was at the top of the last flight when I had a sudden impression of a sharp whisper in my ear. "Take care!" I clutched the balusters and naturally looked round at once. Of course there was nothing. After a moment I went on. It was no good turning back, but I had as nearly as possible fallen. A cat, a large one by the feel of it, slipped between my feet, but again of course I saw nothing. It may have been the kitchen cat, but I do not think it was. February 27th. A curious thing last night, which I should like to forget. Perhaps if I put it down here I may see it in its true proportion. I worked in the library from about 9 to 10. The hall and staircase seemed to be unusually full of what I can only call movement without sound. By this I mean that there seemed to be continuous going and coming, and that whenever I ceased writing to listen, or looked out into the hall, the stillness was absolutely unbroken. Nor in going to my room at an earlier hour than usual, about 10:30, was I conscious of anything that I could call a noise. It so happened that I had told John to come to my room for the letter to the bishop, which I wished to have delivered early in the morning at the palace. He was to sit up, therefore, and come for it when he heard me retire. This I had for the moment forgotten, though I had remembered to carry the letter with me to my room. But when, as I was winding up my watch, I heard a light tap at the door and a low voice saying, "May I come in?" which I most undoubtedly did hear, I recollected the fact, and took up the letter from my dressing-table, saying, "Certainly, come in." No one, however, answered my summons, and it was now that, as I strongly suspect, I committed an error, for I opened the door and held the letter out. There was certainly no one at that moment in the passage, but in the instant of my standing there, the door at the end opened, and John appeared carrying a candle. I asked him whether he had come to the door earlier, but am satisfied that he had not. I do not like the situation, but although my senses were very much on the alert, and though it was some time before I could sleep, I must allow that I perceived nothing further of an untoward character. With the return of spring, when his sister came to live with him for some months, Dr. Haynes's entries became more cheerful, and indeed no symptom of depression is discernible until the early part of September, when he was again left alone. And now indeed there is evidence that he was incommoded again, and that more pressingly. To this matter I will return in a moment, but I digress to put in a document which, rightly or wrongly, I believe to have a bearing on the thread of the story. The account books of Dr. Haynes, preserved along with his other papers, show, from a date but little later than that of his institution as Archdeacon, a quarterly payment of £25 to J.L. Nothing could have been made of this had it stood by itself. But I connect with it a very dirty and ill-written letter, which, like another that I have quoted, was in the pocket in the cover of a diary. Of date or postmark there is no vestige, and the decipherment was not easy. It appears to run, "Dr. Sir, I have been expecting to hear of your fears last weeks, and not having done so, must suppose you have not got mine, which was saying how me and my man had met in with bad times. This season all seems to go cross with us on the farm, and which way to look for the rent we have no knowledge of it, this been the sad case with us, if you would have the great liberality probably, but the exact spelling defies reproduction, to send £40, otherwise steps will have to be took which I should not wish. As you was the means of me losing my place with Dr. Pulteney, I think it is only just what I am asking, and you know best what I could say if I was put to it. But I do not wish anything of that unpleasant nature, being one that always wished to have everything pleasant about me. Your obedient servant, Jane Lee. About the time at which I suppose this letter to have been written, there is in fact a payment of £40 to J.L. We return to the diary. October 22nd. At evening prayers during the Psalms, I had that same experience which I recollect from last year. I was resting my hand on one of the carved figures, as before. I usually avoid that of the cat now, and I was going to have said a change came over it, but that seems attributing too much importance to what must, after all, be due to some physical affection in myself. At any rate, the wood seemed to become chilly and soft, as if made of wet linen. I can assign the moment at which I became sensible of this. The choir was singing the words, "Set thou an ungodly man to be ruler over him, and let Satan stand at his right hand." The whispering in my house was more persistent tonight. I seemed not to be rid of it in my room. I have not noticed this before. A nervous man, which I am not, and hope I am not becoming, would have been much annoyed, if not alarmed by it. The cat was on the stairs tonight. I think it sits there always. There is no kitchen cat. November 15th. Here again I must note a matter I do not understand. I am much troubled in sleep. No definite image presented itself, but I was pursued by the very vivid impression that wet lips were whispering into my ear with great rapidity and emphasis for some time together. After this I suppose I fell asleep, but was awakened with a start by a feeling as if a hand were laid on my shoulder. To my intense alarm, I found myself standing at the top of the lowest flight of the first staircase. The moon was shining brightly enough through the large window to let me see that there was a large cat on the second or third step. I can make no comment. I crept up to bed again, I do not know how. Yes, mine is a heavy burden. Then follows a line or two which has been scratched out. I fancy I read something like "acted for the best." Not long after this it is evident to me that the Archdeacon's firmness began to give way under the pressure of these phenomena. I omit as unnecessarily painful and distressing the ejaculations and prayers which, in the months of December and January, appear for the first time and become increasingly frequent. Throughout this time, however, he is obstinate in clinging to his post. Why he did not plead ill health and take refuge at Bath or Brighton, I cannot tell. My impression is that it would have done him no good, that he was a man who, if he had confessed himself beaten by the annoyances, would have succumbed at once, and that he was conscious of this. He did seek to palliate them by inviting visitors to his house. The result he has noted in this fashion. January 7th. I have prevailed on my cousin Allen to give me a few days, and he is to occupy the chamber next to mine. January 8th. A still night. Allen slept well, but complained of the wind. My own experiences were as before, still whispering and whispering. What is it that he wants to say? January 9th. Allen thinks this is a very noisy house. He thinks, too, that my cat is an unusually large and fine specimen, but very wild. January 10th. Allen and I in the library until 11. He left me twice to see what the maids were doing in the hall. Returning the second time, he told me he had seen one of them passing through the door at the end of the passage, and said if his wife were here, she would soon get them into better order. I asked him what colour dress the maid wore. He said grey or white. I suppose it would be so. January 11th. Allen left me today. I must be firm. These words, I must be firm, occur again and again on subsequent days. Sometimes they are the only entry. In these cases they are in an unusually large hand, and dug into the paper in a way which must have broken the pen that wrote them. Apparently the Archdeacon's friends did not remark any change in his behaviour, and this gives me a high idea of his courage and determination. The diary tells us nothing more than I have indicated of the last days of his life. The end of it all must be told in the polished language of the obituary note. The morning of the 26th of February was cold and tempestuous. At an early hour the servants had occasion to go into the front hall of the residence occupied by the lamented subject of these lines. What was their horror upon observing the form of their beloved and respected master lying upon the landing of the principal staircase in an attitude which inspired the gravest fears. Assistance was procured, and a universal consternation was experienced upon the discovery that he had been the object of a brutal and murderous attack. The vertebral column was fractured in more than one place. This might have been the result of a fall. It appeared that the stair carpet was loosened at one point. But, in addition to this, there were injuries inflicted upon the eyes, nose, and mouth, as if by the agency of some savage animal, which, dreadful to relate, rendered those features unrecognizable. The vital spark was, it is needless to add, completely extinct, and had been so, upon the testimony of respectable medical authorities, for several hours. The author or authors of this mysterious outrage are alike buried in mystery, and the most active conjecture has hitherto failed to suggest a solution of the melancholy problem afforded by this appalling occurrence. The writer goes on to reflect upon the probability that the writings of Mr. Shelley, Lord Byron, and M. Voltaire have been instrumental in bringing about the disaster, and concludes by hoping somewhat vaguely that this event may operate as an example to the rising generation. But this portion of his remarks need not be quoted in full. I had already formed the conclusion that Dr. Haynes was responsible for the death of Dr. Pulteney. But the incident connected with the carved figure of death upon the Archdeacon's stall was a very perplexing feature. The conjecture that it had been cut out of wood of the hanging oak was not difficult, but it seemed impossible to substantiate. However, I paid a visit to Barchester, partly with a view of finding out whether there were any relics of the woodwork to be heard of. I was introduced by one of the canons to the curator of the local museum, who was, my friend said, more likely to be able to give me information on the point than anyone else. I told this gentleman of the description of certain carved figures and arms formerly on the stalls, and asked whether any had survived. He was able to show me the arms of Dean West and some other fragments. These, he said, had been got from an old resident who had also once owned a figure, perhaps one of those which I was inquiring for. There was a very odd thing about that figure, he said. The old man who had it told me that he picked it up in a woodyard, whence he had obtained the still extant pieces, and had taken it home for his children. On the way home he was fiddling about with it, and it came in two in his hands, and a bit of paper dropped out. This he picked up, and, just noticing that there was writing on it, put it into his pocket, and subsequently into a vase on his mantelpiece. I was at his house not very long ago, and happened to pick up the vase and turn it over to see whether there were any marks on it, and the paper fell into my hand. The old man, on my handing it to him, told me the story I have told you, and said I might keep the paper. It was crumpled and rather torn, so I have mounted it on a card which I have here. If you can tell me what it means, I shall be very glad, and also, I may say, a good deal surprised. He gave me the card. The paper was quite legibly inscribed in an old hand, and this is what was on it. When I grew in the wood, I was watered with blood. Now in the church I stand. Who that touches me with his hand? If a bloody hand he bear, I conceal him to beware, lest he be fetched away, whether by right or day. But chiefly when the wind blows high in a night of February. This I dreamt. 26 February, Anno 1699, John Austin. I suppose it is a charm or spell, wouldn't you call it something of that kind? Said the curator. Yes, I said, I suppose one might. What became of the figure in which it was concealed? Oh, I forgot, said he. The old man told me it was so ugly and frightened his children so much that he burnt it. End of The Stalls of Barchester Cathedral by M.R. James. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Lubbock, Texas. By Olivia Howard Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. The Long Chamber. There was perhaps no warrant for the vaguely swelling disquiet that possessed me from the moment that, late in the sultry August afternoon, there arrived the delayed telegram that announced the immediate coming of Beatrice Vesper. Beatrice Vesper abruptly on her way to me, and alone. It was the most strangely unlikely news. Yet I had no cause for real concern. She would find ready conveyance over the 3 steep miles from the railroad, our pleasantly decaying village being unlinked with the contemporary world. And, as the others reminded me, it wasn't as though the redundant spaciousness of Burley House didn't seem to invite, almost to select and compel, unaccustomed guests, or as though the Long Chamber, our supreme source of pride, hadn't that morning received the final touches that consecrated it to the utmost hospitality we could offer. As for Beatrice, she would delight in the survival of Burley House as unfailingly as she herself would prove its most harmonious ornament. And that matter of ornament wasn't one that David and I could have said to have taken at all lightly. How prodigally, how passionately we had spent our love and labour on the precious house, in the months since it had so unexpectedly fallen into our hands, only to admit to each other, at the end of it all, in almost hysterical dismay, that the stately interiors seemed always empty, however vociferously we strove to be at home in them. There were void, waiting spaces that not the sum of all our alien cheerful presences could fill. We had achieved a background, but a background for brilliant life, and it was as though we, living in terms of the palest prose, defiled past it almost invisibly. The truth was that, we had established no spiritual tenancy, and that we didn't ourselves belong there. But though I was far from guessing with what mysterious tentacles the past would seize her, I knew that Beatrice Vesper would belong. It was plain enough, however, from the first sight of my old friend that she had come to me in no unhappy stress. Her secure and unvexed air was for an instant disconcerting. I had in my panic so prepared myself for haggard pathos. And indeed it was almost incredible that the hurrying, untender years should not have bruised so delicate a creature. With swiftly relaxing nerves I surrendered to the flattery of her explanation that when, only the day before, her husband had been summoned to Europe by cable, she herself being kept behind by the important final proofreading of a technical work of Dr. Vesper's, to be published in the early autumn, she had from all her social resources chosen Burley House as a temporary refuge, so that, after all, it seemed stupid to have taken fright. Beatrice and I had been the closest companions in earlier days, and doubtless I had exaggerated those conditions of her life which, for years past, had led her friends into the way of speaking of her ruefully, reminiscently, almost as if she were dead. It was in this latter spirit that I had been speaking of her to David only the day before, picturing her as the only woman I knew whose marriage had been complete self-immolation. Those of us who wore our fetters with a more modern jauntiness had resented, from our ill-informed distance, what seemed to be her slavish submission. She might as well have been chained in a cave, the rest of the world had not glimpsed of her. Dr. Vesper, a mild enough tyrant in appearance, did not care for society, so they had literally no visitors. There prevailed a legend that he was the most miserable of dyspeptics, and that Beatrice devoted most of her time to preparing the unheard-of substances that fed him. His financial concerns, for important mining interests had sprung from the geological work in which he had become famous, kept him in the city throughout the year, and Beatrice had never left him for a day, even in torrid midsummer. But David, who is sturdily unmodern, refused to be astonished. "Why not, if she is in love with him?" he asked. "But she's not," I insisted, "or she wasn't. It's her husband who's in love, and with the most unheard-of concentration. He has cared for her ever since she was a child, so the thing hung over her, though I suppose that's not a romantic way of putting it, for years before they were married. So isn't it rather extreme for her to relinquish everything else in the world for the sake of the man she merely likes?" David may have submitted a discreet version of this to our old friend Anthony Lloyd, who had been with us all that summer, and I imagine that, in consequence, both men looked to find in Beatrice Vesper the dull, heavy domestic type. So when, an hour after her arrival, they saw her vivid smile and smooth black hair, and her young slim figure in its mulberry-coloured taffeta against the dark panels of our candle-lighted dining-room, they both bore very definite evidence of response to her loveliness. Anthony even betrayed his admiration a shade too markedly, for he had rather an assured way of paying court to women who attracted him. But his advance was deftly and unmistakably cut off. Beatrice Vesper's wifely attitude remained true, I saw, to its severely classic pattern. However, pitfalls of this order were easily avoided, teased as we all were by the irresistible topic of our dazzling inheritance, and David was shortly embarked upon his familiar contention that we cared much more for the place than if he had been the direct heir and we had been able to anticipate the glory of ownership.
"Oh, we're very humble," David conceded, "but we do claim credit as resuscitators. That's what we've really felt ourselves to be doing for months, breathing life into a beautiful thing that had been left for dead. And it has begun to live again, don't you think, in a feeble way? But it's as showmen that we're so shockingly deficient. You see, a house that Judge Timothy Burley built in 1723, and that was continuously lived in until they deserted it a generation ago, must have its secrets. But we have to admit we don't know them."
"Oh, do you think you can live here without knowing?" Beatrice broke out with an intensity that surprised us all. "You'll divine them if you learn them in no other way. Family traditions can never be smothered, you know. They cling to imperishably."
"But the legend famine has already been relieved," Anthony announced. "Or we assume that it has. At least we found a group of old trunks filled with papers, and they've all been assigned to me to dig secrets from. I'm going to begin in the morning. It's not that Molly and I haven't longed to dig for ourselves, David hastily defended us, but we haven't had time. And as for divination, our imaginations lack the necessary point of departure because our cousins have kept all the portraits. That's the really serious gap, you'll notice, in our conscientious furnishing, that apparently we've sprung from the soil, that we haven't an ancestor, though of course we have seen the old pictures long ago, or I have.
Oh, what were they? Beatrice began.
Mrs. Vesper, need you ask?
Anthony interrupted.
Wigged men with heavy, hawk-nosed faces. And meek-eyed women.
David assented, laughing.
Yes, they do look like that mostly. The Burleys were a formidable race, and their wives must have been unnaturally submissive. But that's according to the colonial portrait painters' conventions,
Anthony argued.
The very earliest of your portraits must have been painted less than 200 years ago. Well, that's time enough for fashions and portraits to change, but do human beings alter essentially? The old Burleys cannot have been so different inside their colonial purple and fine linen from you and Molly. Your hawk-nosed grandfathers must have enjoyed a joke now and then, and those meek-eyed Patiences and Charities, mustn't they have had their emotions?
There must be conditions so harsh that emotions remain latent, I suggested carelessly. But Anthony never missed an occasion to dogmatize after his own fashion.
I admit there are temperaments that cannot love, for instance, but to those that can, the opportunity doesn't fail.
But surely, he roused me to protest, there is a type of woman who never learns her own capacity, who remains ingenuous, undeveloped.
Only until her appointed time,
Anthony extravagantly persisted.
What you are trying to express,
David flouted,
is the old-fashioned schoolgirlish belief in predestined lovers. And perhaps it has remained for you to explain what happens in case the predestined lover dies.
In that case he'll come back from the dead to teach her. But this point was made amid a shout of laughter, and we all conceded that the subject had been carried as far as it could be. Almost immediately after dinner, Beatrice confessing that she was very tired, I rather self-consciously took a pewter candlestick from its stand in the lower hall and guided her upstairs. And I found myself weakly unable to bid her good night without a fond proprietary emphasis on the treasures of the long chamber, its ancient oaken chests and still more ancient powdering table, its carved bed and woven counterpane, even the long mirror, faintly time-blurred, in which we had been told that Anne Burley, the first mistress of the house, used once to contemplate her charming face and towering headdress. Then, of course, it contains her image still. Beatrice's smiling, confident glance seemed to penetrate with singular ease the delicate clouds with which 2 centuries had lightly flecked the glass. I shall see it, of course, after she gets used to me. I wonder if this was her room. That is one of the 1,000 things we don't know, I lamented. But it may well have been. It is the finest, we think, of all the rooms. Judge Timothy's lovely young wife should have had it. Don't you think it's almost heartless to have preserved her mere possessions? Beatrice admonished me, and yet allow the memories of her life to be so scattered. We must gather them up and piece them together. Reconstruction ought not to be too difficult in her case, I laughed. I imagined she was a simple creature. It was our household custom to breakfast in our rooms, and after that to pursue our independent occupations throughout the greater part of the day. But Beatrice's proof-sheets and documents, which were of the most inordinate bulk, and which further depressingly renewed themselves by express every few days, often consumed her evenings likewise. It had struck me that we might achieve an arid semblance of friendly intercourse if she would assign to me some clerkly and mechanical part of her labours. But I saw from her look that it was as though I had asked a priestess to delegate me her hieratic function. Her fealty to a dingy religion of ink and paper and chemical symbols was inflexible, and unreasoning, I thought, since it had cost her the look of freshness and vigour she had worn on coming to us. The thing was consuming her. Her altered face told the story. 2 weeks, indeed, after she had come, I realized that we had not yet had a comfortable talk together.
What, after all, did I know of this new Beatrice, except that her highly decorated presence justified our otherwise empty splendour, and that for her own part she was working herself into an illness? She had come to us, she said, for rest and country peace and a season of friendship, but it was patent to the point of irony that she was profiting by none of these. And I did confess to myself, I remember, a secret hurt that there were so many days when she was unable, or ostensibly so, to join us at the hour of frank idleness when we took our tea under the oak tree on the lawn, and when we always, sooner or later, fell to talking about our somewhat shadowy guest.
"Is it I whom Mrs. Vesper is avoiding?"
Anthony asked rather wistfully one afternoon.
"I'll admit I didn't seize her tone directly she arrived, but I have it now, completely. She would find me irreproachable if she could only mingle with us a little. How comforting it would be if she had a human liking for tennis and riding."
My dear Anthony, I don't think she knows you are under the same roof, except when she sees you at dinner, I assured him. But she's under the thrall of an inhuman husband who is overworking her from the other end of the world and practically denying us any share in her.
"Are you sure it's overwork?"
David demanded.
"And not the beginning of typhoid? She does look downright ill, you know. My own impulse would be to send for a doctor. Could there be anything unwholesome about the house? Any 18th century germ that has escaped our scourings?"
We all brooded for a moment on the possibility this opened.
"Do you think distraction would help her?"
Anthony asked.
"Because I have it here."
He tapped his breast pocket triumphantly.
"I've patched together in the last few days a good part of the history of Burley House. I had not meant to tell you yet, but secrecy is consuming me." "Dole the stories out to us one at a time,"
David lazily suggested, his interest half paralyzed by the sheer weight of the august atmosphere.
"We'll inaugurate a series of nights, if not 1001, then as many as you please. And you'll begin tonight, of course. Can you go as far back as Judge Timothy?" "Yes, if you would rather begin there, though I hadn't planned."
"Then it's settled," I interrupted, and this was indeed so precisely what we had all been thirstily waiting for, that I thought it a sufficient pretext for disturbing Beatrice on the spot. Moreover, David's hints had freshly stimulated my own smouldering anxiety in regard to my friend. I had been too passive. I should have forced her to spare herself. The unnameable fears that I had felt on the day of her arrival recurred and pierced me. In the long chamber I found her rather wearily putting away her work for the day. She stood by her table, a slender drooping figure with a sheaf of fluttering papers in her hand, and faced me, still without the look of affectionate welcome I had so missed of late, merely with a sweet patience and courtesy. I should perhaps have approached my end by gentle, gradual arts, but my concern for her abruptly overflowed in unconsidered words. I begged her to admit to me that she wasn't well, that I might insist on proper care for her. I blamed bitterly my own laxity in allowing her to wear herself out as she had done. The publication of her husband's book on a certain day could not, I urged, be a matter so imperative that she must sacrifice her youth, her life to it. By every obligation of our old friendship I implored her to entrust herself to me, and I laid especial stress on my responsibility to her absent husband. "You were all vigour and loveliness when you came to us," I reminded her, "and now you are so changed." She looked at me in a half-startled fashion as I said this, and a dim, ambiguous smile trembled on her lips. "Yes, he will find me changed." She spoke thoughtfully, but quite without emphasis. "But that is something I must face alone." If she had said no more than this, she would have left me with the impression that the distant Dr. Vesper was a subtler Bluebeard. And indeed a look of secrecy and dread that I now for the first time caught flowing darkly over her candid face was wretchedly that of the wife who had opened the forbidden door and is haunted by the intolerable knowledge that must shortly betray her. Could it, after all, be a worse than physical suffering that was draining her eyes of their look of life? She had begun to move uneasily about, and I felt that she would have been glad to have me leave her. But unable longer to endure the intervening shield, I made a desperate effort to demolish it,
to force her reluctant confidence, and with hot cheeks and trembling voice I stammered crude, disconnected sentences on the frequent failure of men to understand women and situations, on the indulgence with which we were forced to regard many masculine traits. "Oh, you have thought of that," she interrupted me almost shrilly, "that my husband caused me suffering. Why, Molly, I supposed you knew that everybody knew how utterly stainlessly good he is. It is I, oh, always I, who fall short." She took my hand gently. "You must not go until I have told you how it is." And we sat down together. Much of what she then told me I did indeed already know, but under a different complexion from that with which she now invested it. How at 19 she had married Edward Vesper almost frivolously, with no sense of sacredness, lightly assuming, though this was of course true enough, that she was bestowing a blessing by becoming the wife of a man for whom she felt a merely childlike affection. How afterward she had discovered that the marriage had been urged, hurried by her poor desperate mother, who with 4 younger children was at the end of everything, and how Dr. Vesper's money had supported them all ever since. Then I saw, Beatrice slowly went on after a little, though I saw what the words were costing her, how narrowly my own foolish ignorance had saved me from baseness. I had married for my own advantage a man who gave me perfect love. Facing this, I saw that from that moment I was bound to give more than I had ever dreamed of giving, and that if I couldn't love my husband as he so wonderfully loved me, I must at least offer him the most sedulous counterfeit I could muster, that the least abatement of unremitting devotion would be treachery. Well, that has been my life, and always until now I have known that no woman could do more. She would have gone on. The momentum of an impulsive confidence is so great. But at that moment the maid came in search of me, announcing dinner. So, after a violent flurry of dressing, Beatrice and I contrived 10 minutes later to be with the others in the dining-room. The disclosure she had made to me, with its intensely characteristic light on the apparent enigmas of her marriage, seemed for the time to have loosed a painful restraint. She talked with gentle gaiety, exchanging swift jests with the imperturbable Anthony, for whom I knew she had come to have a genuine liking, and seeming humanly at home with all of us, rather than driven, as one could fancy her latterly to have been, by some invisible harriers. It even seemed natural and expected when, after dinner, Beatrice, who had so often spent her evenings alone, chose to seat herself at the old spinet and coax from it a few dim spectral chords.
"There's the prelude for your story, Anthony,"
David remarked when she had finished.
"It's a perfect one,"
Anthony declared.
"Those are, of course, the very sounds with which Anne Burley beguiled her solemn days."
I had caught a note in his voice that awed me a little. Anne Burley! You're to tell us of her. Then it won't, of course, be a cheerful story. Why is it that it has always been she, rather than any of the others, for whom our hearts have vaguely ached?
"Cheerful? But of course not,"
Anthony rejoined with energy.
"It can't be that you wanted me to discover simple tales of domestic lethargy. That isn't the sort of thing that leaves its impress on a family and a house. That wouldn't be a story."
Then, as we urged him to begin, he altered his tone and turned to David a serious face.
"You'll have to understand,"
he said,
"that I'm taking a great liberty with you and with your ancestors. This story that I've made out, and that I'll repeat to you, is, as a matter of fact, very largely inferred. It's by no means an explicit tradition. But the inference seems to me so plain, and after living here in the house it is oddly so credible, and, well, you must forgive me if, after all, you prefer to leave the inference unformulated."
None of us spoke, and I let my sewing drop in my lap.
"As you know,"
Anthony began,
"Judge Timothy Burley married Anne Steele when she was 17. A year or two afterward, when they were living in this new and splendid Burley house, Sophia Steele, the young wife's sister, came to pay a visit. In this young girl's diary, which tells us so much and which I have had the astonishing fortune to discover, she records her impression of her sister, who looked very maidenly, though the wife of so great a man and the mistress of so fine a house. But I won't read you her crabbed little sentences. You can see them for yourselves later. I'll simply try to make a connected story.
Judge Timothy does not appear to have markedly played the lover to his charming little bride, but Sophia heard him praise her for her obedience, saying that it was the prime virtue in a wife. I had supposed that the housewives of that day had exacting responsibilities, but possibly because it was so fine a thing to be the judge's wife, or else because her youth exempted her, little Mistress Burley seems to have had abundant leisure. She would play the spinet for hours at a time, or she would sit with her baby boy. The boy must have been Colonel Jonathan,
David, who has always been rather too fond of facts, interposed.
and Burley had but one child. You see her, don't you, as I do?
Anthony went on.
Forlorn little Maeterlinckian heroine, treated as a child by her husband, and practising rigidly the submission he exacted of her. It must have been a dull household in spite of the splendid entertaining that took place at intervals, or Sister Sophia wouldn't have had so much leisure to write in a diary. And it must have been an unnatural one, or the climax wouldn't have flamed so suddenly. Something had to happen in such a house, and it did happen, as I make out, when a young relative of the Burleys from Virginia came north to seek advancement in the law through his distinguished relative, the judge. This young man, Brian Calvert, was asked to Burley House as a guest. It is very plain that he was keenly admired from the first by little Sister Sophia, who meticulously described his height and beauty and merry manners. The judge, I imagine, did not diffuse much merriment through the house, but the Virginian probably didn't see little Sophia. His attention was too completely and frankly absorbed, so she stayed apart, a sad, involuntary little spy, not critical or even fully comprehending, but vaguely and innocently envious, I gather, of an unknown mysterious thing with which the air about her had suddenly become surcharged. Anne Burley herself, poor child, was doubtless almost as far from understanding what had befallen her. At all events, there seems to have been no concealment. Anne and Calvert spent long days together, sitting under the trees in the garden. No one knows whether he said a word of love to her. I could almost believe that he did not. But the young innocent creatures were none the less firmly in the grasp of the elemental force that was about to shatter them. It may have been love of the kind that absolutely cannot yield to reason, and that could never adapt itself to a slow cooling and decline.
Of course they had to die. Beatrice Vesper broke in. One cannot love like that and live. Her voice held sombre secrets. It was as though she was speaking of something intimately real. I tried to see her face, but the shadow veiled it. Anthony paused for a moment, as though he too were amazed at her interruption.
Yes, he said, there had to be a tragic issue. The happenings of a certain day were told long after, but vaguely, in Sophia's journal. Perhaps the child herself only suspected. One day Brian Calvert was ill and remained in his room. When evening came, Anne suggested taking some supper to him. The judge reminded her, and rather ungently, that such an errand was for a servant to perform. An hour later she burst into her sister's bedroom in a passion of fear. She had for the first time eluded and disobeyed her husband, taking to Calvert's room a porringer of gruel she had made herself. The judge, whom she doubtlessly supposed busy with his books, heard her step, followed her, and entering the room a moment later, discovered her in Calvert's arms. I am sure they had never kissed before, but to her husband this was no extenuation. The judge forced Anne from the room. Listening outside, she heard the sound of swords, and more, and worse. Brian Calvert was never seen again. Anne Burley herself fell ill, and a few months later she died.
I felt that we had heard as much as we could bear, but David did not understand my signal, and advanced his literal and perfectly reasonable inquiry.
Are you sure that Calvert was killed? Entirely sure,
Anthony said, a little dryly.
Though there isn't a shadow of proof. Can you imagine such a husband hesitating or failing of his purpose? You believe that they fought each other in this house?
David went on, in a solemn effort to realize the thing.
And there is no record of it? But where can it have been? You don't know that, of course. Yes, I know,
Anthony admitted slowly.
It was in the guest room. They called it the long chamber. The long chamber,
David repeated, and he turned toward Beatrice in his honest, unperceiving eyes. Beatrice had been sitting motionless. Now she rose hastily.
Why should you feel it tragic that he died?" she demanded, almost with brusqueness, but without looking at any one of us. "He would have chosen it. It was no unwilling death, that much I know." Her voice, usually so calm, was roughened with agitation. "I have stayed too long," she added. "I am very tired and should have gone earlier, but the story held us so." She was gone before I had found words to detain her, and we all sat silent. Then Anthony said, "I felt it before I had half finished the story. I know it now. She has seen Calvert's ghost." "That's preposterous!" David exclaimed. "Because you haven't seen it for yourself?" our friend inquired quietly. "But, my dear David, have you slept in that room? And, in any case, what would the ghost of that young lover have to say to you?" "Or to Beatrice Vesper, for that matter," I added. Anthony shrugged his shoulders. "Who knows?" he said. "I admit that if it were the usual family spectre, I can't conceive her risking a second encounter. But Calvert's apparition, that might perhaps be less formidable. Still, it's all much queerer than I like, and I'm not even sure I want her to tell." David began to be troubled. "Molly, you know her. We don't. Is she so infernally secretive? Could she see a ghost in our house without telling us? And why shouldn't she tell?" I sat brooding, conscious that I was trembling a response to every lightest breath of air. There were secrets about. The troubled atmosphere was heavy with them. Something had happened to Beatrice, as any one but my dear dull David could have seen. But since we three were so blindly in the dark, how and whence could it have come? Anthony was, of course, uncommonly astute, yet I had no curiosity as to his guesses. I saw him shrewdly elaborating. He did not know Beatrice's sound, unassailable simplicity as I knew it. We were all indeed unnaturally alert, tensely awaiting we knew not what, so that when the door-bell rang, we all started as though the sound had some portentous significance, holding our breath fairly until the maid came in with an envelope which she said was for Mrs. Vesper. "It's a cable," I said. "I'll take it up to her." A half-hour must have passed since she had gone upstairs, yet when I knocked she came to her door fully dressed. When she saw the envelope, she asked me to stay until she had read the message, which was, she told me a moment later, from her husband. He was sailing, and would arrive in a week. With a sense of relief that was almost disloyal, I welcomed this definite prosaic event. At least it would dissipate the vapours that had gathered. "Can't we send for him to come directly here?" I suggested. "Must you meet him in New York, when it is so hot and you're not really well?" She laid her hand gently on my arm, instinctively trying to soften the harsh abruptness of what she was about to say. "Why shouldn't I tell you? I shall never see him again." The words sounded so unreasoning that I felt myself growing literally cold. "But, dear Beatrice, it was such a little time ago, in this very room, that you told me of his goodness and his love, and of the obligation they imposed on me. But now, if I can't fully meet them, I'm not the same." Her phrases were still without meaning to me. I tried vaguely to protest. "But your courage!" Oh, I had courage for a lifetime, but I was mercifully blindfolded. Now, when I know— Anthony's confident statement recurred to me, precipitating dim, suspicious intimations of my own. "Beatrice, what is it that you have learned to know?" I demanded firmly. "What is it that you have seen?" She cast a quick glance toward the old mirror, dull-rimmed, garlanded, in which she had gaily told me that she expected to see Anne Burley's childlike face. "Seen?" she repeated. "Oh, dear Molly, it's not alone what I have seen. But there is something that lives on here, in this room, of which I merely knew the name. I have felt it almost from the first moment, and there have been hours when I have so shared in it, when I have lived with an intensity I had never dreamed of. Beatrice!" I pressed her for something more definite. "You have seen Anne Burley." "Oh, it's not she who has left the deathless element," Beatrice said. "It's the man who loved her, who loved so well that he did not need to live. You see, his love was so complete that it gained an earthly immortality of its own.
It is here, now. I did not know such things could be. And oh, Molly, I have tried not to know. You have seen how I have struggled to fill up my time and thought with work. I have not welcomed this other new thing. I have shrunk from it, but it has seized me and stripped my eyes and dazzled them, and I know what love can be. Brian Calvert has taught you. I could not help the words, and in spite of me they sounded like an accusation. If it were only a lesson, I could unlearn, she answered quietly. If I could only forget the sweet terror of it all. The terror of dreams and visions. But, dear Beatrice, that fades and vanishes. It is already vanished, but not before it has changed me past all helping. You can see how, after this, I can never pretend to love. I did not try to press her further, for I hoped that the next day, when Anthony's story would be less vivid to us all, I could prevail on the desperation of her attitude. I did insist, however, that she should not spend the night alone, and she consented, after a little, that I should sleep with her. Or so at least we termed it. But my patient vigil told me plainly enough that poor Beatrice slept no more than I. It is true that I assumed, though how could I be sure, that I had dispelled her disturbing phantasms. I did not, though I lay there, expectant at her side, feel the clutch at my own heart of Brian Calvert's strangely inextinguishable love. And though in the first few pale moments of dawn I saw Beatrice's strained eyes bent steadily on Anne Burley's garlanded mirror, to me its unrevealing surface presented merely a reticent blur. It did not surprise me when, an hour later, Beatrice told me that she must leave Burley House that morning, and indeed it seemed that to let her go, out of reach of the ghostliness that had so preyed upon her sensitive spirit, was, at that critical moment, the best that I could do for her. Yet, strangely, even after all that she had told me, I did not guess into what utter darkness she was going. Immune, as I then believed myself, to spectral invasions of my own serenity, I did not know at that time, nor until long after, how the reverberations of spent lives may sometimes sound so loud as to muffle the merely human cry. All that Beatrice Vesper saw and felt as she sat in the long chamber and battled ineffectually with the insistent presence or presences that may have abided within the distances of the dim garlanded mirror is still, I know, beyond my vain conjecture. And there are certain bare and almost intolerable facts that seem indeed to close the door on such imaginings, for Edward Vesper never saw his wife again, and a month after Beatrice's going, word came to me that she was dead. We have closed the long chamber for all time.
End of The Long Chamber by Olivia Howard Dunbar. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Lubbock, Texas.
In a Bottle by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Narrated by Tony Scheinman. Manuscript found in a bottle by Edgar Allan Poe. Qui n'a plus qu'un moment à vivre, n'a plus rien à dissimuler. Quino Atis. Of my country and of my family I have little to say. Ill usage and length of years have driven me from the one and estranged me from the other. Hereditary wealth afforded me an education of no common order, and a contemplative turn of mind enabled me to methodize the stores which early study very diligently garnered up. Beyond all things, the study of the German moralists gave me great delight, not from any ill-advised admiration of their eloquent madness, but from the ease with which my habits of rigid thought enabled me to detect their falsities. I have often been reproached with the aridity of my genius. A deficiency of imagination has been imputed to me as a crime, and the Pyrrhonism of my opinions has at all times rendered me notorious. Indeed, a strong relish for physical philosophy has, I fear, tinctured my mind with a very common error of this age. I mean the habit of referring occurrences, even the least susceptible of such reference, to the principles of that science. Upon the whole, no person could be less liable than myself to be led away from the severe precincts of truth by the ignes fatui of superstition. I have thought proper to premise thus much, lest the incredible tale I have to tell should be considered rather the raving of a crude imagination than the positive experience of a mind to which the reveries of fancy have been a dead letter and a nullity. After many years spent in foreign travel, I sailed in the year 1800 from the port of Batavia, in the rich and populous island of Java, on a voyage to the archipelago of the Sunda Islands. I went as passenger, having no other inducement than a kind of nervous restlessness which haunted me as a fiend. Our vessel was a beautiful ship of about 400 tons, copper-fastened, and built at Bombay of Malabar teak. She was freighted with cotton wool and oil from the Laccadive Islands. We had also on board coir, jaggery, ghee, coconuts, and a few cases of opium. The stowage was clumsily done, and the vessel consequently crank. We got under way with a mere breath of wind, and for many days stood along the eastern coast of Java, without any other incident to beguile the monotony of our course than the occasional meeting with some of the small grabs of the archipelago to which we were bound. One evening, leaning over the taffrail, I observed a very singular isolated cloud to the northwest. It was remarkable, as well for its color as from its being the first we had seen since our departure from Batavia. I watched it attentively until sunset, when it spread all at once to the eastward and westward, girding in the horizon with a narrow strip of vapor, and looking like a long line of low beach. My notice was soon afterwards attracted by the dusky red appearance of the moon, and the peculiar character of the sea. The latter was undergoing a rapid change, and the water seemed more than usually transparent. Although I could distinctly see the bottom, yet, heaving the lead, I found the ship in 15 fathoms. The air now became intolerably hot, and was loaded with spiral exhalations similar to those arising from heat iron. As night came on, every breath of wind died away. A more entire calm it is impossible to conceive. The flame of a candle burnt upon the poop, without the least perceptible motion, and a long hair, held between the finger and thumb, hung without the possibility of detecting a vibration. However, as the captain said he could perceive no indication of danger, and as we were drifting in bodily to shore, he ordered the sails to be furled and the anchor let go. No watch was set, and the crew, consisting principally of Malays, stretched themselves deliberately upon deck. I went below, not without a full presentiment of evil. In fact, every appearance warranted me in apprehending a simoon. I told the captain my fears, but he paid no attention to what I said, and left me without deigning to give a reply. My uneasiness, however, prevented me from sleeping, and about midnight I went upon deck. As I placed my foot upon the upper step of the companion ladder, I was startled by a loud humming noise, like that occasioned by the rapid revolution of a mill wheel, and before I could ascertain its meaning, I found the ship quivering to its center. In the next instant, a wilderness of foam hurled us upon our beam ends, and rushing over us fore and aft, swept the entire decks from stem to stern. The extreme fury of the blast proved in great measure the salvation of the ship. Although completely waterlogged, yet as her masts had gone by the board, she rose after a minute heavily from the sea, and staggering a while beneath the immense pressure of the tempest, finally righted. By what miracle I escaped destruction, it is impossible to say. Stunned by the shock of the water, I found myself upon recovery jammed in between the sternpost and rudder. With great difficulty I gained my feet, and looking dizzily around, was at first struck with the idea of our being among breakers. So terrific, beyond the wildest imagination, was the whirlpool of mountainous and foaming ocean within which we were engulfed. After a while I heard the voice of an old Swede who had shipped with us at the moment of our leaving port. I hallooed to him with all my strength, and presently he came reeling aft. We soon discovered that we were the sole survivors of the accident. All on deck, with the exception of ourselves, had been swept overboard. The captain and mates must have perished as they slept, for the cabins were deluged with water. Without assistance, we could expect to do little for the security of the ship, and our exertions were at first paralyzed by the momentary expectation of going down. Our cable had, of course, parted like pack-thread at the first breath of the hurricane, or we should have been instantaneously overwhelmed. We scudded with frightful velocity before the sea, and the water made clear breaches over us. The framework of our stern was shattered excessively, and in almost every respect we had received considerable injury. But to our extreme joy, we found the pumps unchoked, and that we had made no great shifting of our ballast. The main fury of the blast had already blown over, and we apprehended little danger from the violence of the wind. But we looked forward to its total cessation with dismay, well believing that, in our shattered condition, we should inevitably perish in the tremendous swell which would ensue. But this very just apprehension seemed by no means likely to be soon verified. For 5 entire days and nights, during which our only subsistence was a small quantity of jaggery, procured with great difficulty from the forecastle, the hulk flew at a rate defying computation, before rapidly succeeding flaws of wind, which, without equaling the first violence of the simoon, were still more terrific than any tempest I had before encountered. Our course for the first 4 days was, with trifling variations, southeast and by south, and we must have run down the coast of New Holland. On the 5th day the cold became extreme, although the wind had hauled round a point more to the northward. The sun arose with a sickly yellow luster, and clambered a very few degrees above the horizon, emitting no decisive light. There were no clouds apparent, yet the wind was upon the increase, and blew with a fitful and unsteady fury. About noon, as nearly as we could guess, our attention was again arrested by the appearance of the sun. It gave out no light, so properly called, but a dull and sullen glow without reflection, as if all its rays were polarized. Before sinking within the turgid sea, its central fires suddenly went out, as if hurriedly extinguished by some unaccountable power. It was a dim, sliver-like rim, alone as it rushed down the unfathomable ocean. We waited in vain for the arrival of the 6th day. That day to me has not arrived. To the Swede, never did arrive. Thenceforward we were enshrouded in patchy darkness, so that we could not have seen an object at 20 paces from the ship. Eternal night continued to envelop us, all unrelieved by the phosphoric sea brilliancy to which we had been accustomed in the tropics. We observed, too, that, although the tempest continued to rage with unabated violence, there was no longer to be discovered the usual appearance of surf or foam which had hitherto attended us. All around was horror and thick gloom, and a black, sweltering desert of ebony. Superstitious terror crept by degrees into the spirit of the old Swede, and my own soul was wrapped up in silent wonder. We neglected all care of the ship as worse than useless, and securing ourselves as well as possible to the stump of the mizzen-mast, looked out bitterly into the world of ocean. We had no means of calculating time, nor could we form any guess of our situation. We were, however, well aware of having made farther to the southward than any previous navigators, and felt great amazement at not meeting with the usual impediments of ice. In the meantime, every moment threatened to be our last. Every mountainous billow hurried to overwhelm us. The swell surpassed anything I had imagined possible, and that we were not instantly buried is a miracle. My companion spoke of the lightness of our cargo, and reminded me of the excellent qualities of our ship. but I could not help feeling the utter hopelessness of hope itself, and prepared myself gloomily for that death which I thought nothing could defer beyond an hour, as, with every knot of way the ship made, the swelling of the black stupendous seas became more dismally appalling. At times we gasped for breath at an elevation beyond the albatross. At times became dizzy with the velocity of our ascent into some watery hell, where the air grew stagnant and no sound disturbed the slumbers of the kraken. We were at the bottom of one of these abysses, when a quick scream from my companion broke fearfully upon the night. "See! See!" cried he, shrieking in my ears. "Almighty God! See! See!" As he spoke, I became aware of a dull, sullen glare of red light which streamed down the sides of the vast chasm where we lay, and threw a fitful brilliancy upon our deck. Casting my eyes upward, I beheld a spectacle which froze the current of my blood. At a terrific height directly above us, and upon the very verge of the precipitous descent, hovered a gigantic ship of perhaps 4,000 tons. Although upreared upon the summit of a wave more than 100 times her own altitude, her apparent size exceeded that of any ship of the line or East Indiaman in existence. Her huge hull was of a deep, dingy black, unrelieved by any of the customary carvings of a ship. A single row of brass cannon protruded from her open ports, and, dashed from their polished surfaces, the fires of innumerable battle lanterns, which swung to and fro about her rigging. But what mainly inspired us with horror and astonishment was that she bore up under a press of sail in the very teeth of that supernatural sea and of that ungovernable hurricane. When we first discovered her, her bows alone were to be seen, as she rose slowly from the dim and horrible gulf beyond her. For a moment of intense terror, she paused upon the giddy pinnacle, as if in contemplation of her own sublimity, then trembled, and tottered, and came down. At this instant, I know not what sudden self-possession came over my spirit. Staggering as far aft as I could, I awaited fearlessly the ruin that was to overwhelm. Our own vessel was at length ceasing from her struggles, and sinking with her head to the sea. The shock of the descending mass struck her, consequently, in that portion of her frame which was already under water, and the inevitable result was to hurl me with irresistible violence upon the rigging of the stranger. As I fell, the ship hove in stays and went about, and to the confusion ensuing I attributed my escape from the notice of the crew. With little difficulty I made my way unperceived to the main hatchway, which was partially open, and soon found an opportunity of secreting myself in the hold. Why I did so, I can hardly tell. An indefinite sense of awe, which at first sight of the navigators of the ship had taken hold of my mind, was perhaps the principle of my concealment. I was unwilling to trust myself with a race of people who had offered, to the cursory glance I had taken, so many points of vague novelty, doubt, and apprehension. I therefore thought proper to contrive a hiding-place in the hold. This I did by removing a small portion of the shifting boards, in such a manner as to afford me a convenient retreat between the huge timbers of the ship. I had scarcely completed my work, when a footstep in the hold forced me to make use of it. A man passed by my place of concealment with a feeble and unsteady gait. I could not see his face, but had an opportunity of observing his general appearance. There was about it an evidence of great age and infirmity. His knees tottered beneath a load of years, and his entire frame quivered under the burthen. He muttered to himself, in a low, broken tone, some words of a language which I could not understand, and groped in a corner among a pile of singular-looking instruments and decayed charts of navigation. His manner was a wild mixture of the peevishness of second childhood and the solemn dignity of a god. He at length went on deck, and I saw him no more. A feeling, for which I have no name, has taken possession of my soul, a sensation which will admit of no analysis, to which the lessons of bygone times are inadequate, and for which I fear futurity itself will offer me no key. To a mind constituted like my own, the latter consideration is an evil. I know that I shall never be satisfied with regard to the nature of my conceptions. Yet it is not wonderful that these conceptions are indefinite, since they have their origin in sources so utterly novel. A new sense, a new entity is added to my soul. It is long since I first trod the deck of this terrible ship, and the rays of my destiny are, I think, gathering to a focus. Incomprehensible men, wrapped up in meditations of a kind which I cannot divine, they pass by me unnoticed. Concealment is utter folly on my part, for the people will not see. It was but just now that I passed directly before the eyes of the mate. It was no long while ago that I ventured into the captain's own private cabin, and took thence the materials with which I write and have written. I shall from time to time continue this journal. It is true that I may not find an opportunity of transmitting it to the world, but I will not fail to make the endeavor. At the last moment, I will enclose the manuscript in a bottle, and cast it within the sea. An incident has occurred which has given me new room for meditation. Are such things the operation of ungoverned chance? I had ventured upon deck, and thrown myself down, without attracting any notice, upon a pile of ratlin stuff and old sails in the bottom of the yawl. While musing upon the singularity of my fate, I unwittingly daubed with a tar brush the edges of a neatly folded studding sail which lay near me on a barrel. The studding sail is now bent upon the ship, and the thoughtless touches of the brush are spread out into the word Discovery. I have made many observations lately upon the structure of the vessel. Although well armed, she is not, I think, a ship of war. Her rigging, build, and general equipment all negative a supposition of this kind. What she is not I can easily perceive. What she is, I fear it is impossible to say. I know not how it is, but in scrutinizing her strange model and singular cast of spars, her huge size and overgrown suits of canvas, her severely simple bow and antiquated stern, there will occasionally flash across my mind a sensation of familiar things, and there is always mixed up with such indistinct shadows of recollection an unaccountable memory of old foreign chronicles and ages long ago. I have been looking at the timbers of the ship. She is built of a material to which I am a stranger. There is a peculiar character about the wood which strikes me as rendering it unfit for the purpose to which it has been applied. I mean its extreme porousness, considered independently by the worm-eaten condition which is a consequence of navigation in these seas, and apart from the rottenness attendant upon age. It will appear perhaps an observation somewhat over-curious, but this wood would have every characteristic of Spanish oak, if Spanish oak were distended by any unnatural means. In reading the above sentence, a curious apothegm of an old weather-beaten Dutch navigator comes full upon my recollection. It is as sure, he was wont to say, when any doubt was entertained of his veracity, as sure as there is a sea where the ship itself will grow in bulk like the living body of the seaman. About an hour ago, I made bold to thrust myself among a group of the crew. They paid me no manner of attention, and although I stood in the very midst of them all, seemed utterly unconscious of my presence. Like the one I had first seen in the hold, they all bore about them the marks of a hoary old age. Their knees trembled with infirmity, their shoulders were bent double with decrepitude, their shriveled skins rattled in the wind, their voices were low, tremulous, and broken. Their eyes glistened with the rheum of years, and their gray hairs streamed terribly in the tempest. Around them, on every part of the deck, lay scattered mathematical instruments of the most quaint and obsolete construction. I mentioned some time ago the bending of a studding sail. From that period, the ship, being thrown dead off the wind, has continued her terrific course due south, with every rag of canvas packed upon her, from her trucks to her lower studding sail booms, and rolling every moment her topgallant yardarms in the most appalling hell of water which it can enter into the mind of a man to imagine. I have just left the deck, where I find it impossible to maintain a footing, although the crew seem to experience little inconvenience. It appears to me a miracle of miracles that our enormous bulk is not swallowed up at once and forever. We are surely doomed to hover continually upon the brink of eternity, without taking a final plunge into the abyss. From billows 1,000 times more stupendous than any I have ever seen, we glide away with the facility of the arrowy seagull, and the colossal waters rear their heads above us like demons of the deep, but like demons confined to simple threats and forbidden to destroy. I am led to attribute these frequent escapes to the only natural cause which can account for such effect. I must suppose the ship to be within the influence of some strong current or impetuous undertow. I have seen the captain face to face, and in his own cabin, but, as I expected, he paid me no attention. Although in his appearance there is, to a casual observer, nothing which might bespeak him more or less than man, still a feeling of irrepressible reverence and awe mingled with the sensation of wonder with which I regarded him. In stature, he is nearly my own height, that is, about 5 feet 8 inches. He is of a well-knit and compact frame of body, neither robust nor remarkably otherwise. But it is the singularity of the expression which reigns upon the face. It is the intense, the wonderful, the thrilling evidence of old age, so utter, so extreme, which excites within my spirit a sense, a sentiment ineffable. His forehead, though little wrinkled, seems to bear upon it the stamp of a myriad of years. His gray hairs are records of the past, and his grayer eyes are sibyls of the future. The cabin floor was thickly strewn with strange iron-clasped folios and moldering instruments of science and obsolete long-forgotten charts. His head was bowed down upon his hands, and he pored with a fiery, unquiet eye over a paper which I took to be a commission, and which, at all events, bore the signature of a monarch. He muttered to himself, as did the first seaman whom I saw in the hold, some low, peevish syllables of a foreign tongue, and although the speaker was close at my elbow, his voice seemed to reach my ears from the distance of a mile. The ship and all in it are imbued with the spirit of eld. The crew glide to and fro like the ghosts of buried centuries. Their eyes have an eager and uneasy meaning, and when their figures fall athwart my path in the wild glare of the battle lanterns, I feel as I have never felt before, although I have been all my life a dealer in antiquities, and have imbibed the shadows of fallen columns at Baalbek and Tadmor and Persepolis, until my very soul has become a ruin. When I look around me, I feel ashamed of my former apprehensions. If I tremble at the blast which has hitherto attended us, shall I not stand aghast at a warring of wind and ocean to convey any idea of which the words tornado and simoon are trivial and ineffective? All in the immediate vicinity of the ship is the blackness of eternal night, and a chaos of foamless water, but about a league on either side of us may be seen, indistinctly and at intervals, stupendous ramparts of ice, towering away into the desolate sky, and looking like the walls of the universe. As I imagined, the ship proves to be in a current, if that appellation can be properly given to a tide which, howling and shrieking by the white ice, thunders on to the southward with a velocity like the headlong dashing of a cataract. To conceive the horror of my sensations is, I presume, utterly impossible. Yet a curiosity to penetrate the mysteries of these awful regions predominates even over my despair, and will reconcile me to the most hideous aspect of death. It is evident that we are hurrying onwards to some exciting knowledge, some never-to-be-imparted secret whose attainment is destruction. Perhaps this current leads us to the southern pole itself. It must be confessed that a supposition apparently so wild has every probability in its favor. The crew pace the deck with unquiet and tremulous step, but there is upon their countenances an expression more of the eagerness of hope than of the apathy of despair. In the meantime the wind is still in our poop, and as we carry a crowd of canvas, the ship is at times lifted bodily from out the sea. Oh, horror upon horror! The ice opens suddenly to the right and to the left, and we are whirling dizzily in immense concentric circles round and round the borders of a gigantic amphitheatre, the summit of whose walls is lost in the darkness and the distance. But little time will be left me to ponder upon my destiny. The circles rapidly grow small. We are plunging madly within the grasp of the whirlpool, and amid a roaring and bellowing and thundering of ocean and of tempest, the ship is quivering. Oh God! And going down. Note: the manuscript found in a bottle was originally published in 1831, and it was not until many years afterwards that I became acquainted with the maps of Mercator, in which the ocean is represented as rushing by 4 mouths into the northern polar gulf, to be absorbed into the bowels of the earth, the pole itself being represented by a black rock towering to a prodigious height. End of Manuscript in a Bottle. Narrated by Tony Scheinman.
Blue John Gap by Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. The Terror of Blue John Gap. The following narrative was found among the papers of Dr. James Hardcastle, who died of phthisis on February 4th, 1908, at 36, Upper Coventry Flats, South Kensington. Those who knew him best, while refusing to express an opinion about this particular statement, are unanimous in asserting that he was a man of a sober and scientific turn of mind, absolutely devoid of imagination, and most unlikely to invent any abnormal series of events. The paper was contained in an envelope which was docketed, "A short account of the circumstances which occurred near Miss Allerton's farm in northwest Derbyshire in the spring of last year." The envelope was sealed, and on the other side was written in pencil: "Dear Seaton, it may interest and perhaps pain you to know that the incredulity with which you met my story has prevented me from ever opening my mouth upon the subject again. I leave this record after my death, and perhaps strangers may be found to have more confidence in me than my friend. Inquiry has failed to elicit who this Seaton may have been. I may add that the visit of the deceased to Allerton's farm, and the general nature of the alarm there, apart from his particular explanation, have been absolutely established. With this foreword I append his account exactly as he left it. It is in the form of a diary, some entries in which have been expanded, while a few have been erased. April 17th. Already I feel the benefit of this wonderful upland air. The farms of the Allertons lies 1420 feet above sea level, so it may well be a bracing climate. Beyond the usual morning cough I have very little discomfort, and, what with fresh milk and home-grown mutton, I have every chance of putting on weight. I think Saunderson will be pleased. The 2 Miss Allertons are charmingly quaint and kind, 2 dear little hard-working old maids, who are ready to lavish all the heart which might have gone out to husband and to children upon an invalid stranger. Truly, the old maid is a most useful person, one of the reserve forces of the community. They talk of the superfluous woman, but what would the poor superfluous man do without her kindly presence? By the way, in their simplicity, they very quickly let out the reason why Saunderson recommended their farm. The professor rose from the ranks himself, and I believe that in his youth he was not above scaring crows in these very fields. It is a most lonely spot, and the walks are picturesque in the extreme. The farm consists of grazing land lying at the bottom of an irregular valley. On each side are the fantastic limestone hills, formed of rock so soft that you can break it away with your hands. All this country is hollow. Could you strike it with some gigantic hammer, it would boom like a drum, or possibly cave in altogether and expose some huge subterranean sea. The great sea there must surely be, for on all sides the streams run into the mountain itself, never to reappear. There are gaps everywhere amid the rocks, and when you pass through them you find yourself in great caverns which wind down into the bowels of the earth. I have a very small bicycle lamp, and it is a perpetual joy to me to carry it in these weird solitudes, and to see the wonderful silver and black effect when I throw its light upon the stalactites which drape the lofty roofs. Shut off the lamp, and you are in the blackest darkness. Turn it on, and it is a scene from the Arabian Nights. But there is one of these strange openings in the earth which has a special interest, for it is the handiwork not of nature but of man. I had never heard of Blue John when I came to these parts. It is the name given to a peculiar mineral of a beautiful purple shade, which is only found at one or two places in the world. It is so rare that an ordinary vase of Blue John would be valued at a great price. The Romans, with that extraordinary instinct of theirs, discovered that it was to be found in this valley, and sank a horizontal shaft deep into the mountain side. The opening of their mine has been called Blue John Gap, a clean-cut arch in the rock, the mouth all overgrown with bushes. It is a goodly passage which the Roman miners have cut, and it intersects some of the great water-worn caves, so that if you enter Blue John Gap you would do well to mark your steps and to have a good store of candles, or you may never make your way back to the daylight again. I have not yet gone deeply into it, but this very day I stood at the mouth of the arched tunnel, and peering down into the black recesses beyond, I vowed that, when my health returned, I would devote some holiday to exploring those mysterious depths, and finding out for myself how far the Roman had penetrated into the Derbyshire hills. Strange how superstitious these countrymen are. I should have thought better of young Armitage, for he is a man of some education and character, and a very fine fellow for his station in life. I was standing at the Blue John Gap when he came across the field to me. "Well, doctor," said he, "you're not afraid anyhow." "Afraid?" I answered. "Afraid of what?" "Of it," he said, with a jerk of his thumb towards the black vault, "of the terror that lives in the Blue John cave." How absurdly easy it is for a legend to arise in a lonely countryside! I examined him as to the reasons for his weird belief. It seems that from time to time sheep have been missing from the fields, carried bodily away according to Armitage. That they could have wandered away of their own accord and disappeared among the mountains was an explanation to which he would not listen. On one occasion a pool of blood had been found, and some tufts of wool. That also, I pointed out, could be explained in a perfectly natural way. Further, the nights upon which sheep disappeared were invariably very dark, cloudy nights with no moon. This I met with the obvious retort that those were the nights which a commonplace sheep-stealer would naturally choose for his work. On one occasion a gap had been made in a wall, and some of the stones scattered for a considerable distance. Human agency again, in my opinion. Finally, Armitage clinched all his arguments by telling me that he had actually heard the creature. Indeed, that anyone could hear it who remained long enough at the gap. It was a distant roaring of an immense volume. I could not but smile at this, knowing as I do the strange reverberations which come out of an underground water system running amid the chasms of a limestone formation. My incredulity annoyed Armitage so that he turned and left me with some abruptness. And now comes the queer point about the whole business. I was still standing near the mouth of the cave, turning over in my mind the various statements of Armitage, and reflecting how readily they could be explained away, when suddenly, from the depth of the tunnel beside me, there issued a most extraordinary sound. How shall I describe it? First of all, it seemed to be a great distance away, far down in the bowels of the earth. Secondly, in spite of this suggestion of distance, it was very loud. Lastly, it was not a boom nor a crash, such as one would associate with falling water or tumbling rock, but it was a high whine, tremulous and vibrating, almost like the whinnying of a horse. It was certainly a most remarkable experience, and one which for a moment, I must admit, gave a new significance to Armitage's words. I waited by the Blue John Gap for half an hour or more, but there was no return of the sound, so at last I wandered back to the farmhouse, rather mystified by what had occurred. Decidedly, I shall explore the cavern when my strength is restored. Of course, Armitage's explanation is too absurd for discussion, and yet that sound was certainly very strange. It still rings in my ears as I write. April 20th. In the last 3 days I have made several expeditions to the Blue John Gap, and have even penetrated some short distance, but my bicycle lantern is so small and weak that I dare not trust myself very far. I shall do the thing more systematically. I have heard no sound at all, and could almost believe that I had been the victim of some hallucination suggested perhaps by Armitage's conversation. Of course the whole idea is absurd, and yet I must confess that those bushes at the entrance of the cave do present an appearance as if some heavy creature had forced its way through them. I begin to be keenly interested. I have said nothing to the Miss Allertons, for they are quite superstitious enough already, but I have bought some candles and mean to investigate for myself. I observed this morning that among the numerous tufts of sheep's wool which lay among the bushes near the cavern there was one which was smeared with blood. Of course, my reason tells me that if sheep wander into such rocky places they are likely to injure themselves, and yet somehow that splash of crimson gave me a sudden shock, and for a moment I found myself shrinking back in horror from the old Roman arch. A fetid breath seemed to ooze from the black depths into which I peered. Could it indeed be possible that some nameless thing, some dreadful presence, was lurking down yonder? I should have been incapable of such feelings in the days of my strength, but one grows more nervous and fanciful when one's health is shaken. For the moment I weakened in my resolution, and was ready to leave the secret of the old mine, if one exists, for ever unsolved. But to-night my interest has returned, and my nerves grown more steady. To-morrow I trust that I shall have gone more deeply into this matter. April 22nd. Let me try and set down as accurately as I can my extraordinary experience of yesterday. I started in the afternoon and made my way to the Blue John Gap. I confess that my misgivings returned as I gazed into its depths, and I wished that I had brought a companion to share my exploration. Finally, with a return of resolution, I lit my candle, pushed my way through the briars, and descended into the rocky shaft. It went down at an acute angle for some 50 feet, the floor being covered with broken stone. Thence there extended a long, straight passage cut in the solid rock. I am no geologist, but the lining of this corridor was certainly of some harder material than limestone, for there were points where I could actually see the tool marks which the old miners had left in their excavation, as fresh as if they had been done yesterday. Down this strange old-world corridor I stumbled, my feeble flame throwing a dim circle of light around me, which made the shadows beyond the more threatening and obscure. Finally I came to a spot where the Roman tunnel opened into a water-worn cavern, a huge hall hung with long white icicles of lime deposit. From this central chamber I could dimly perceive that a number of passages worn by the subterranean streams wound away into the depths of the earth. I was standing there wondering whether I had better return, or whether I dare venture farther into this dangerous labyrinth, when my eyes fell upon something at my feet which strongly arrested my attention. The greater part of the floor of the cavern was covered with boulders of rock, or with hard incrustations of lime, but at this particular point there had been a drip from the distant roof which had left a patch of soft mud. In the very centre of this there was a huge mark, an ill-defined blotch, deep, broad, and irregular, as if a great boulder had fallen upon it. No loose stone lay near, however, nor was there anything to account for the impression. It was far too large to be caused by any possible animal, and besides, there was only the one, and the patch of mud was of such a size that no reasonable stride could have covered it. As I rose from the examination of that singular mark, and then looked round into the black shadows which hemmed me in, I must confess that I felt for a moment a most unpleasant sinking of my heart, and that, do what I could, the candle trembled in my outstretched hand. I soon recovered my nerve, however, when I reflected how absurd it was to associate so huge and shapeless a mark with the track of any known animal. Even an elephant could not have produced it. I determined, therefore, that I would not be scared by vague and senseless fears from carrying out my exploration. Before proceeding, I took a good note of a curious rock formation in the wall by which I could recognize the entrance of the Roman tunnel. The precaution was necessary, for the great cave, so far as I could see it, was intersected by passages. Having made sure of my position, and reassured myself by examining my spare candles and my matches, I advanced slowly over the rocky and uneven surface of the cavern. And now I come to the point where I met with such sudden and desperate disaster. A stream, some 20 feet broad, ran across my path, and I walked for some little distance along the bank to find a spot where I could cross dry shod. Finally I came to a place where a single flat boulder lay near the centre, which I could reach in a stride. As it chanced, however, the rock had been cut away and made top-heavy by the rush of the stream, so that it tilted over as I landed on it and shot me into the ice-cold water. My candle went out, and I found myself floundering about in utter and absolute darkness. I staggered to my feet, more amused than alarmed by my adventure. The candle had fallen from my hand and was lost in the stream, but I had 2 others in my pocket, so that it was of no importance. I got one of them ready, and drew out my box of matches to light it. Only then did I realize my position. The box had been soaked in my fall into the water. It was impossible to strike the matches. Cold hands seemed to close round my heart as I realized my position. The darkness was opaque and horrible. It was so utter one put one's hand to one's face as if to press off something solid. I stood still, and by an effort I steadied myself. I tried to reconstruct in my mind a map of the floor of the cavern as I had last seen it. Alas, the bearings which had impressed themselves upon my mind were high on the wall and not to be found by touch. Still, I remembered in a general way how the sides were situated, and I hoped that by groping my way along them I should at last come to the opening of the Roman tunnel. Moving very slowly, and continually striking against the rocks, I set out on this desperate quest. But I very soon realized how impossible it was. In that black, velvety darkness, one lost all one's bearings in an instant. Before I had made a dozen paces, I was utterly bewildered as to my whereabouts. The rippling of the stream, which was the one sound audible, showed me where it lay, but the moment that I left its bank I was utterly lost. The idea of finding my way back in absolute darkness through that limestone labyrinth was clearly an impossible one. I sat down upon a boulder and reflected upon my unfortunate plight. I had not told anyone that I proposed to come to the Blue John mine, and it was unlikely that a search party would come after me. Therefore I must trust to my own resources to get clear of the danger. There was only one hope, and that was that the matches might dry. When I fell into the river, only half of me had got thoroughly wet. My left shoulder had remained above the water. I took the box of matches, therefore, and put it into my left armpit. The moist air of the cavern might possibly be counteracted by the heat of my body, but even so, I knew that I could not hope to get a light for many hours. Meanwhile, there was nothing for it but to wait. By good luck, I had slipped several biscuits into my pocket before I left the farmhouse. These I now devoured, and washed them down with a draught from that wretched stream, which had been the cause of all my misfortunes. Then I felt about for a comfortable seat among the rocks, and having discovered a place where I could get a support for my back, I stretched out my legs and settled myself down to wait. I was wretchedly damp and cold, but I tried to cheer myself with the reflection that modern science prescribed open windows and walks in all weather for my disease. Gradually, lulled by the monotonous gurgle of the stream and by the absolute darkness, I sank into an uneasy slumber. How long this lasted I cannot say. It may have been for an hour, it may have been for several. Suddenly I sat up on my rock couch with every nerve thrilling and every sense acutely on the alert. Beyond all doubt I had heard a sound, some sound, very distinct from the gurgling of the waters. It had passed, but the reverberation of it still lingered in my ear. Was it a search party? They would most certainly have shouted, and vague as the sound was which had wakened me, it was very distinct from the human voice. I sat palpitating, and hardly daring to breathe. There it was again, and again. Now it had become continuous. It was a tread. Yes, surely it was the tread of some living creature. But what a tread it was! It gave one the impression of enormous weight carried upon sponge-like feet, which gave forth a muffled but ear-filling sound. The darkness was as complete as ever, but the tread was regular and decisive, and it was coming, beyond all question, in my direction. My skin grew cold, and my hair stood on end as I listened to that steady and ponderous footfall. There was some creature there, and surely, by the speed of its advance, it was one which could see in the dark. I crouched low on my rock, and tried to blend myself into it. The steps grew nearer still, then stopped, and presently I was aware of a loud lapping and gurgling. The creature was drinking at the stream. Then again there was silence, broken by a succession of long sniffs and snorts of tremendous volume and energy. Had it caught the scent of me? My own nostrils were filled with a low fetid odour, mephitic and abominable. Then I heard the steps again. They were on my side of the stream now. The stones rattled within a few yards of where I lay. Hardly daring to breathe, I crouched upon the rock. Then the steps drew away. I heard the splash as it returned across the river, and the sound died away into the distance in the direction from which it had come. For a long time I lay upon the rock, too much horrified to move. I thought of the sound which I had heard coming from the depths of the cave, of Armitage's fears, of the strange impression in the mud, and now came this final and absolute proof that there was indeed some inconceivable monster, something utterly unearthly and dreadful, which lurked in the hollow of the mountain. Of its nature or form I could frame no conception, save that it was both light-footed and gigantic. The combat between my reason, which told me that such things could not be, and my senses, which told me that they were, raged within me as I lay. Finally I was almost ready to persuade myself that this experience had been part of some evil dream, and that my abnormal condition might have conjured up an hallucination. But there remained one final experience which removed the last possibility of doubt from my mind. I had taken my matches from my armpit and felt them. They seemed perfectly hard and dry. Stooping down into a crevice of the rocks, I tried one of them. To my delight, it took fire at once. I lit the candle, and with a terrified backward glance into the obscure depths of the cavern, I hurried in the direction of the Roman passage. As I did so, I passed the patch of mud on which I had seen the huge imprint. Now I stood astonished before it, for there were 3 similar imprints upon its surface, enormous in size, irregular in outline, of a depth which indicated the ponderous weight which had left them. Then a great terror surged over me. Stooping and shading my candle with my hand, I ran in a frenzy of fear to the rocky archway, hastened up it, and never stopped until, with weary feet and panting lungs, I rushed up the final slope of stones, broke through the tangle of briars, and flung myself exhausted upon the soft grass under the peaceful light of the stars. It was 3 in the morning when I reached the farmhouse, and today I am all unstrung and quivering after my terrific adventure. As yet I have told no one. I must move warily in the matter. What would the poor lonely women or the uneducated yokels here think of it if I were to tell them my experience? Let me go to someone who can understand and advise. April 25th. I was laid up in bed for 2 days after my incredible adventure in the cavern. I use the adjective with a very definite meaning, for I have had an experience since which has shocked me almost as much as the other. I have said that I was looking round for someone who could advise me. There is a Dr. Mark Johnson who practices some few miles away, to whom I had a note of recommendation from Professor Saunderson. To him I drove, when I was strong enough to get about, and I recounted to him my whole strange experience. He listened intently, and then carefully examined me, paying special attention to my reflexes and to the pupils of my eyes. When he had finished, he refused to discuss my adventure, saying that it was entirely beyond him, but he gave me the card of a Mr. Picton at Castleton, with the advice that I should instantly go to him and tell him the story exactly as I had done to himself. He was, according to my adviser, the very man who was preeminently suited to help me. I went on to the station, therefore, and made my way to the little town, which is some 10 miles away. Mr. Picton appeared to be a man of importance, as his brass plate was displayed upon the door of a considerable building on the outskirts of the town. I was about to ring his bell when some misgiving came into my mind, and crossing to a neighbouring shop I asked the man behind the counter if he could tell me anything of Mr. Picton. "Why," said he is the best mad doctor in Derbyshire, and yonder is his asylum." You can imagine that it was not long before I had shaken the dust of Castleton from my feet and returned to the farm, cursing all unimaginative pedants who cannot conceive that there may be things in creation which have never yet chanced to come across their mole's vision. After all, now that I am cooler, I can afford to admit that I have been no more sympathetic to Armitage than Dr. Johnson has been to me. April 27th. When I was a student, I had the reputation of being a man of courage and enterprise. I remember that when there was a ghost hunt at Coldbridge, it was I who sat up in the haunted house. Is it advancing years? After all, I am only 35. Or is it this physical malady which has caused degeneration? Certainly my heart quails when I think of that horrible cavern in the hill, and the certainty that it has some monstrous occupant. What shall I do? There is not an hour in the day that I do not debate the question. If I say nothing, then the mystery remains unsolved. If I do say anything, then I have the alternative of mad alarm over the whole countryside, or of absolute incredulity which may end in consigning me to an asylum. On the whole, I think that my best course is to wait, and to prepare for some expedition which shall be more deliberate and better thought out than the last. As a first step, I have been to Castleton and obtained a few essentials, a large acetylene lantern for one thing, and a good double-barrelled sporting rifle for another. The latter I have hired, but I have bought a dozen heavy game cartridges which would bring down a rhinoceros. Now I am ready for my troglodyte friend. Give me better health and a little spate of energy, and I shall try conclusions with him yet. But who and what is he? Ah, there is the question which stands between me and my sleep. How many theories do I form, only to discard each in turn? It is all so utterly unthinkable. And yet the cry, the footmark, the tread in the cavern, no reasoning can get past these. I think of the old world legends of dragons and of other monsters. Were they perhaps not such fairy tales as we have thought? Can it be that there is some fact which underlies them, and am I, of all mortals, the one who is chosen to expose it? May 3rd. For several days I have been laid up by the vagaries of an English spring, and during those days there have been developments, the true and sinister meaning of which no one can appreciate save myself. I may say that we have had cloudy and moonless nights of late, which, according to my information, were the seasons upon which sheep disappeared. Well, sheep have disappeared. 2 of Miss Allerton's, 1 of old Pearson's of the catwalk, and 1 of Mrs. Moulton's. 4 in all during 3 nights. No trace is left of them at all, and the countryside is buzzing with rumours of gipsies and of sheep-stealers. But there is something more serious than that. Young Armitage has disappeared also. He left his moorland cottage early on Wednesday night, and has never been heard of since. He was an unattached man, so there is less sensation than would otherwise be the case. The popular explanation is that he owes money, and has found a situation in some other part of the country, whence he will presently write for his belongings. But I have grave misgivings. It is not much more likely that the recent tragedy of the sheep has caused him to take some steps which may have ended in his own destruction. He may, for example, have lain in wait for the creature and been carried off by it to the recesses of the mountains. What an inconceivable fate for a civilized Englishman of the 20th century! And yet I feel that it is possible and even probable. But in that case, how far am I answerable both for his death and for any other mishap which may occur? Surely, with the knowledge I already possess, it must be my duty to see that something is done, or, if necessary, to do it myself. It must be the latter, for this morning I went down to the local police station and told my story. The inspector entered it all in a large book, and bowed me out with commendable gravity, but I heard a burst of laughter before I had got down his garden path. No doubt he was recounting my adventure to his family. June 10th. I am writing this, propped up in bed, 6 weeks after my last entry in this journal. I have gone through a terrible shock both to mind and body, arising from such an experience as has seldom befallen a human being before. But I have attained my end. The danger from the terror which dwells in the Blue John Gap has passed never to return. Thus much at least I, a broken invalid, have done for the common good. Let me recount what occurred as clearly as I may. The night of Friday, May 3rd, was dark and cloudy, the very night for the monster to walk. About 11 o'clock I went from the farmhouse with my lantern and my rifle, having first left a note upon the table of my bedroom in which I said that, if I were missing, search should be made for me in the direction of the gap. I made my way to the mouth of the Roman shaft, and, having perched myself among the rocks close to the opening, I shut off my lantern and waited patiently with my loaded rifle ready to my hand. It was a melancholy vigil. All down the winding valley I could see the scattered lights of the farmhouses, and the church clock of Chapel le Dale, tolling the hours, came faintly to my ears. These tokens of my fellow men served only to make my own position seem the more lonely, and to call for a greater effort to overcome the terror which tempted me continually to get back to the farm and abandon for ever this dangerous quest. And yet there lies deep in every man a rooted self-respect which makes it hard for him to turn back from that which he has once undertaken. The feeling of personal pride was my salvation now, and it was that alone which held me fast when every instinct of my nature was dragging me away. I am glad now that I had the strength. In spite of all that it has cost me, my manhood is at least above reproach. 12 o'clock struck in the distant church, then 1, then 2. It was the darkest hour of the night. The clouds were drifting low, and there was not a star in the sky. An owl was hooting somewhere among the rocks, but no other sound, save the gentle sough of the wind, came to my ears. And then suddenly I heard it. From far away down the tunnel came those muffled steps, so soft and yet so ponderous. I heard also the rattle of stones as they gave way under the giant tread. They drew nearer. They were close upon me. I heard the crashing of the bushes round the entrance, and then dimly through the darkness I was conscious of the loom of some enormous shape, some monstrous inchoate creature passing swiftly and very silently out from the tunnel. I was paralyzed with fear and amazement. Long as I had waited, now that it had actually come, I was unprepared for the shock. I lay motionless and breathless, whilst the great dark mass whisked by me and was swallowed up in the night. But now I nerved myself for its return. No sound came from the sleeping countryside to tell of the horror which was loose. In no way could I judge how far off it was, what it was doing, or when it might be back. But not a second time would my nerve fail me, not a second time should it pass unchallenged. I swore it between my clenched teeth as I laid my cocked rifle across the rock. And yet it nearly happened. There was no warning of approach now as the creature passed over the grass. Suddenly, like a dark, drifting shadow, the huge bulk loomed up once more before me, making for the entrance of the cave. Again came the paralysis of volition which held my crooked finger impotent upon the trigger. But with a desperate effort I shook it off. Even as the brushwood rustled, and the monstrous beast blended with the shadow of the gap, I fired at the retreating form. In the blaze of the gun I caught a glimpse of a great shaggy mass, something with rough and bristling hair of a withered grey colour, fading away to white in its lower parts, the huge body supported upon short, thick, curving legs. I had just that glance, and then I heard the rattle of the stones as the creature tore down into its burrow. In an instant, with a triumphant revulsion of feeling, I had cast my fears to the wind, and uncovered my powerful lantern. With my rifle in my hand, I sprang down from my rock and rushed after the monster down the old Roman shaft. My splendid lamp cast a brilliant flood of vivid light in front of me, very different from the yellow glimmer which had aided me down the same passage only 12 days before. As I ran, I saw the great beast lurching along before me, its huge bulk filling up the whole space from wall to wall. Its hair looked like coarse faded oakum, and hung down in long dense masses which swayed as it moved. It was like an enormous unclipped sheep in its fleece, but in size it was far larger than the largest elephant, and its breadth seemed to be nearly as great as its height. It fills me with amazement now to think that I should have dared to follow such a horror into the bowels of the earth, but when one's blood is up, and when one's quarry seems to be flying, the old primeval hunting spirit awakes, and prudence is cast to the wind. Rifle in hand, I ran at the top of my speed upon the trail of the monster. I had seen that the creature was swift. Now I was to find out, to my cost, that it was also very cunning. I had imagined that it was in panic flight, and that I had only to pursue it. The idea that it might turn upon me never entered my excited brain. I have already explained that the passage down which I was racing opened into a great central cave. Into this I rushed, fearful lest I should lose all trace of the beast. But he had turned upon his own traces, and in a moment we were face to face. That picture, seen in the brilliant white light of the lantern, is etched for ever upon my brain. He had reared up on his hind legs, as a bear would do, and stood above me, enormous, menacing, such a creature as no nightmare had ever brought to my imagination. I have said that he reared like a bear, and there was something bear-like, if one could conceive a bear which was tenfold the bulk of any bear seen upon earth, in his whole pose and attitude, in his great crooked forelegs with their ivory white claws, in his rugged skin, and in his red gaping mouth fringed with monstrous fangs. Only in one point did he differ from the bear, or from any other creature which walks the earth, and even at that supreme moment a shudder of horror passed over me as I observed that the eyes which glistened in the glow of my lantern were huge projecting bulbs, white and sightless. For a moment his great paws swung over my head. The next he fell forward upon me. I and my broken lantern crashed to the earth, and I remember no more. When I came to myself, I was back in the farmhouse of the Allertons. 2 days had passed since my terrible adventure in the Blue John Gap. It seems that I had lain all night in the cave, insensible from concussion of the brain, with my left arm and 2 ribs badly fractured. In the morning my note had been found. A search party of 12 farmers assembled, and I had been tracked down and carried back to my bedroom, where I had lain in high delirium ever since. There was, it seems, no sign of the creature, and no blood-stain which would show that my bullet had found him as he passed. Save for my own plight and the marks upon the mud, there was nothing to prove that what I had said was true. 6 weeks have now elapsed, and I am able to sit out once more in the sunshine. Just opposite me is a steep hillside, grey with shaly rock, and yonder on its flank is the dark cleft which marks the opening of the Blue John Gap. But it is no longer a source of terror. Never again through that ill-omened tunnel shall any strange shape flit out into the world of men. The educated and the scientific, the Dr. Johnsons and the like, may smile at my narrative, but the poorer folk of the countryside had never a doubt as to its truth. On the day after my recovering consciousness, they assembled in their hundreds round the Blue John Gap. As the Castleton Courier said, it was useless for our correspondent, or for any of the adventurous gentlemen who had come from Matlock, Buxton, and other parts to offer to descend, to explore the cave to the end, and to finally test the extraordinary narrative of Dr. James Hardcastle. The country people had taken the matter into their own hands, and from an early hour of the morning they had worked hard in stopping up the entrance of the tunnel. There is a sharp slope where the shaft begins, and great boulders, rolled along by many willing hands, were thrust down it until the gap was absolutely sealed. So ends the episode which has caused such excitement throughout the country. Local opinion is fiercely divided upon the subject. On the one hand are those who point to Dr. Hardcastle's impaired health, and to the possibility of cerebral lesions of tubercular origin, giving rise to strange hallucinations. Some idée fixe, according to these gentlemen, caused the doctor to wander down the tunnel, and a fall among the rocks was sufficient to account for his injuries. On the other hand, a legend of a strange creature in the gap has existed for some months now, and the farmers look upon Dr. Hardcastle's narrative and his personal injuries as a final corroboration. So the matter stands, and so the matter will continue to stand, for no definite solution seems to us to be now possible. It transcends human wit to give any scientific explanation which could cover the alleged facts. Perhaps before the Courier published these words, they would have been wise to send their representative to me. I have thought the matter out, as no one else has occasion to do, and it is possible that I might have removed some of the more obvious difficulties of the narrative, and brought it 1 degree near to scientific acceptance. Let me then write down the only explanation which seems to me to elucidate what I know to my cost to have been a series of facts. My theory may seem to be wildly improbable, but at least no one can venture to say that it is impossible. My view is, and it was formed, as is shown by my diary, before my personal adventure, that in this part of England there is a vast subterranean lake or sea, which is fed by the great number of streams which pass down through the limestone. Where there is a large collection of water, there must also be some evaporation, mists or rain, and a possibility of vegetation. This in turn suggests that there may be animal life, arising, as a vegetable life would also do, from those seeds and types which had been introduced at an early period of the world's history when communication with the outer air was more easy. This place had then developed a fauna and flora of its own, including such monsters as the one which I have seen, which may well have been the old cave bear, enormously enlarged and modified by its new environment. For countless eons the internal and the external creation had kept apart, growing steadily away from each other. Then there had come some rift in the depths of the mountain which had enabled one creature to wander up and, by means of the Roman tunnel, to reach the open air. Like all subterranean life, it had lost the power of sight, but this had no doubt been compensated for by nature in other directions. Certainly it had some means of finding its way about and of hunting down the sheep upon the hillside. As to its choice of dark nights, it is part of my theory that light was painful to those great white eyeballs, and that it was only a pitch-black world which it could tolerate. Perhaps, indeed, it was the glare of my lantern which saved my life at that awful moment when we were face to face. So I read the riddle. I leave these facts behind me, and if you can explain them, do so, or if you choose to doubt them, do so. Neither your belief nor your incredulity can alter them, nor affect one whose task is nearly over. So ended the strange narrative of Dr. James Hardcastle. End of The Terror of Blue John Gap. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Lubbock, Texas.
By H.P. Lovecraft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Outsider by H.P. Lovecraft. Read by Tony Scheinman. That night the Baron dreamt of many a woe, and all his warrior guests with shade and form, of witch and demon and large coffin worm, were long be-nightmared. Keats. Unhappy is he to whom the memories of childhood bring only fear and sadness. Wretched is he who looks back upon lone hours in vast and dismal chambers with brown hangings and maddening rows of antique books, or upon awed watches in twilight groves of grotesque, gigantic, and vine-encumbered trees that silently wave twisted branches far aloft. Such a lot the gods gave to me, the dazed, the disappointed, the barren, the broken. And yet I am strangely content, and cling desperately to those sear memories when my mind momentarily threatens to reach beyond to the other. I know not where I was born, save that the castle was infinitely old and infinitely horrible, full of dark passages, and having high ceilings where the eye could find only cobwebs and shadows. The stones in the crumbling corridors seemed always hideously damp, and there was an accursed smell everywhere, as of the piled-up corpses of dead generations. It was never light, so that I used sometimes to light candles and gaze steadily at them for relief. Nor was there any sun outdoors, since the terrible trees grew high above the topmost accessible tower. There was one black tower which reached above the trees into the unknown outer sky, but that was partly ruined, and could not be ascended, save by a well-nigh impossible climb up the sheer wall, stone by stone. I must have lived years in this place, but I cannot measure the time. Beings must have cared for my needs, yet I cannot recall any person except myself, or anything alive but the noiseless rats and bats and spiders. I think that whoever nursed me must have been shockingly aged, since my first conception of a living person was that of something mockingly like myself, yet distorted, shriveled, and decaying, like the castle. To me there was nothing grotesque in the bones and skeletons that strewed some of the stone crypts deep down among the foundations. I fantastically associated these things with everyday events, and thought them more natural than the colored pictures of living beings which I found in many of the moldy books. From such books I learned all that I know. No teacher urged or guided me, and I do not recall hearing any human voice in all those years, not even my own. For although I had read of speech, I had never thought to try to speak aloud. My aspect was a matter equally unthought of, for there were no mirrors in the castle, and I merely regarded myself by instinct as akin to the youthful figures I saw drawn and painted in the books. I felt conscious of youth, because I remembered so little. Outside, across the putrid moat and under the dark mute trees, I would often lie and dream for hours about what I read in the books, and would longingly picture myself amidst gay crowds in the sunny world beyond the endless forest. Once I tried to escape from the forest, but as I went farther from the castle the shade grew denser and the air more filled with brooding fear, so that I ran frantically back lest I lose my way in a labyrinth of nighted silence. So through endless twilights I dreamed and waited, though I knew not what I waited for. Then, in the shadowy solitude, my longing for light grew so frantic that I could rest no more, and I lifted entreating hands to the single black ruined tower that reached above the forest into the unknown outer sky. And at last I resolved to scale that tower, fall though I might, since it were better to glimpse the sky and perish than to live without ever beholding day. In the dank twilight I climbed the worn and aged stone stairs till I reached the level where they ceased, and thereafter clung perilously to small footholds leading upward. Ghastly and terrible was that dead, stairless cylinder of rock, black, ruined and deserted, and sinister with startled bats whose wings made no noise. But more ghastly and terrible still was the slowness of my progress, for climb as I might, the darkness overhead grew no thinner, and a new chill as of haunted and venerable mold assailed me. I shivered as I wondered why I did not reach the light, and would have looked down had I dared. I fancied that night had come suddenly upon me, and vainly groped with one free hand for a window embrasure, that I might peer out and above, and try to judge the height I had attained. All at once, after an infinity of awesome, sightless crawling up that concave and desperate precipice, I felt my head touch a solid thing, and I knew I must have gained the roof, or at least some kind of floor. In the darkness, I raised my free hand and tested the barrier, finding it stone and immovable. Then came a deadly circuit of the tower, clinging to whatever holes the slimy wall could give, till finally my testing hand found the barrier yielding, and I turned upward again, pushing the slab or door with my head as I used both hands in my fearful ascent. There was no light revealed above, and as my hands went higher, I knew that my climb was for the nonce ended, since the slab was the trapdoor of an aperture leading to a level stone surface of greater circumference than the lower tower, no doubt the floor of some lofty and capacious observation chamber. I crawled through carefully, and tried to prevent the heavy slab from falling back into place, but failed in the latter attempt. As I lay exhausted on the stone floor, I heard the eerie echoes of its fall, but hoped when necessary to pry it open again. Believing I was now at a prodigious height, far above the accursed branches of the wood, I dragged myself up from the floor and fumbled about for windows, that I might look for the first time upon the sky and the moon and stars of which I had read. But on every hand I was disappointed, since all that I found were vast shelves of marble, bearing odious oblong boxes of disturbing size. More and more I reflected, and wondered what hoary secrets might abide in this high apartment so many aeons cut off from the castle below. Then, unexpectedly, my hands came upon a doorway where hung a portal of stone rough with strange chiseling. Trying it, I found it locked, but with a supreme burst of strength, I overcame all obstacles and dragged it open inward. As I did so, there came to me the purest ecstasy I have ever known, for shining tranquilly through an ornate grating of iron and down a short stone passageway of steps that ascended from the newly found doorway was the radiant full moon, which I had never before seen save in dreams and in vague visions I dared not call memories. Fancying now that I had attained the very pinnacle of the castle, I commenced to rush up the few steps beyond the door. But the sudden veiling of the moon by a cloud caused me to stumble, and I felt my way more slowly in the dark. It was still very dark when I reached the grating, which I tried carefully and found unlocked, but which I did not open for fear of falling from the amazing height to which I had climbed. Then the moon came out. Most demoniacal of all shocks is that of the abysmally unexpected and grotesquely unbelievable. Nothing I had before undergone could compare in terror with what I now saw, with the bizarre marvels that sight implied. The sight itself was as simple as it was stupefying, for it was merely this. Instead of a dizzying prospect of tree-tops seen from a lofty eminence, there stretched around me, on a level through the grating, nothing less than the solid ground, decked and diversified by marble slabs and columns, and overshadowed by an ancient stone church whose ruined spire gleamed spectrally in the moonlight. Half unconscious, I opened the grating and staggered out upon the white gravel path that stretched away in two directions. My mind, stunned and chaotic as it was, still held the frantic craving for light, and not even the fantastic wonder which had happened could stay my course. I neither knew nor cared whether my experience was insanity, dreaming, or magic, but was determined to gaze on brilliance and gaiety at any cost. I knew not who I was, or what my surroundings might be, though as I continued to stumble along, I became conscious of a kind of fearsome latent memory that made my progress not wholly fortuitous. I passed under an arch, out of that region of slabs and columns, and wandered through the open country, sometimes following the visible road, but sometimes leaving it curiously to tread across meadows, where only occasional ruins bespoke the ancient presence of a forgotten road. Once I swam across a swift river, where crumbling mossy masonry told of a bridge long vanished. Over 2 hours must have passed before I reached what seemed to be my goal, a venerable ivied castle in a thickly wooded park, maddeningly familiar, yet full of perplexing strangeness to me. I saw that the moat was filled in, and that some of the well-known towers were demolished, whilst new wings existed to confuse the beholder. But what I observed with chief interest and delight were the open windows, gorgeously ablaze with light, and sending forth sound of the gayest revelry. Advancing to one of these, I looked in and saw an oddly dressed company indeed, making merry and speaking brightly to one another. I had never seemingly heard human speech before, and could guess only vaguely what was said. Some of the faces seemed to hold expressions that brought up incredibly remote recollections. Others were utterly alien. I now stepped through the low window into the brilliantly lighted room, stepping as I did so from my single bright moment of hope to my blackest convulsion of despair and realization. The nightmare was quick to come, for as I entered, there occurred immediately one of the most terrifying demonstrations I had ever conceived. Scarcely had I crossed the sill, when there descended upon the whole company a sudden and unheralded fear of hideous intensity, distorting every face and evoking the most horrible screams from nearly every throat. Flight was universal, and in the clamor and panic several fell in a swoon and were dragged away by their madly fleeing companions. Many covered their eyes with their hands and plunged blindly and awkwardly in their race to escape, overturning furniture and stumbling against the walls before they managed to reach one of the many doors. The cries were shocking, and as I stood in the brilliant apartment, alone and dazed, listening to their vanishing echoes, I trembled at the thought of what might be lurking near me unseen. At a casual inspection, the room seemed deserted, but when I moved toward one of the alcoves, I thought I detected a presence there. a hint of motion beyond the golden arched doorway leading to another and somewhat similar room. As I approached the arch, I began to perceive the presence more clearly, and then, with the first and last sound I ever uttered, a ghastly ululation that revolted me almost as poignantly as its noxious cause, I beheld in full, frightful vividness the inconceivable, indescribable, and unmentionable monstrosity which had by its simple appearance changed a merry company to a herd of delirious fugitives. I cannot even hint what it was like, for it was a compound of all that is unclean, uncanny, unwelcome, abnormal, and detestable. It was the ghoulish shade of decay, antiquity, and desolation, the putrid, dripping eidolon of unwholesome revelation, the awful bearing of that which the merciful earth should always hide. God knows it was not of this world, or no longer of this world. Yet to my horror, I saw in its eaten-away and bone-revealing outlines a leering, abhorrent travesty on the human shape, and in its mouldy, disintegrating apparel an unspeakable quality that chilled me even more. I was almost paralyzed, but not too much so to make a feeble effort toward flight, a backward stumble which failed to break the spell in which the nameless, voiceless monster held me. My eyes, bewitched by the glassy orbs which stared loathsomely into them, refused to close, though they were mercifully blurred, and showed the terrible object but indistinctly after the first shock. I tried to raise my hand to shut out the sight, yet so stunned were my nerves that my arm could not fully obey my will. The attempt, however, was enough to disturb my balance, so that I had to stagger forward several steps to avoid falling. As I did so, I became suddenly and agonizingly aware of the nearness of the carrion thing, whose hideous hollow breathing I half fancied I could hear. Nearly mad, I found myself yet able to throw out a hand to ward off the fetid apparition which pressed so close, when, in one cataclysmic second of cosmic nightmarishness and hellish accident, my fingers touched the rotting, outstretched paw of the monster beneath the golden arch. I did not shriek, but all the fiendish ghouls that ride the night wind shrieked for me, as in that same second there crashed down upon my mind a single and fleeting avalanche of soul-annihilating memory. I knew in that second all that had been. I remembered beyond the frightful castle and the trees, and recognized the altered edifice in which I now stood. I recognized, most terrible of all, the unholy abomination that stood leering before me, as I withdrew my sullied fingers from its own. But in the cosmos there is balm as well as bitterness, and that balm is Nepenthe. In the supreme horror of that second, I forgot what had horrified me, and the burst of black memory vanished in a chaos of echoing images. In a dream I fled from that haunted and accursed pile, and ran swiftly and silently in the moonlight. When I returned to the churchyard place of marble and went down the steps, I found the stone trapdoor immovable. But I was not sorry, for I had hated the antique castle and the trees. Now I ride with the mocking and friendly ghouls on the night wind, and play by day amongst the catacombs of Nephren-Ka in the sealed and unknown valley of Haydoth by the Nile. I know that light is not for me, save that of the moon over the rock tombs of Neb, nor any gaiety save the unnamed feast of Nitocris beneath the great pyramid. Yet in my new wildness and freedom, I almost welcome the bitterness of alienage. For although Nepenthe has calmed me, I know always that I am an outsider, a stranger in this century and among those who are still men. This I have known, ever since I stretched out my fingers to the abomination within that great gilded frame, stretched out my fingers and touched a cold and unyielding surface of polished glass. End of The Outsider by H.P. Lovecraft. Read by Tony Scheinman. A Parable by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shadow, A Parable by Edgar Allan Poe. Read by Tony Scheinman. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow, from the Psalm of David. Ye who read are still among the living, but I who write shall have long since gone my way into the region of shadows. For indeed strange things shall happen, and secret things be known, and many centuries shall pass away ere these memorials be seen of men. And when seen, there will be some to disbelieve, and some to doubt, and yet a few who will find much to ponder upon in the characters here graven with a stylus of iron. The year had been a year of terror, and of feelings more intense than terror, for which there is no name upon the earth. For many prodigies and signs had taken place, and far and wide over sea and land the black wings of the pestilence were spread abroad. To those, nevertheless, cunning in the stars, it was not unknown that the heavens wore an aspect of ill, and to me, the Greek oinos, among others, it was evident that now had arrived the alternation of that 794th year when, at the entrance of Aries, the planet Jupiter is conjoined with the red ring of the terrible Saturnus. The peculiar spirit of the skies, if I mistake not greatly, made itself manifest not only in the physical orb of the earth, but in the souls, imaginations, and meditations of mankind. Over some flasks of the red Chian wine, within the walls of a noble hall, in a dim city called Ptolemais, we sat, at night, a company of 7. And to our chamber there was no entrance, save by a lofty door of brass, and the door was fashioned by the artisan Corinus, and, being of rare workmanship, was fastened from within. Black draperies likewise in the gloomy room shut out from our view the moon, the lurid stars, and the peopleless streets. But the boding and the memory of evil, they would not be so excluded. There were things around us and about of which I can render no distinct account, things material and spiritual, heaviness in the atmosphere, a sense of suffocation, anxiety, and, above all, that terrible state of existence which the nervous experience when the senses are keenly living and awake, and meanwhile the powers of thought lie dormant. A dead weight hung upon us. It hung upon our limbs, upon the household furniture, upon the goblets from which we drank, and all things were depressed and borne down thereby. All things, save only the flames of the 7 lamps which illumined our revel. Uprearing themselves in tall, slender lines of light, they thus remained burning, all pallid and motionless. And in the mirror which their lustre formed upon the round table of ebony at which we sat, each of us there assembled beheld the pallor of his own countenance, and the unquiet glare in the downcast eyes of his companions. Yet we laughed and were merry in our proper way, which was hysterical, and sang the songs of Anacreon, which are madness, and drank deeply, although the purple wine reminded us of blood. For there was yet another tenant of our chamber, in the person of young Zoilus. Dead, and at full length he lay, enshrouded, the genius and the demon of the scene. Alas, he bore no portion in our mirth, save that his countenance, distorted with the plague, and his eyes, in which death had but half extinguished the fire of the pestilence, seemed to take such interest in our merriment as the dead may haply take in the merriment of those who are to die. But although I, Oinos, felt that the eyes of the departed were upon me, still I forced myself not to perceive the bitterness of their expression, and gazing down steadily into the depths of the ebony mirror, sang with a loud and sonorous voice the songs of the son of Teos. But gradually my songs they ceased, and their echoes, rolling afar off among the sable draperies of the chamber, became weak and undistinguishable, and so faded away. And lo, from among those sable draperies where the sound of the song departed, there came forth a dark and undefined shadow, a shadow such as the moon, when low in heaven, might fashion from the figure of a man. But it was the shadow neither of man nor of God, nor of any familiar thing. And quivering awhile among the draperies of the room, it at length rested in full view upon the surface of the door of brass. But the shadow was vague and formless and indefinite, and was the shadow neither of man nor of God, neither god of Greece, nor god of Chaldea, nor any Egyptian god. And the shadow rested upon the brazen doorway, and under the arch of the entablature of the door, and moved not, nor spoke any word, but there became stationary, and remained. And the door whereupon the shadow rested was, if I remember aright, over against the feet of the young Zoilus enshrouded. But we, the seven there assembled, having seen the shadow as it came out from among the draperies, dared not steadily behold it, but cast down our eyes, and gazed continually into the depths of the mirror of ebony. And at length I, Oinos, speaking some low words, demanded of the shadow its dwelling and its appellation. And the shadow answered, I am Shadow, and my dwelling is near to the catacombs of Ptolemaeus, and hard by those dim plains of Helusion, which border upon the foul Charonian canal. And then did we, the seven, start from our seats in horror, and stand trembling and shuddering and aghast. For the tones in the voice of the shadow were not the tones of any one being, but of a multitude of beings, and, varying in their cadences from syllable to syllable, fell duskly upon our ears in the well-remembered and familiar accents of many thousand departed friends. End of Shadow, a Parable, by Edgar Allan Poe. Read by Tony Scheinman.